Yeah, what's the dome made of?
Libyan desert glass.
Hmm. Hey, Indio, you got any Libyan desert glass, man?
Yeah, I have 2 pieces
I
actually.
smoked all of it. I smoked all of it.
You didn't save enough for the rest of the
Wait,
class,
you,
dude.
you can't smoke it because it can't be melted by any known man-made fire.
Fuck's sake, really?
Look, you just got to get the right torch from the bodega down the street. It'll melt anything.
Libyan desert glass. That's some high quality shit right there.
So I do want to point out a little chronological timeline here that nobody, I don't know if anybody noticed, is that we were talking to a new guy, Jupiter guy, and then Platypus throws his bodies in the gears and he slinks away. Again, don't fall for these veteran anti-flat earthers getting in the way, dude. If it's like a new guy or someone that's barely familiar with it, these guys are here just to run interference. That's their only purpose.
I didn't catch it. I did notice that Jupiter speaking guy had gone, but I didn't fucking catch it, did I?
Yeah, I was going to Jupiter to get more stupider.
Huh? What? Libyan desert glass guy. We'll just name him Libyan desert glass guy.
What?
Okay, hold on. I'll bite. What?
No, Libyan desert glass platypus. That's what the dome is made of.
And that's the topic. We want to know why the dome cracked right there and nowhere else. Why over Libya?
Yeah.
Is this
sure, there's lots more spots you can find Libyan desert glass all over the world.
Where?
Hillary Clinton says they fucking send missiles at the dome all the time.
Nice.
Yeah, dude.
You're using Hillary Clinton as a reference. Are you serious?
I would post the video, but I don't have picture perms. I'm nerfed right now, dude.
You can find Libyan desert glass in other geographic locations. Does that make any sense to you?
Yes.
According to Hillary Clinton.
According to Hillary Clinton, yeah. So she's now a citation. I think the gentleman's gonna bring a citation out. So
is it still called Libyan?
You would have been better off citing Xanax. That would have been more believable than Hillary Clinton.
Okay, first question. Libyan desert glass. Is this a joke or is this a thing that actually exists?
Bro,
this actually exists. Google it.
What the dome's made of. Duh.
Look, I'll give a little background. So there's glass found in the Sahara Desert, looks like, and there's no known reason why it exists. But it's like scattered everywhere. Some theories are
from the dome, bro.
Some is like it's a volcanic thing that happened, a gazillion freaking years ago. Nobody knows. But, the dome, it's a chunk of the dome. That's a super stretch.
Why wouldn't it be a chunk of the dome?
Why would it?
Well, if it falls, there's only one way to go.
Why is it a dome? Why can't it be some other form? And what kind of dome? There's hundreds of different types of domes. Like, is it an egg-shaped dome? Is it flattened? Is it oblate?
We're in a snow globe, brother.
Oh God.
No, we ain't.
Oh, so we're on a planet Earth, huh? Is that what you think?
No, that's a false dichotomy. It isn't snow globe or planet Earth. There's other choices.
There is no space.
Yeah, I agree with that. That doesn't mean. Yeah, that's fine. That doesn't mean that we are in a snow globe.
Why not?
Elsie, hold on.
Because it's not a necessary condition.
Elsie, what shape do you think the Earth is?
Flat, brother.
Snow globe.
What the fuck?
When I get leveled up and I get my picture perms, I'll fucking drop pictures. But as of right now, I'm stunted and I have to send it to someone else for them to post whether they're AFK or not.
Snow globe. I like it. Nothing wrong with it.
It's got the word.
I mean, it's
globe.
cool, but it's like, what's the evidence for it? That's the problem. I mean,
I guess there's
you know,
snow.
I don't. I think the
The
dome is
firmament,
shaped like
the
a
dome
cone
over
head.
our heads, dude.
Yeah,
The
it's
only
shaped like
thing-
a cone head's head, right?
The
I don't
snow
know what that
would be
is.
the only evidence for a snow
You never
globe.
seen the movie The Coneheads, man?
I don't watch Hollywood, bro. Fuck.
It was also on TV.
So where does the firmament terminate?
Antarctica. You mean like where's it end?
Yeah.
Yeah, Antarctica.
How do you know that?
Common deduction.
Common deduction. All right. Where does your deduction begin?
Is that opposed to uncommon deduction?
Yeah.
Yes.
Fine. So where did this begin then?
Where does it begin?
Yeah, where's the deduction? Your line of logic, where does it start?
Well, where else? You. I am assuming you think it's just like a floating thing.
Hold on. Deduction
What do you
doesn't
think?
start with a question, man. So don't ask a question. Give us your premises. The two premises from which you deduced that the dome meets the Earth in Antarctica.
Oh, it's a deuce, all right.
Hold on. I got you. I'll post something for someone to post.
No idea what logic
No,
is,
just
what
use your
deductive
words.
logic is, and you're like a buzzword earther.
Okay, so the Earth. What's it? Gleason's common map. I'm sure you all know what that is, right?
Yeah, that's a map of the globe, idiot.
Yes. So now, if you imagine, there's a big glass. Look at Platter's profile picture. That's basically what it is.
You mean Sandy's tree dome? Get out of here.
Yeah.
The
That's
Gleason's
actually,
map is a map of the sun, not a map of the Earth per se. It's a sun calculator. That's what it says on the map.
Are we citing SpongeBob today?
Yeah,
That's what he just did.
looking good. So if
I
you
guess
look at
like
the map,
Simpsons as well.
longitude. Well, it says longitude and sun calculator on it. That's what its purpose is. It's not a navigational map. It tells you where the sun is.
So then, would you not say that that's like an accurate representation of what the Earth is, or would you say it's something else?
No, it's not an accurate representation of what the Earth is. But if you look at one of those little lines and how it goes through something, right? If you're standing in that place, whatever time it says on the map, that's what time you'll see the sun.
It's true. So what would you think the Earth looks like? Post a picture in the side.
From where?
And I'll post mine. I'll get someone to post mine for me.
From where? Looks like from where?
Like, just what do you think like the Earth looks like?
From where?
That's how it looks like.
Where do I put my camera?
From basically like the highest point. Like, what if you were to put it straight down?
Wouldn't be able to see the entire Earth from the highest point.
Hold up. Is Quetzal still in here? No, he's not. Is Heretic still in here?
You can DM it to me.
Alright, who's saying that?
Indio 007.
Unfortunately, we're all here.
Indio, if he ends up just sending you a dick pic, you have to tell us that that's what he did. Please.
Oh, I'm forwarding it to you, man.
Yeah. Don't worry, mate. We won't forget you. We'll send on the dick pic to you.
Here, have my dick pics. I got 9 files uploaded.
Everyone wants all the D pics.
Actually, I'm gonna like collate it into like 1,000 dick pics and then send that to you.
Like a mosaic.
I'll bet Redefy is looking forward to that forwarding.
That was uncalled for.
Yeah.
How have I never heard of Libyan desert glass before?
Because you never went deep into the flat Earth rabbit hole, brother.
It's an interesting conundrum.
Yo, Mike. Someone yesterday was talking about
Flat Earth is a rabbit
sunsets.
hole.
How does that work on the
Earth
flat
isn't on
Earth?
screen, dude.
YS.
Well, like someone sent a picture of a sunset where the sun was like below the water,
Reed's an attention whore. Reed's an attention whore. He's gonna only want attention, so just watch out. Also, Reed's a sophist. Just letting you guys know.
Sorry,
How does
you see
because
the sun.
because
you
my thought
see
is
the sun-
it has to go
Not
in like a circle above the Earth for time zones, but in that case you wouldn't see it below the water.
Sorry, do you see the sun below the water?
I do.
So you see below the waterline the sun.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
So you seriously, you see below the horizon, below the surface of the Earth, where the sun is said to be obscured by the surface of the Earth. You see through the surface of the Earth that's obscuring it.
I've seen the sun like below the waterline. Yeah.
God's sake! Somebody else trying to explain it to me.
No. So you're trying to you're trying to put your explanation into the description. That shit ain't gonna work. Right? So you don't actually see the sun below the water. You see half of a sun. Okay, that's what you actually see. And you reach a conclusion that's below the water, but that's not your observation.
Wait,
You don't
where is the
observe
sun?
the sun below the water.
Wait, where's the sun then?
Pardon me?
Where is the sun then?
Anywhere. You can't see
Well, it's
it.
not below the water. Then where is
You can't
it?
see the bug. Well, we can demonstrate this exact same visual effect on shit we know is flat.
Really?
Yeah, really. So yeah,
I'm looking at level 3.
What's it called?
What do you mean? What's it called?
The visual
What called?
effect.
A visual effect? Just what you see.
Wait, can you show me the visual effect? Because maybe I'm just confused. But like, I didn't think that was possible.
Yeah. So we've done experiments like you take a lake that's like too short to be like curvature on it, like 1,000 feet. So on the globe, the horizon's supposed to be 2,600 feet away if you're like 1.5 inches off the surface, right? So you can do the math and say, hey, where's the horizon supposed to be? It's supposed to be 2,600 feet away. Well, if the lake's 1,000 feet long, it can't be obstructed by anything, right? Because there's no horizon, you should not see any horizon. But if you take a camera and stick it close to the water and take like a little RC bow or a flag or something, put it on the other side, it'll be half cut off. It's not, you can't be below anything.
Wait, you want to talk curvature and shit?
Wouldn't that just demonstrate the Earth is curved? Am I crazy?
No, it doesn't. Because how can you be blocked by a horizon you're not at yet?
Well, that's exactly the point.
What do you think the horizon is?
Oh, it'd be impossible unless the Earth is curved.
No, you just keep saying that. The demonstration proves that's not true.
Wait, how would you possibly have like the bottom half occluded if you're like just looking at it at a distance? That doesn't make any sense.
Because we have limits to what we can see. We see in angles, right?
Yeah.
So once an object is beyond the resolving power where you can differentiate it from the horizon, you can't see it because things converge to a vanishing point.
Right, but like you would expect the object to get uniformly smaller.
Let me put it to you this way: if you had to pair a railroad
partially
track,
occluded.
you see, this is the problem. What you're not understanding. So if I drew railroad tracks orthographically in a diagram, they would be parallel, right? Forever and ever, they'd never converge. But if I go to a set of railroad tracks and stand in them, they appear that they converge at a point. So vision, how we see things, isn't the same as your orthographic idea of the way things should be.
But the perspective part of your vision is only the foveated region. Like the very center of your vision is orthographic, right?
No, perspective has nothing to do with the fovea. It has to do with the 3D world being projected onto a 2D surface.
What it means is that there's no perspective correction at the very like center of your vision.
Yeah,
It's just a ray.
Great. That's a red herring. It has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Perspective is irrelevant to the fovea in the eye. It only has to do with 3D world projected onto 2D surface.
What I'm telling you is that the very center of your vision doesn't have any perspective. It's orthographic.
That's stupid. What?
Yeah, because perspective correction is a function of the distance you are from the center. Yeah, it's zero. There's zero correction at the very center. It's just a ray.
It's not. You're making shit up, dude.
No. Think about it.
Perspective is a subset of projective geometry. Projective geometry is projecting one thing onto another. In this case, we're projecting lines of the 3D world onto a 2D surface. The surface of your fovea, a camera lens, a strip of film.
If I may, like, the very center of your vision, like you just think of that as like shooting a ray out and bouncing a ray back. Like it's completely orthographic. The very center.
No, light comes to your eyes, dude. There's no bouncing rays. Your eyes don't emit.
Yeah, the light. Yeah, sure. It's what you see is like it's completely orthographic at the very center of your vision. That like infinitely small point. Yes.
Oh, you're missing. Hold on. You're missing the point.
Damn.
So hold on. He's right.
He's trolling.
Hold on. No, he's right. The step that he's missing is that your ability to resolve that light is limited to the structure of your cones and the way that they're laid out. You can't resolve that light. You are correct. No. It all gets into your eye, but you are not physically capable of resolving all of that. There's limits.
Yeah, but
here's if I may. Sure, if I may.
You said orthographic, which is a side view.
No, the center of your vision is orthographic because there's no perspective correction. Because perspective correction is a function of your.
That's impossible.
If you think about your eyes in like polar coordinates, yeah, like as a r and a theta. When theta is 0, there's no perspective correction.
No. Do you know what orthographic means?
Yes, gamer, it means no perspective correction. And there's no perspective correction when r is 0.
No, it's a side view. Right? So if I draw a diagram or a engineering drawing or a blueprint, that is an orthographic view.
Well, I mean, actually, can I talk about that a little bit more or no? I think I will. If you think about like the math of like projection like 3D geometry onto like a 2D canvas, an orthographic projection is just an affine transformation, right? It's a linear transformation with a translation, but a perspective transformation is nonlinear, so you can't express it in a matrix. So it's actually like very simple to think about like an orthogonal projection is just like a complete top-down view, or like you just cancel out the z component after rotating it a little bit. Like that's super simple. The perspective is like
is no orthographic projection, but we can make orthographic images with what's called a confocal lens or telecentric lens. Sorry, but in that case, the lens has to be the size of the object that you're taking an image of, because you're excluding any rays that come from an angle. So all the rays, like if it hits one part of the lens, it just goes straight onto the film. So it's literally straight rays. But when
what you're describing is FOV. Like when the FOV approaches, if you think about like calculus, like the limit of a perspective function as the FOV approaches 0 is an orthographic projection, right? Like as the FOV gets arbitrarily small, it's indistinguishable from an orthographic projection, which is the phenomenon you're talking about.
Yeah, that's in math. That's not how reality works, dude.
Well, it turns out that math tends to map onto reality, but
no,
I hear you.
It tends not to. If you ignore all the freaking... no, it doesn't. It actually doesn't, dude.
And optics is pretty well behaved, no?
So, such as... Okay, I'll give you for instance. You're using a ray optic model of light. That's bullshit. We know light is not rays, right?
What do you mean by that?
Light's not rays. We don't have rays of light.
You mean it like doesn't have a direction?
There is no ray of light, right?
Well, when
light is
what do you mean by ray?
A ray.
Because my understanding is a ray is like a particle that has a direction.
A line, dude. Listen. If we want to design a lens, right? We use what's called the geometric optic model, where we have rays, right? So we'll draw a ray onto a lens, and that lens, based on the relative refractive index, will deflect, and then we'll project that onto some other surface, right? So that model is what we use to design lenses, but that's not how light actually is, right? Light is has the wave-like behavior, but it's supposed to be particles, right? It's not rays.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
My understanding is that path tracers literally like shoot out rays at angles from a central point, and then they bounce them, and then they collect the samples, and then they display that on your screen, and they look pretty damn realistic. Like if you've ever seen path tracing in a movie or a video game, it looks damn realistic. So like if this like light ray model is so fundamentally flawed, why do path tracers and rendering engines look so damn good?
There's a difference between, I'm not saying I disagree or agree with you, I'm just saying there's a difference between being able to lay something out mathematically and being able to replicate it mathematically and actually knowing...
I mean, it looks like the fucking damn world. Like, there's a reason why CGI looks so good. It's because path tracers are pretty damn good. I don't know. Like, there's a reason why everyone can show those CGI images of the globe and they look pretty real. It's because path tracers seem to map onto reality well. I don't know.
It's not. Why are you calling it path tracing? It's called ray tracing.
No, there's a difference.
Oh, what's the difference between ray tracing and path tracing?
So a ray tracer is when you shoot lights from the scene into the camera, and a path tracer is when you shoot rays from the camera into the scene.
You actually got it backwards, dude.
Is it backwards?
Ray tracers go the other way. Ray tracers
What?
go away from the
Okay,
camera.
but I mean, they're mathematically equivalent. So who cares?
But they should be nearly mathematically equivalent, assuming this is not some weird shit they're doing.
Yeah, and then there's
That's
like
not the point. I don't
like
think they're
Monte
particularly
Carlo.
realistic.
You don't think they're realistic? Have you ever seen a movie with like CGI and you're like, I don't know what's real and what's not?
Look, I did development on the Oculus Rift. No, I don't think they're realistic.
Well, I mean, path tracing isn't
You know
really
what the
viable
Oculus
for
Rift
real
is,
time, is it?
right? It's a VR headset.
Yeah, I have one.
I know all about computer graphics. I've been doing this shit for fucking.
Oh, dude,
I don't
that's
even know how many
cool.
years
Me
at
too.
this point.
Wait, are you like a graphics programmer?
No, I don't do that shit. I'm a hardware dude.
Aw. Wait, do you know like basic graphics APIs and fundamentals like GLSL and stuff?
Like which API?
I've made some stuff with OpenGL and DirectX, but not much else. And I've done some stuff on ShaderToy with GLSL.
Yeah, I'm not really a programmer, but
Okay.
I did hardware development for the Oculus Rift,
That's cool.
basically. Yeah, so this is when it was in beta. I helped a couple companies make their software work with it, which wasn't an easy task back then because drivers sucked, everything sucked. But I mean, even that, right? That is very good at tricking the mind. But even then, I wouldn't call it particularly realistic. The most realistic like rendition I've ever seen people do is what's called hyper realistic painting. I don't think CGI is even close to that. I have seen ray tracing that can do cars, like certain objects can look pretty realistic, like cars. Shit that's shiny, like cars, motorcycle, crap like that. But other things, it doesn't do a very good job at.
I don't know. I mean, I've seen a lot of like modern Marvel movies, and like it's hard to tell like what's CGI and what's not at this point.
Well, I mean, it's not always CGI. They use other techniques, right? They use rear projection, front projection. They use they use combinations of special effects, so you can't. It's hard to tell like what they're doing. Then they go in and they kind of edit it by hand sometimes.
I think there's one case where like
Star Wars, right? You know how they made the Star Wars lightsaber?
I don't.
They did like rotoscoping, so they did their duels with actual swords, like stage or theater swords or whatever you call them, prop swords. And then they went over every single frame and drew a white line on it and added like a glow filter around it. Every single frame they drew on. So if you do things like this, then you can make a lot of things look photorealistic that or look kind of realistic. I don't know how lightsaber would be photorealistic, like because there's no lightsaber in real life to compare it to.
I hear you. I think it's interesting, but like just the thing I don't get is like even like UE5, like these modern like ray tracers, path tracers that use this like ray model, like they seem so damn realistic. Like I don't understand how it's not a good model of reality if it's like hard for me to even like it's like indistinguishable from reality. Like it's that good.
Well, I'll tell you why. Because the illumination. So you got a couple problems. So the illumination, shadows, right? Doing shadows because so we have. I'm sure you're aware of like high dynamic range. So the amount of different like levels of brightness we see is not commensurate with what a monitor will project or what's even in software. Right, so we have all sorts of problems with that. We see more colors than what a monitor can display. The resolution of our eye is something like 93 megapixels or something like that, which no camera can actually produce. So there's a lot of reasons why it doesn't look realistic. And then in real life, right, so we have other things other than just like light coming from a source, right? We have air in the way, we got turbulence, we got dust, we got water vapor, we got, ambient light, we got all these other factors which can't be modeled in any computer game as of now.
Or are you familiar with like lab space or CIE space or like other color spaces?
No.
Oh, okay. It's interesting. They just like took measures of like what the human eye can see, and then they made a color space around that, and like how they go from like number of different cones to like different X, Y, and Z components, and how they make that. It's very interesting.
I mean, that's great, but like, can your monitor display that?
No, there's no such thing as like a perfect monitor.
There's a lot of factors, right? You got the graphics chip, you got the fucking cable, you got your monitor, you got like there's a whole bunch of things. Any link in the chain, if it can't do something or if it's below the maximum quality, then you're only gonna be able to visualize what you're gonna see in any video game or special effect is the worst part of that special effect.
Right. Well, the interesting is that like they sort of like horseshoe. There's like the shape of like colors we can see is like non-linear, but like all color spaces have to be linear to be useful, and so they approximate this like horseshoe shape with a triangle, which means that like different color spaces will have colors that humans can't see, and they'll be missing colors that humans can see. And then different people see different colors. So what color space is good for you might be slightly worse for someone else. So there's a lot of interesting math there. I agree, but insofar as just the geometry of it. It seems like the Ray math like really does like get realistic results. Like, I don't know.
Praying Mantis has like 5 cones for their
Interesting.
visuals. So we have only 3, right?
Yeah, it's interesting. Like if we had like 4 different types of like color receptors, would we want like 4-dimensional color spaces, not 3-dimensional color spaces? Like
Yeah.
we have 3 different types, and that's why there's 3 components like of color. But I suppose if we had 5, it'd be 5-dimensional, which would be interesting.
Nah, I don't think like the 3 cones is because of 3 dimensions that we have.
That's literally X, Y, and Z space is like X is like cones, Y is rods, and Z. I forgot what the Z is. Right.
What?
Yeah, it literally comes from. I'll send you some pictures.
Just like
that.
That's what like Mantis shrimp has like 15 cones.
Yeah,
Well, the human eye see, we actually look through our optics nerve. Yeah, our optics nerve is in front of everything, whereas in other species, it's behind everything. Which is just weird factoid.
Oh, I found that chart. Yeah. It's called like SML. You have the small receptors, the medium receptors, and the large receptors, and they have like there's a different distribution of light that they respond to, and it turns out that they correspond to red, green, and blue essentially, and that's why we have 3 dimensions of color, because we have 3 different types of color receptors. But if we only had 2, it'd be 2D. If we had 4, it'd be 4D, which would be kind of cool. But what's interesting is that human color perception is non-linear, and color space is linear, so like there's always going to be some weird loss there.
So let's get back to the topic.
Yeah,
Why
like
he Hapkathon.
Yeah, that's what's weird to me.
I mean, it's weird to you, but like I said, doesn't even matter because we can demonstrate it happening on a flat surface. So just
Really?
to claim that like this visual is impossible on a flat surface, then falsified. Like I don't know what else to say.
Well, I'm just trying to picture how you would even do that. Like the only way that's possible on a flat surface is if the sun goes below the thing.
No, you
goes
can't.
below.
That's what you think, dude. See, that's what you think. But we can go out in nature and show that that's not true.
Okay, I have an apple and I'm holding it above my
So
desk.
this is
Like,
the
how do I
funny
do
thing
it?
is with people like Glovers, like you, like almost all Glovers, that you're empiricists until the empirical data doesn't support what you're saying, and then you just repeat your dogma over and over again.
Right. I've just never seen
Yeah.
it though. Have you? Like, how do I even make that happen?
Go to a small lake, get a little RC boat, sail it away from you.
But wouldn't that like be plausibly explained by the Earth being curved? Like, can I do it on like a flat table, or does it have to be a really big object?
Listen, because you do the math. It has been done on a flat table. But
okay, I'm holding an object on my table. I'm holding my mouse. How the fuck do I do it?
Look, you put your camera lens so that the center of the table is your camera's going to be vertical, right? So vertically upright.
Mm-hmm.
The principal optical axis is going to be horizontal. You're going to put it as close to the edge of the table, being in the center of the optical axis, right on the principal axis, and then you just move the object away.
Yeah, it never goes below the table.
Yeah, that's horseshit. We've demonstrated it many,
I'm literally
many
holding
times.
my mouse. I'm doing it on my table.
We know
right
it
now.
doesn't go below the table.
Well, it doesn't
It'll
look like
appear
it.
to go below the
It's not
table if
partially
your table's
occluded.
long enough.
Oh, it's not
How
big
long's
enough.
your table? How long is your
It's
table?
not that big. It's not that big.
I did it on a 3-foot table. It don't work, dude. Stop.
But why would it be different on a bigger table?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! You're not this stupid.
Like mathematically speaking, why?
You're really not this stupid. Stop, dude. Please. Why would it be different? I don't know. Think about it for a second.
Well, what I'm saying is that the pattern I'm seeing is the mouse gets smaller, not that it gets occluded at any point. So I'm just not sure why that would happen.
Yeah, it doesn't matter
check
what
the-
you know
check
or
the
what
side
you don't
chat.
know, because we can
Redify,
demonstrate it
redify.
over and over again. It doesn't matter
hang on.
what your concepts or your dogma is. We don't really give a shit, because we can
India,
show
hang on.
empirically that you're no. Shut the fuck up. We can show empirically that it happens. It doesn't matter what you think about it.
You check the side chat. Someone posted a GIF.
Yeah, and the funny part about this is that this explanation doesn't even account for the potential variation that can come about from the variation of the atmospheric conditions.
Right.
Right.
That could be explained.
Yeah,
like if there was some refraction, yeah.
You know, like there was a demonstration done by some, I forget who it was. There's some video online done by a lady who had like a small scale setup of sorts, right? And it was on a floor in a room, and the camera was, I don't know, 5-6 feet further away or something like that, an inch or two off the floor or something. And the conditions of the air around them were like a said temperature and humidity or whatever. And simply by opening the door and letting cold air in, you can see like a wide fluctuation in the visual effect in the camera, right? Where things were getting bigger and smaller or whatever, just from a couple feet away. You know, like there's something to all that. So who knows what the RC boat setup was, what the humidity was. Who knows what the humidity is in your room right now. There's all sorts of weird shit that can happen. You know?
Yeah, what's interesting is the perspective thing on SideChat is like actually a thing in competitive shooter games. It's called like angle advantage. And because of perspective, you want to be as far away from the like imagine if you and your opponent are both behind a wall, both behind cover. The distance between you and your cover, you should try to maximize that because it'll actually reduce your relative size to your opponent while increasing their relative size to you because of how perspective works. It's very interesting. It's called like angle advantage. But it'll never get you the phenomenon we're seeing with the sunset, unfortunately.
Well, maybe not that part, but we don't know. We don't know.
Because if you're directly, because again, like the center of your vision is orthographic. It's just like shooting a ray out or shooting a ray back. And so you can just move your head up and down, right? Shooting that straight ray out orthographically, right? And if you find that despite that orthographic projection, you're still seeing an occlusion, that's not a perspective effect. That means that the object is truly occluded, which can only be explained by like refraction in the air or something.
Oh. Well, see, that's another.
Listen, everything you said is horseshit.
Which part? Or I guess all of it.
The whole thing about you.
What was the most egregious?
Okay.
The center of your vision is the very center. Yeah.
You keep saying that. Yeah, you could say there's one ray reaches your eye, but that's one ray. That's an imaginary point that don't actually exist. We don't form an image from a point.
Right, but like it's not binary. It's not like perspective and then not perspective. It's like the closer you get to the center of your vision, the more and more orthographic it is until it's perfectly orthographic. The center of your eye, you could think of it like as like a laser that shoots out and reflects back.
It's still a projection. Okay.
No, it's not.
So, yeah, it is. Okay, I'll just use the railroad track example again. Well, you have railroad tracks that converge in the distance. At what point are they projective or orthographic when I look at them?
Further,
when do they look like they're parallel?
The further into the foveated region of your cornea, the more perspective corrected they become.
Yeah, but when have you ever actually seen parallel train tracks?
Never, because
never. Exactly. Yeah. So your entire fucking
because you have to move your head. You have to move your head. Yeah.
Oh, so I can move my head and train tracks to look parallel.
Well, that's what I'm telling you is that you move your head up and down, right? Only looking at the center of your vision.
Parallel. And then the train tracks look parallel. I'm in a crosswalk right now. I'm looking at it. The lines of the crosswalk, they converge. If I move my head around, they'll be parallel.
Yeah, what I mean is that if you are on axis with the crosswalk, it'll be perfectly straight.
I think he's saying like if you look down, like let's say you're standing on the crosswalk.
Straight, dude. Parallel.
Dumbest thing I ever heard, dude.
Is that what you're saying? Like if you're standing on a crosswalk,
I can demonstrate it. Like just think about it. Like if a ray hits the very center of your cornea,
think about it. I'm gonna do it empirically. We're gonna empirically test the shit you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah, I chime in. I know you want to say something.
Just put your finger in front of your finger in front of your eye at the very center, and if you move it back, what you'll notice is that the very center of your finger like isn't changing. Yeah. But if you put your finger to the side of your eye and you move it back, you'll notice that the center of the finger is changing a lot and getting smaller. The degree of relative foreshortening is a function of the distance from the center. Well, I mean, just think about it. Like, if you shoot a ray directly at your cornea at the very center, there's no like redirection. It goes straight in. But if you shoot a ray at the side of your cornea, it is refracted because the cornea bends. Right. So as long as you hit the flat part of your cornea, you're not seeing perspective. Perspective isn't a property of light; it's a property of your cornea.
It's not a property of your fucking cornea, dude.
No, it is. It's a property of lenses, namely your cornea, which is a lens.
Yes, it's a property of a lens to a degree, but even
the very like saddle point, inflection point, local max of your cornea, the very outermost part is flat, and so as long as the light hits that very center point, then it's not going to be refracted at all. So you're seeing directly on perspective corrected. There's no foreshortening.
But no, because light isn't actually raised, dude.
Sorry, repeat that.
Okay, the way it actually works is there'll be a phase front, right? A wave front, right? That'll pass through your eye. And that will get twisted. That'll get displaced into a direction. Now, we model it as raised, but that's not the way it actually works. It only matters in a camera if the plate is so far away from the lens, and you have something called the Fresnel distance where they interfere.
No, it's Fresnel.
You get a blurry picture. Yeah, great. Correct my pronunciation. Who gives a fuck? It's crazy. Like, you think concepts in your head mean something. They don't. They really don't. I can rattle off all sorts of fucking stupid concepts, but ultimately, you're gonna have to demonstrate it in the real world, right?
Right.
So is a statement scientific, right? If it's not, if say you have some model of reality, if it isn't tested against reality or it doesn't match reality.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that scientific truth is correspondence with measurement. Yeah. Predictive power, inferential power, etc.
That was a better explanation than I've ever heard any other Glover give. I'll give you credit for that.
Okay.
Usually it's something some scientist says. That's usually the answer.
That's what Neil says, actually.
But the point is, the only straight ray would ever be at the direct. It would have to be on the principal axis, right? I'm sure you know what that is, right?
Sure.
And that assumes everything is aligned because sometimes they have off principal axis lensing systems like they use in aerial photogrammetry, but we don't need to get into that. The point is, it would only be one point, and that doesn't matter for everything else. But there's no scenario where you're going to look out and see railroad tracks look like they're in parallel.
You know what's interesting? Yeah, I hear you. Is like the absence of light also acts like light in the sense that shadows also would obey all the exact same things you're talking about. And so I think you could do the same experiment, not with like your vision, but just like some like random ball and looking at its shadow. Because like the sun's light, right, essentially casts a what do you call it? A straight shadow. If you notice, like if you're directly lined up with the sun, your shadow goes on like infinitely far. It's a parallel light source. At like sunset. And so you could simulate like a big lens by just having like a big ball and then looking at the shadow it's casting. You could probably do the experiment that way.
I've never had an infinitely far shadow, so sorry. Usually when the sun's on the horizon, the light is so diffuse, you don't cast a well-defined shadow.
Well, there's atmospheric stuff, but like technically there's like no foreshortening of your shadow from the sun. And so if you got at the right angle,
what does that mean? So when you say technically, what does that mean?
Ignoring atmospheric
that you
distortion.
have an idea of the way reality is supposed to be in your head.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is ignoring
that idea is the way the world's supposed to work.
No, what I'm saying is absent.
The world doesn't work that way.
No, absent atmospheric distortion, the sun is a parallel light source.
Yeah, there's no evidence for that, dude.
The evidence is go outside. The evidence is go outside and like measure the shadows. Like you're not going to see any foreshortening from the sun. It just doesn't happen.
What does that mean?
Foreshortening is like perspective correction. It's caused by like a spotlight or like a lensed light, a light that's not parallel.
Yeah, how does that tell you the rays of the sun are parallel though?
It's like it's a biconditional if and only if.
No one's
right?
like, dude.
You sound upwardly mobile.
It's a Neil. Yeah, I mean a light source is parallel if and only if the shadows it casts are not foreshortened. Like I can send you like a diagram.
Yeah. How would you tell they're foreshortened? What would it look like?
You would measure the distance of between like if you had like a ball, you would just measure like the width of the shadow at different intervals. And if you saw there was like a non-linear decrease, you would know that there's foreshortening.
So what you're saying is that if I cast a shadow and my shoulders are 3 feet wide, when I go measure the shadow on the ground, it's also going to be 3 feet wide.
No, of course not. But what I'm going to tell you is that the decrease you're going to see is linear, which means that it's a parallel light source.
Dude, it doesn't make any sense. You got parallel rays. It's good. I'm going to look like a cookie cutter cutout shadow.
Well, like here's an example. Like look inside chat. This is a hypothetical parallel light source. There still is going to be a shadow that doesn't look exactly like the tree, but there's going to be no foreshortening because there's no lensing on the light source. The light rays are completely parallel.
Dude, you're just repeating yourself, dude. Like, do you think like repeating the same thing 5 times means anything, dude? Like, bro.
Well, I guess the way they test that would be like
rays, you would have a cookie cutter cutout shadow, dude. It would be if you had a 3 foot wide shoulders, you'd measure a 3 foot wide shoulders on the ground.
Well, no, because like essentially the shadow is an orthographic projection of the object if the light source is parallel. And so if you measured the shadow and found that it was an orthographic projection of the source, then it would be a parallel light source. But if you found it was not orthographic, if it was a perspective projection, then it would not be a parallel light source. That would be the test.
Okay, but that's what we see. We see shadows of man, human beings, objects, buildings. They converge.
They don't. The sun is a parallel light source. No, it's not true. They don't.
Yeah, you can just keep repeating the same thing over
You're
and over
outside.
again.
Look around
the sun's
you.
parallel because the sun's parallel.
Are you? Yeah, look around you. Go outside when it's bright out. You won't see it.
Look, I just told you, go outside on a sunny day, look at your shadow. Your shoulders will be narrower on the ground than they are in real life. It's really simple.
No, but it's an
Test it.
orthographic projection. It's not a perspective projection.
And
That's
if it's
the
an
point here.
orthographic projection, they'd be the same size.
No, that's not true. An orthographic projection can take a finite object and make it like infinitely big. But what
you
it
can
can't do is have.
rescale it, but all the proportions would stay the same.
That's not true.
Okay, so if I take an orthographic projection, do they have a scale like 1 to 20,000, 1 to 1 million? Why is that scale there?
Like, I can just prove it with a simple example. Like you could have a shadow that's like infinitely long.
Yeah, why is the scale there?
Sorry, repeat the question.
Why is the scale there when I have a engineering diagram or a blueprint of an orthographic projection of a building with all the rooms laid out and all that shit? And I look in the side on the legend, and it says scale 1 to 20,000. And then if I want to change something on the map, right, I want to make it half of that, right? I want to make the room, put it on a different map, right? And I'm going to make everything half the size to make it 1 to 40,000 scale. You don't change just one thing. Everything is scaled proportionally.
You're correct. But like the insight here is that is only true from the perspective of the camera, or in this case, from the perspective of the sun. Like this
orthographic.
Yeah, this is only true if you're looking from the sun's perspective. Well, in the case of the sun, it's from the sun's perspective, right? If you're looking at the Earth from the perspective of the sun, or the position from the attitude of the sun, then you would have this like perfect correspondence where everything is 1-to-1. But if you're looking at it from any other attitude, any other angle, that's not going to be true.
Oh man, you're like wearing me out with your bullshit, dude.
None of this is bullshit. And in fact, this is how we program shadows in video games.
No, it is bullshit. If you could look at it from the sun, okay. Well, ask the North Koreans that landed on the sun at nighttime. Whether they saw an orthographic projection of human shadows on Earth.
I mean, this is just how we do shadow mapping in video games. Like, this is the math, and it works.
Who cares? Who cares, dude?
What I'm telling you is that you can go outside and you can do the same measurements, and you'll find that it corresponds with this model.
No, it don't.
It does.
Look, I can, like I said, if I have 3-foot shoulders and I measure my shadow on the ground, it's not 3 feet. That means the rays aren't parallel.
Hold on. That's not true. Suppose your shadow is 3 inches, but like from the perspective of the sun, if your shoulders are 3 feet and your legs are 2 feet, then we would see 3 inches and 2 inches on the shadow
width,
from the perspective of the sun.
I'm talking width, not height.
We're telling you that the relative proportion of you is going to be preserved if you're looking from the perspective of the sun at you. Yes, at your shadow.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because you can measure the shadows, and then you can reproject them. Yes, you can literally measure them. You can plot them. You can get their X, Y, and Z. Yes.
You hear what this guy said? We can measure shadows on the surface of the sun.
You can hold on. You can get the angle of the sun, and then you can measure your shadow. And then when you do the math to correct for that angle of the sun, you'll find is that it's exactly an orthographic projection. I mean, just look at any photo taken in sunlight. Go out outside when it's sunny. You'll find that all the shadows are orthographic projections from the perspective of the sun.
Yeah, you're just repeating yourself, dude. Like I'd actually like the evidence instead of you. It's true. I'm repeating myself. Oh, it's an orthographic projection. What's your evidence? It's true. What's your evidence? It's true. It's an orthographic projection. Why is it? Like, dude, you're just spiraling into a circle, dude. Please. Post some actual evidence of what you're saying. How about that? How about that?
Sure, I mean, sure.
Like Newton said, doesn't matter what you say. Like,
I'm not saying what Newton said. Here's the experiment you do.
Dude,
sure,
I want you to show me whatever you're saying is true.
Yeah,
I don't want diagrams. I want empirical evidence, dude.
Sure, take a perfect cube.
Don't give me a fucking hypothetical fucking scenario.
No, I'm outlining the experiment, and then I'll well, hold on. I'm just giving you the experiment, and then maybe we could do it if you actually care. I think you should just take a square, like a 2D square, and like hold it up to the sun, and look at the shadow. And what you'll find is that it is now what do you call it again? It starts with an O. It's a rhombus now. But if you measure the coordinates of all the points of the rhombus, right, and then you measure the angle of the sun, what you'll find is that it is exactly the orthographic projection you would get by projecting that square at that angle. That's the experiment you do.
Yeah, that's a cool story, man. It's a cool
Well, I mean,
story.
it's actually the math is actually pretty simple. You would measure the top end of the rhombus and the top edge of the rhombus and the bottom edge of the rhombus, and you take that ratio, and then you would take
Okay,
the
that's
arctangent of that ratio, and you would expect that arctangent of that ratio would be the angle of incidence of the sun. That would be the test.
Yeah.
That's if that was true, if and only if the sun is
go do it.
parallel.
Then go do it.
Okay. Well, it's not
Why
right
don't
now.
you do
but,
the
like,
Bedford level experiment?
But
It
that's the
sounds to me
experiment.
like you have a hypothetical and actually no evidence for what you're saying. You just have a hypothetical, what you think should happen. Go do
Well, I
the
mean,
test.
the other sure. I mean, it's not right now for me. I'm in the U.S., so I can't really do that for you. But I'd happy to do it another time. But
I
the
know,
other thing is that
but
there's actually a
when
more
you get
obvious
it,
reason
dude.
here. The more obvious reason here is that if this weren't true, all of the like CGI video games would look like ass. Like it just wouldn't look realistic. But the fact that it's indistinguishable tells us that this model is pretty damn accurate. But you could do the measurements
What-
yourself as well.
Literally, what you said makes
But
no
that's
sense.
because of
Dude.
ray tracing.
I swear to God, you just say random shit. What
I'm sorry,
the
which
fuck
part? What
does
did
a
I say that you
shadow
didn't make
cast
sense?
by the sun in the real world have to do
Yo,
with the
post this in
quality
the
of a
side
video
chat.
game?
What I'm saying is that video games use this math and they look pretty realistic. CGI uses this math, it looks pretty realistic. If this math was so abysmally wrong, video games and CGI would just look awful and you'd be able to immediately tell. But the fact that it's fairly indistinguishable, fairly photorealistic, tells me that it's probably corresponding with reality.
The fact you have to make shit up and say it's pretty indistinguishable and pretty realistic. I could listen.
Wait, have you never
I
seen a
could try
CGI photo that looks real?
Show hundreds of people and say which is the fake, which was real, which is fake, and they will be able to pick out the CGI every fucking time. Every time.
No, you're bullshitting.
Oh, I guarantee it, dude.
No, there's even
I
there's even
guarantee
studies
it
on
every
this. There's
fucking
even
time.
studies on
A
this.
real photo. Yeah, post them in the chat.
Hold on. I mean, there was one on Autodesk website that was like, which
No,
one is
don't tell me
3ds
about it.
Max?
Post it in the chat.
I'm gonna give you the
Dude,
test.
all
Hold on.
verbiage,
Yeah,
blah, blah, blah. I don't want to
put
hear
it
no
inside
more
chat.
words.
Hold
I
on.
want evidence, dude. No more blah, blah, blah. Evidence.
Yeah, I'm putting it inside chat. Hold on, I'm finding it. Where is it?
You're a claim stacker, bro.
No, hold on.
You just stack claims, dude.
No.
Dude, this place in here is evidence-based, not
I hear you.
concepts, hypothetical shit like that.
I'm finding it. Hold on. I mean, I can tell you what I'm finding. The V-Ray website, which is a renderer, had this like test that was like, is this V-Ray or a photo? And you could do the test yourself, and most people would fail. I'm trying to find if they still have that on their website.
So a
I think that'd
website. A website.
Well, it'd be interesting because to see if you could pass or fail it.
Yeah, a website.
Well, it's a test that you could do yourself and see if you would pass or fail it. I think that would be educational.
How about no? How about actual empirical evidence, dude?
Well, your claim was that
Not
people
some fucking
cannot
website.
distinguish. Your claim is that everyone can distinguish between CGI and reality. My counterclaim is you can't, right?
Well, if they use a bunch of low-resolution photographs, then yeah, probably not.
Well, you'll be glad to know they're very HD 4K.
Or applied filters to them, or done any number of fuckery. Or they're high compression.
Okay, well, here's one. Which one left? Which one's the render and
You
which
said
one's
they
the photo?
studied this, though. You were lying.
They did. They did. Well, that's.
Who, you?
No, it was a. That's how they validate the. Hold on, I'll send you the study. Give me 5 seconds. But if you want to look inside chat, I put an example. Which one is the photo? Which one's the render? I think it's left or right, by the way.
I think it's the one on the left. I'm not a flat earther, but I think it's the one on the left.
What do you think, Indy? Here's an interesting one on faces. Like, can humans tell the difference between generated and real faces? There's more though. It's just one which looks at images in general. But like the idea of like how realistic is like photorealism is not a new question. Because there has to be a benchmark to know like if your render engine is good or not.
Redefy.
Is it photorealistic? Hi.
I got a question.
Hi.
Are there any full pictures of Earth?
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
Like full unedited pictures of Earth?
Do you mean like every part of Earth is visible from one angle?
Yeah, from like a camera.
I don't think that's possible in the globe model because it's impossible to see
like,
all parts of Earth at once.
Is there pictures of the Earth planet that are not photoshopped, edited, etc.?
Why does that matter?
You mean like taken on film and you have the physical film in your hand? Is that what you mean?
Like, is it possible to capture an entire picture of the Earth in a photograph?
If you mean like that would include every part of Earth, no.
Like, if it was a planet, could you take a picture of the planet?
You could take a picture of some of the planet, yeah.
Without edits? Without Photoshop?
I imagine you would be able to take
something like
film.
this in a side chat. He means like something like this in a side chat.
Yeah, I mean, imagine you could take a film camera up to the moon or something and like take a picture and then bring back the film and hand you the film and you could develop it yourself in your own lab if you wanted. That's possible, sure. If anyone wants to do that, I don't know. Has anyone done that? Taken a film camera up? I don't know.
Well, what about like NASA pictures from their telescopes and shit?
Well, that's not film, right? So there has to be some like computer manipulation to, synthesize the sensor data.
Wasn't there a film photo taken
Did
in the early 90s?
Did they take that up to the moon? They took up film cameras? Maybe.
Yeah, they in the early 90s they did. Or the
Yeah, maybe they did then. Maybe you could get that film yourself and develop in your own lab. Just to make sure no one's tampered with
Elon
it.
Musk put that 24/7 4K high def moon facing. Oh yeah, that's right. He didn't do shit. Sorry.
Maybe. What's up, gamers?
I don't know. I just don't know how the moon stays in the sky if there's no gravity.
Do you think the moon is a physical object?
Do you think it's
Like, do you think you can stand on it?
Yeah, do you think you can stand on it like the moon landing and shit?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I believe
Why
you can stand on it.
Then why is it that you can see stars through the moon?
Well, they played golf on it, so you should be able to.
So you think it's a projection?
No, I think it's like the sun is made of energy. That's why it gives off its own cold light.
What is mirrored energy?
I think you could test this though. Like, I feel like you could just like shoot like some higher energy beam at the moon and see if it like bounces back.
I heard they're planning on a new golf course up there.
Why does moonlight test colder than moonshade?
Does it?
Yeah. If it's reflecting the sun's light, shouldn't it be hotter?
Well, I know in the early morning when the sun actually comes up first, it actually gets colder because all the water melts, or all the water evaporates, and it takes up a bunch of heat. So maybe it's a similar effect. I don't know. I'm sorry.
What is moonshade?
He means areas that aren't under moonlight. I mean, I assume it would just be evaporation of moisture, right? Similar to how like a refrigerator works. You put energy into the refrigerator and it evaporates the refrigerant and that sucks up heat.
Yeah, I might be. I think I'm missing it. Explain it again, Redify. What the question was?
When the sun first rises in the morning, it actually gets a little bit colder because the sun melts a bunch of moisture, or sorry, it evaporates a bunch of moisture. And in evaporating the moisture, it sucks up a bunch of heat, so it gets slightly colder, and then it gets hotter again.
Oh. I guess I could just look that up.
You just take out you could take a, if you have like a smart sensor, you'll just notice it like dips down a little bit. You just go outside and measure that tomorrow, like this morning, like just measure the temperature as the sun rises, and what you'll notice is it dips down a little bit.
If I understand it correctly, it says that the sun's rays are still weak and the Earth is still radiating heat from the previous night. And then the weak solar radiation, when the sun is low in the sky at sunrise, so the solar radiation is weak compared to the sun radiating from the heat radiating from the Earth.
Anyway, it was great talking to you, gamers. I'll probably.
Why do we claim the moon is a sphere when we can see the same face of the moon every night?
That's called a lunar. Oh, sorry.
Well, I think the word is like it's locked. Like the axis of rotation is locked.
It's totally locked to the Earth.
Why are there craters on the side of the moon facing Earth if the moon is rotating around tidally locked?
Because it wasn't always like that. Also, moon craters, asteroids, whatever, they still kind of circulate Earth.
Okay.
And impacts can still happen on the moon.
Okay.
Regardless.
So why are there no impact trails or meteor remains on the moon?
So the moon actually has its own atmosphere, albeit it's very weak compared to Earth's. But over time, it can still like for instance, like the footprints of the moon landing that happened in 1960s. The moon prints are still there, but after a long enough time, they're said it would go away.
So
now, is there
why
any fucking thing you said?
Why are all the supposed craters on the moon circular if a circular impact is caused when a meteor hits the moon at a 90-degree angle?
I don't know. I can look it up for you.
I know the answer. It's magic, bro. It's magic.
It's magic, bro.
That's actually, listen, and when you go look up the answer, you're going to find that is the actual answer. That is the actual answer from physicists. It's magic. You think I'm joking? I'm not. I'm actually telling you the exact
I believe
truth.
it, dude.
That it is the meteors go at a magic speed from which they crash into something, and it always makes round craters. That's the official story, dude. That's why they're all round. There's a magic speed. But hey, man, that's no problem because because this dude thinks there's land in the sky and there's footprints on the moon.
It says the delivery of energy to the surface forces the materials outward symmetrically, producing a crater larger than the impacting body, thus obscuring the effect of angle of impact.
Wait, hold on. How can we see stars through the dark side of the moon?
Stars through the dark side of the moon.
Great album, by the way. Great album.
I don't listen to Pink Floyd.
What?
Listen to that one.
I heard Pink Floyd.
Never have, never will.
Oh my god, someone
You know, Pink Floyd.
Just for the record, he's not with us, Brendan.
Please ban
What's
him.
that?
Dude, what happened? He just got silenced. Damn.
This guy's mad because I don't listen to certain music that he likes. God forbid, eh?
I'm not mood.
I prefer Tool. Thanks.
Cool is cool.
That rhymes. Wait, I got a question for any.
Wait, do you mean when you say through the moon? Would you like you can see like stars like?
Yeah, you can see stars
at
through the moon.
Okay, I'm trying to look it up, but it's giving me a different thing. Hold on.
Tell me what your globalists say. If they even have an
People's
answer for that.
misunderstanding my question.
For what? Can you repeat the question?
How can you see stars through the dark side of the moon?
What? I don't even know what that means.
Like, how can you see stars through the moon? If the moon's a physical object, how can you see through it?
You can? I don't think you can.
Well, then why is there pictures of stars through the moon?
Wait, like when there's like an eclipse, you can see stars on the dark side.
No, when it's like waxing or waning crescent or whatever, like when it's like, you know what I mean?
Let me Google. Hang on.
So when you're talking about pictures of the moon, right? When people take pictures of the moon from Earth.
Yeah, you can see stars through it.
So the best thing I've found
He's
is
talking about speculation of the moon is a non-physical object.
It's not
Yeah.
speculation. You can see stars through the moon.
No, it says.
Tell me how.
Well, because it's why speculation Sunday. You're speculating. You're speculating. Tell me how this will work. You're not making a claim. You're not making a claim that the moon is. You're saying, hey, based on the invariable evidence that you have, the logical conclusion that you're speculating, you're positing here, is that the moon would be a non-physical object.
yeah. So
Well,
I
what
don't know
else would it be?
where you see the
If you can see stars to the moon, then what else?
Can you post a picture of what you're talking about? Because on the forums, like, there's nothing about like any explanation.
Yeah, I'll post it to Tactical so he can post it to me. I mean, he can post it for me because I can't post.
Okay. You can just send it to my DMs or something if you want to. I can just repost it.
Yeah, one sec. Who is it? Worshipper?
TJ Watt Worshipper, yeah.
Can you post it in the chat as well?
I'll post it in the chat.
Yeah.
When he sends it.
I gotta do the fucking. I've been DMing so many people on this server to post shit for me. I gotta do the.
You just gotta wipe them off, dude.
The captcha.
Gotta do
The captcha every time.
Okay. Oh, I didn't copy it. Wait. This is what he's referring to, and he sent me a video too, so I guess I'll just post that as well. Excuse me.
Burp. That was a hell of a burp.
Yeah, I had a big
Sounded
breakfast.
more like a fart.
Big breakfast. No, it was a burp.
We don't do flagellants here in Flat Earth.
You have to demonstrate flagellance without the container.
Exactly. Precisely.
So the only thing I've seen in regards to that with the stars supposedly being seen through the moon, it's either speck dust on the fucking camera or thermal. What is it? Thermal.
Post that last one. Post the last one I sent you.
Yet you see this effect in the Middle
shit.
East, which is why the Middle East flags have that sort of star inside the moon. There's
All right,
something
I'll
about
post the
that
last
part of the world that demonstrates this lunar
phenomenon.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it says either they're saying on the forums for either thermal noise or speck on the dust on the camera.
You look
So,
at
like-
a lot of the Middle Eastern countries. They have the crescent moon with stars in the middle of it
Mm-hmm.
because this is where you see that effect. And this shows you that the sky is like sort of partially related to the ground, but not fully related. Because on the heliocentric model, that shouldn't be the case. It shouldn't be a geographical thing that you're seeing.
So I think with that, I mean, there can be lots of differences between, like, you know, how we view certain things in the sky.
This
or
goes
things, period,
back,
between different parts of the world.
Here, check this out. And this goes back to like antiquity too, because some of these ancient Greek coins from the Mediterranean have the same thing. They demonstrate the same thing.
Well, hold on. What causes lunar waves then?
Lunar waves?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Hold on.
And I'll post it.
You're talking about tides being that are caused by the pulling of the moon on the Earth or on the water?
No, lunar waves. I sent you the.
Oh, you mean like a type of wavelength?
I don't know what it is.
Well, I looked up what lunar waves. It's like it says waves that are caused by the gravitational pull of the moon on the Earth. I don't know if
Do you see the videos I sent you?
Oh, hold on. Let me just accept DM so I can see what. Hold on. Talking about this? Oh, I see it. Yeah, that's what you're talking about. So are you talking about that wave of like looks like kind of like a heat wave that goes across?
I don't know what it is, but it's like it's rendering or something.
It can entirely just be the solar like radiation, you know, interfering with the camera's like line of sight. So like the, you know what I'm saying, from the sun. That's what would be my explanation without actually looking up. Hold on, let me see.
Do you think all the light on the moon is from the sun?
I believe I don't think the moon has its own generates. Does the moon generate its own heat? Hold on.
The moon generates its own cold.
Okay, so it does not make its own light, so that it all gets reflected from the sun. Also, probably.
How did you not know that?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, dude?
Because I don't know every
hold on,
single
hold on,
like.
hold on. I really want to ask this dude a question. Like, this is very important. Why are you Googling what to believe?
Yeah,
really?
he gets all his answers from Zion.
Because I don't have Elon Musk's like fucking.
Well, I'm saying if Google would have told you,
give me all the answers. I don't have all the answers. I'm not an astronomer.
Okay, that's fine. But if Google said the exact
We have AI
opposite,
now, you can use
would you believe?
ChatGPT.
Hold on. If Google would have said the exact opposite, would you believe that instead?
Well, so Google is just a search engine defining the websites that actually tell you.
Do you trust?
Yeah, but if they said the exact opposite, would you believe that?
If they said the exact opposite,
yeah,
with evidence, yeah.
Okay, what evidence?
Let's say like we have two different websites telling me two different things about a certain topic. Like sometimes that happens. I would have to weigh the evidence of both, and then also look what other people say, like peer review, when it comes to stuff like scientific analyses.
So what do you think about Google and YouTube trying to censor Flat Earth and deleting shit like that?
I think YouTube is not without its own like. It's a company. It censors a lot of shit. It's also shown to be kind of politicized as well.
I mean, it doesn't censor all the shit that's telling kids to do weird shit on YouTube Kids, but it definitely censors Flat Earth.
I would say
YouTube is
it probably
extremely
censors flat Earth because flat Earth is deemed as was it misinformation, so that's probably why it gets flagged down. Also,
So
the
aliens and elves and ghosts and leprechauns, those aren't misinformation?
no, because they're not trying to be portrayed as real.
Oh shit, dude. You haven't been around, man.
No.
What you're talking about? Like you're talking about folklore, like
Hold on.
in the mountains. who
Post this
believe that
video in the
there's
side
elves.
chat.
You don't think there's
PJ.
people that believe in ghosts?
It's not a
Hang
matter
on,
of
hang
if
on.
people
I'll
believe
clear
in
this up.
ghosts.
I'll
It's
clear
like
this
you're.
up. Flat Earth is seen as dangerous. That's the reason why they censor it.
Wait.
It's like they see it as like alt-right.
Wait, I can't even post this video for some reason.
I can't.
They
Probably
see
because it
Flat Earth
exceeds.
as
It probably exceeds the megabyte limit on Discord
Hold up.
of the video.
It's only 1 megabyte.
Oh, I don't know then.
There we go. All right. Post that into the side chat.
yeah, they definitely censor Flat Earth. That's like not even a question.
So what would you? So you're making the claim that the Earth is not the moon is not a solid object. What do you believe it to be?
It's a light, like the sun.
What? So light would have to like refract or reflect off of something. So like there has to be some solid object there, right, for it to reflect off of. You can't just.
Well, I think it's its own light.
Change directions. It's its own light. Where would the
Yeah,
light
like
be?
how else does it give off cold light? Testable, verifiable and testable cold light. There's a reason why shit gets super cold with the moonlight being full. You get one of those laser thermometers, you can see what the fuck.
Well, how would it produce its own light?
I don't know. How does the sun produce its own light?
Through the burning of its material.
How far away is the sun?
Millions of miles.
So if the sun is millions of miles away, why are there sun shafts?
Where are sun shafts?
What are sun shafts? It's like
Are you talking about?
there's a guy in here with a picture.
Yeah. I see.
Mick has a picture of sun shafts.
Well, the sun shafts isn't it caused by when objects are like blocking certain like the direct ray of light, so you can kind of see like the ray of light in front of it, like where the ray
If
of
the
light
sun's so
actually
far
is.
away, shouldn't it all come in parallel?
Should it all come in parallel?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, say that again. What was the first part of that?
If the sun is however far away they claim it to be, and we know if they changed the goalpost 1,000 times, if the sun was in space far away, wouldn't it all come in parallel?
I mean, it is like the sun shaft. You can see it's so like the light also refracts off the atmosphere as well, so it changes direction. It's not all coming in the same like direction. You know what I mean? Because light can refract through the atmosphere, and you can see that because like when the sunrise is coming up over the horizon, like it's where you see the position of the sun isn't exactly where it is just because of how light refracts through the atmosphere.
It sounds like some mental gymnastics just to say the sun is actually small and close, and it's doing like a lamp. It's like a lamp. If the sun is close,
No,
it
not
makes
really.
sense that they're. Yeah, it does. It really is that simple.
How would that make sense? So how would the sun stay in the sky? It would have to be lighter than air, right, to be in the sky and stay up there.
Well, how is helium? What is helium made of? Helium. What do they claim the sun to be made out of? What is Earth's
hydrogen, helium, plasma,
atmosphere made
I'm
of?
gonna say iron. Final answer.
Nitrogen,
hydrogen, helium, carbon, oxygen, other elements.
oxygen, and nitrogen. Now, if you look at the elemental,
So how would that all that stay up together up in the sky?
because helium's lighter than nitrogen. That's what I would assume.
Right, but it's
I don't
not
know
just
how
made
else-
up. Is hydrogen lighter than air? Hold on.
Magic.
Okay, so hydrogen is lighter than air.
The Earth is an oblate spheroid.
Yeah, but
Got any evidence for that?
Expensive satellite images and physics.
Wish I had posting power so I could just post this straight in the side chat.
Let's see the evidence that the Earth's an oblate sphere.
If the oceans are curved, wouldn't the sunlight not make perfect reflections across the whole water? Like when you see a sunset, you see the whole light. You know what I'm saying?
Depends on the elevation of the sun itself.
And light refraction.
Yeah. Like I sent you a picture.
Yeah, it depends on the elevation of the sun itself.
Yeah, but like at sunset, shouldn't it be? If it's curved, you shouldn't be able to see the water, the whole line of sun. You know what I'm saying? If he posts in the side chat, you'll understand what I'm saying.
I just posted it for
posted in
you.
side chat why it's an oblate spheroid.
So you chat GPT'd it. No, I'm just gonna strike that. You can find your own evidence and articulate it with your own words.
He didn't even read it.
No,
he didn't even read what ChatGPT gave him. Want to know how I know it's ChatGPT? Certainly. It says certainly.
Yeah, we're not gonna just talk to a chatbot. We could do that directly. We don't need your help with that. How do you know it to be an oblate spheroid? That's pretty much what I expected to hear.
Pretty much. I agree.
You got no clue, so you had to chatbot it.
Okay. This is the picture that I took back in 2016. They did the same thing at the hold on. Does the same thing back.
So you ask
in
if
Hawaii.
so you say the sun is closer than they say it is to the Earth, and it's actually smaller. How do we know its proportions if we know the farther away you are from something, the smaller it seems to get? How do we know we would have to know the exact position of the sun to for you to substantiate.
Would you
that
say it's a
concept.
coincidence that the sun is 400 times away from the moon and 400 times larger, so that they perfectly match up?
I mean, they don't exactly perfectly match up. It's just our eyes can only microscope in so much, or we can only look in through a because even through a total solar eclipse, you can still see the light of the sun, or even just the sun itself go around the moon, outline the moon basically.
Why doesn't the whole Earth experience a temperature change when the Earth is orbiting the sun on an elliptical orbit?
What'd you say?
All right. Why doesn't the whole Earth experience a temperature change when the Earth is orbiting the sun on an elliptical orbit?
Because of the tilt of the Earth, rather, I would think so. Why doesn't the whole Earth experience the same
based
amount
on that tilt, based on that tilt, how can the equator be the hottest part of the Earth's crust if it's rotating around the sun on a tilt?
Because that's the closest part of the Earth. It wouldn't be the poles.
But if it's tilted, why would the equator be the hottest? I'll let you Google it. Go ahead.
Yeah, like I said. It's like I said, the Earth's tilt. I know I wasn't tripping. I didn't even have to fucking look that shit up. I mean, you had to fucking confirm.
All right, on to planets. You ready?
If you think the Earth's flat, you probably have a flat skull, right?
Yes, absolutely.
I think that's an argument. You're probably brain dead.
All right, so on to planets. Why do stars and planets look like luminaries when you zoom in on them? Here's the keyboard.
What kind of focus you're using?
Yeah, like
Depends on what kind
why
of
did
camera and focus you're using.
I don't know why you think I have every like. You're obviously reading off of like a checklist right now, off of probably a website. So I'm at.
No,
so,
this is
like,
my
I'm
own
trying to
checklist.
that you got from who? Because you didn't.
I
Just
made
make
it
all this
myself.
up in your head, right? Yeah, bullshit.
All right, don't believe me, I guess. It's not like I have fucking terabytes of fucking conspiracy data.
Well, let me ask you a question. Then I've answered like 5 or 6, 7. If so, like you explained that the sun is to stay in the sky because of it's higher, or excuse me, it's lighter than air. What would the moon be? What is the moon made out of?
I have no idea. I'm not gonna lie.
But it can't be. I don't think it has to. It would be lighter than air because it looks pretty solid. At least partially
I know.
solid.
I mean, I know the other flat guys in here are gonna hate this, but I believe that the Earth was created by God. So all this shit could be explained by God.
Well, that's kind of secular, isn't it?
Saying God isn't an explanation.
Or non-secular. Well,
Well,
so
I don't know how
if you
to
want to go
explain
down
it.
that route, with God made, heaven, earth, moon, sun. Obviously, we are able to observe this moon, so we can pretty much see what it is. Like, just because it's God put it here doesn't mean we can't explain it through logic and reasoning. God made up all of all the elements and all that. So obviously, we should be able to explain it.
True. But I don't have those answers. Probably NASA does, but they're not going to tell us.
I mean, they do
Right.
tell you. You just choose not to believe them.
Right.
Well, NASA also says it's flat. So what are you going to say about that?
What's flat?
The Earth.
The moon too.
If I may,
Where do they say the Earth is flat?
In all their documents, doing the rocket launches, they have to account the unmovable Earth.
Well, that's because what do you mean the unmovable Earth? Because as in like the rocket can't. So that when they say unmovable Earth, that doesn't mean the Earth isn't moving. It's like that's like you can't move the Earth with the rocket propulsion.
It's a flat, non-tating plane. That's what they say.
A non-tating?
Non-tative.
I said flat, non-rotating.
It's potative and rotative.
Where do they say that?
What's the motivation for the Earth to move?
I got you.
Does anyone know what the
Hold on a sec.
motivation would be? I'm speculating here. I just want to do when stuff moves. There's some sort of motivation behind the movement. What would be the motivation for Earth to move?
You asking me?
Gravity.
Anybody,
Probably gravity.
yeah. Just throwing it out there.
The interaction between two massive objects.
No, that would be the mechanism. But why? Right. This is a why question.
Motivation. Yeah.
Because how to mass. So you just want to get down to the dirty. I mean,
Why are you wet? Were you outside?
For what purpose? That's the crux of the question.
Like, where are we going?
So I don't know if we can't actually observe gravity itself. We can only observe its like effect, right? Unless we have something in the future we don't have as of right now.
Here's where NASA says it's flat.
To answer that question is we don't know. We have no idea why gravity does.
Yeah, I'm trying speculating.
Like in the globe perspective, like it's just like asking, like, why the universe is created, like something like that. Like it's not like we don't know why it does what it does.
They just do what it do.
Yep.
Why does Polaris never move?
It
It
moves.
does.
It does move.
It can't move. It's just a light.
Okay, so if we're tilting, shooting, wobbling, and doing all this shit, I guess it's moving parallel with us perfectly.
No.
It's never deviated an inch off the. It's never deviated an inch off the sky, and you could even. Oh, I mean, when it was there, the Georgia Guidestones. You guys know what those are?
Okay, that's what you mean. It does have a small. What is it, like half a degree or quarter of a degree?
Yeah, because it makes star trails that circles around the Earth perfectly.
No, it don't. Oh, so by the way, Crit, LC's a esoteric flat earther, so he's perfect for today.
Oh yeah.
I mean-
I gave him a briefing.
Did you figure that out? I don't know if you did or not.
Yeah, I talked to him earlier today, and I think early in the week too. I said that.
Wait, what do you mean by esoteric flat?
I just got here today, dog.
Okay, there was another guy I talked to earlier. You know about what today is, right?
No,
Yeah,
I have no
why are you
idea. I have no idea what esoteric even means.
It's like unique.
No, Google it.
Damn right, I'm unique. I'm not a Google guy.
You're like
What
a
do you think
special
it means?
snowflake.
ChatGPT.
I have no idea.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
just
ChatGPT it.
no, just
Doesn't ESO mean
you guys
outside or something? What's it? Stalactite, stalagmite?
no. I mean, if someone were to say like how you're talking right now, are you using the Earth as your proof of the Earth, or are you using everything else other than the Earth as your proof of the Earth?
I take into account all factors, because if you don't look at the bigger picture, then what the fuck are you even looking at?
Everything other than.
You want to talk about the Earth? We could go straight to the Earth. Why is there no curvature?
That's a why question.
What is happening right now?
Why is there no curvature of the Earth if the curvature is supposed to be 8 inches per mile squared?
You're asking a why question. You're asking a why question as opposed to a what.
No, I want to know, why do they think you're an esoteric flat earther? Like,
Yeah, because
Did
he's
you
got secret knowledge that
what?
only he possesses.
Secret knowledge means you can't get it on Google. Just use Duck. Just use the Duck one. DuckDuckGo.
DuckDuckGo is ran by the same people you say that are, they're bought out, I think, by Google.
Wait, LC, what information do you have that we don't have? Why?
Well, you got most of my information off ODD TV. That's on YouTube.
Okay, I have no idea what that is.
Tell him about what the dome is made of.
Firmament.
Tell him that. Yeah, the firmament. What is it made of? Tell him.
Ow, you fucker.
Hydrogen.
Oh, Libyan
oxygen,
desert glass.
Nitron.
What the fuck?
That's what I'm
What'd you
talking
say?
What
about.
did you just say?
Wait, what'd
There
you
you
say?
go.
You
He
said
knows
glass?
this because it was divinely revealed to him.
You said glass?
Dender glass.
Yes.
What is dender glass?
Bolivian desert glass. I think
What?
that's what he said.
Yeah, Libyan desert glass. God
Okay,
made
so
it.
If it
Would
was,
you believe it?
If it was desert glass, does that have an effect of how we view things outside the glass because of like the concave like nature of it?
I don't know. I've never seen anything past
Yeah, look at the text channel.
60,000 feet.
That's what esoteric means. A small group of people that specialize only in this information, which is what he probably thinks he has.
So it's like a lot of like, so you claims. So I find it interesting. I mean, you asked to substantiate like, Globe Earther claim, but I mean, every time you make a claim about, you said desert glass, it's like you don't have any answer for it. It's like you haven't observed it yourself, or you haven't observed the moon yourself, or you haven't observed the sun yourself. But I mean, I understand you can contradict a claim without, like a Globe Earther's claim, without having to replace it with your own ideology. But it's like, what am I supposed to grip onto if it's not that
Objective reality. Just an objective reality. Like,
well, I mean, the objective reality.
Stanford level
I mean,
experiment.
What yes, you say objective reality. When I look at the sun and the stars and all of that, I mean, you could say NASA gives me an answer for it, but the globe earthers, I mean, you claim something, but it's not backed up by any like math or science.
All right, so what happens? All right, if you look at Mars, what do you see?
A planet of like space rock.
Holy fuck.
How do you know?
You wouldn't say it's like a luminary?
No, how do you see a space rock when you look at Mars?
Because it's a big space, like the same space rock that all the other space rocks are made out of.
How do you know what elemental composition it's made of, sir?
Well,
How do you know that?
I'll point to the many or the couple of rovers that have gone there and collected samples.
Well, okay, not you.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
but
so he trusts NASA.
you don't have to do it yourself. I mean, if you want to say making a claim that okay, I know for sure, personally speaking, I know for sure what it is because I've done it with my own hands. It's like that's different from saying like
that's what I said.
I don't think that's necessary. Well, I don't think that's my standard. That's not my standard of evidence, though.
Did you send a rover somewhere?
No, but have you done every single like science experiment that you agree with?
That's not the point.
yourself?
How can you prove a story? How can you prove a story true? Right. How can you prove a story true? Tell us how.
So to prove a story true, I mean, let's say that I was walking my dog outside. So what would be the standard of evidence when I say that to prove that?
No, that's not what I asked. That's not what I asked.
You said, "Well, how do I prove a story too?" I'm trying to give it through a hypothetical.
No. If I told you a story, right? Alice in Wonderland, Narnia, whatever. How can you prove it that what I told you? How can you prove it true? Just use my example. Don't use yours.
What you said, you gave like 3 different like stories there. How do I prove something is true? I was just trying to give you a real life
Pick
example.
one. Pick a
that's not
story.
Narnia.
Pick a
All right,
story.
so I was walking my dog in the neighborhood.
No,
I
that's
can
not your
verify.
example. Not your example. Not your
Why do I have
example.
to use your example? Why is that important to the?
My
the
example
point?
is
It's
the
not even
reason
really
why you
important.
can't understand. All right, somebody tell him. Craig, can you tell him an example just of a story? See if we can prove it true. I got stuff over here.
I did this morning. I flew to Mars.
Did other people see you fly to Mars?
No.
Did you have photographic and video evidence?
Yep.
Okay.
And I gave the glory to God.
Well, I never gave any glory to God, but
I live streamed it, and I had a spokesperson, a very hot Asian woman, and and then a reporter asked her, "How do you know Crit went to Mars?" And she said, "Well, the first thing I know, because Crit told me, is that he gave the glory to God. Bless America."
We love Crit.
So if you're asking me how do I 100% know anything's like real or not, I mean, I can't. I mean, we're only locked by our senses. Our senses can deceive us all the time, and they actually do all the time. It's you would have to have like some kind of God power to know that whatever goes on in the universe.
It's not about our senses, brother. No, you're going the opposite direction now. Now we can't know anything to be true. No, you don't.
Well, that's
you
really
don't
what
throw
the
baby
argument
out
you're
with-
making.
Rat, relax. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Just focus on the question.
Whoa.
How can we prove something to be true? Just focus on that.
You
Don't
can't prove.
just throw everything away.
So I said. So remember when Crit said? I said, "Do other people see you do it? And if not, do you have video or photographic evidence that that is not altered?"
All right, I'll tell you, Rat. It's primary experience. Primary experience. That's how you know that you can prove something to be true. If I had a Lamborghini in my garage and I told you I have a Lamborghini in my garage, how would you know unless you go and verify that it was in my garage?
Yeah. So
You'd have to go and-
Yeah. So
Rat, do you understand what I just said?
I
Do you
did.
understand
So
what I just said?
you're chalking up to
Ow.
I would have to know
Dude.
everything that happens for it to know that if anything's real or not. I would have to do it myself.
Anybody that made a claim, you could test the claim to see if it's true or not. So if the claim cannot be proven true, then you can't know that if it's true or not. You could only hold to it as a belief. That's it. As far
What
as you
about
can go.
if people? So other people other than yourself, can you use that as well?
Dude, you don't have
Done
to.
it.
Yes, with
Okay,
every
so
claim.
NASA, any
listen,
other
with
internet,
Oh
any other
my
space,
God.
any other space industry I could use, right? If that's you just agree to that level of evidence.
The problem that we have is that you need to test every claim. I gotta go.
Yeah, so like you just gave the standard of evidence that I could use. It doesn't even be myself. It could be another space industry. So I would
Which would
use,
not be
if
you.
not NASA, I could use USSR. I
Our
could
U.S.
use
space agency.
Iranian. I could use China.
Rad.
Wait, that's
Check
not the
this
that's
out.
not the standard of evidence. Hold on, that's not the standard of evidence that
Yeah,
he
yeah.
gave. He said as I asked. Wait, hold on.
Not-
I asked
not
if
someone else.
Okay, no, that's exactly what he said. He said it doesn't have to be me. He said I could use someone else to verify that it doesn't have to be myself, and he said yes. So I'm just giving the other space, and that's exactly what he asked for. If you want to change it, okay, fine. That's not what you meant, but that's what he meant, or that's what he said, rather.
That's like if I told you that blue fire actually feels like ice.
And another space agency said that too.
This
Yeah.
SpaceX have is it partially owned by the government, or they get government subsidies?
Hang on, Brad. Can I ask you a question, man?
Yeah.
Going back to the Mars thing, right? So if you trust the space agent, if you take their word for it, right? Do you know what they say their method was to determine for a quote unquote fact that these lights in the sky that we witness are indeed rocks or balls of gas or what have you, right? Do you know what the method that they underwent to actually determine these things?
The scientific method?
Okay. Are you sure about that?
If they're going to make a
Well,
scientific
okay, well,
claim,
no,
usually
okay,
you
let
use
me-
a scientific method, right?
You would ideally, but hang on, right? Well, I should say, what did they actually do? Like, what's the step-by-step procedure that they did?
So they probably made a hypothesis, made a plan of action, got the materials, did the experiment, analyzed the experiment, and made a conclusion, right?
Okay, well, ideally, that would be the case if they were actually doing a scientific experiment, right? But there's a problem here. Okay, there's a bit of a category error, if you want to call it, with what we're doing here, or what they said that they're doing, versus what would ideally be the case for somebody actually doing a scientific experiment. Okay, forming a hypothesis, it's to determine a cause and effect relationship between a set of variables. Okay, so in this case, there's no cause and effect really at play, except for by variables that are actually not able to be manipulated to determine whether they're actually being caused or not. Like they would say, oh, time is passing and that's causing this. It's not exactly what people traditionally would call science or applying the scientific method. So this is not exactly what you would call science.
So
Okay.
you're saying that they don't like the experiment portion isn't exactly like to the up, like it's not like verifiable to the point where we know definite, because like we can't actually like go there and like do the experiment and see what we actually seeing, if it is that or not.
Sort of. There's an argument
which is
made
completely
that-
fine. Like, and if
Yeah,
you know,
the-
like if you study science, like I mean, the first thing to tell you in elementary school or in middle school, whenever, is
Exactly.
that like scientific method is like there's no 100% in science. Like you can be proven wrong. All we have is just
It
evidence.
needs to be falsified. It needs to be falsifiable. But here's the thing, right? In astronomy, they're kind of conflating astronomy with a type of science minus the experimental aspect
Yeah.
of things in a way. Okay, but that's besides the point, right? Like
yeah,
it's good
I
that you
agree.
articulated that. It's good that you
Yeah.
articulated that. But what I was trying to get at is what did they observe, and what was the process that they underwent from that observation to determine for a fact that Mars, for example, little red dot in the sky, is a rock that they'll land on.
So I guess so. If they can't go there in person, they would have to do some.
Can you answer the question,
take something.
please?
Well, what? How do they
What
get
did
to
they
that?
actually do? Not what if this.
Okay,
if
what
that.
do they
you
do?
know
They
what
put
actually did?
put rovers on Mars, and then they send
Sir?
samples back.
Hang on.
Right, where they examine
Before
the
you send something, hang on. You're taking a few steps ahead, man. Before they say, "Oh, this is a rock that we can send rovers to that's X trillion, meters away or hundreds of millions of miles," you have to first determine that this is indeed a rock, hundreds of light years or whatever away, right? What did they do to figure that out? That is
They flew
actually
to it.
the case.
Well, if there wasn't any rock there, how would they put a fucking rover on it, right? So they
Well,
flew
this is
to
the
it.
whole point,
and
right? We're
they
trying
try
to
to
back,
land. They try to land something on it. So
bro,
then they verify that there's something there by
bro,
landing something on it.
bro. First of all, that's stupid. You don't do that. You don't say,
That's
"Oh,
what
I
they
think
did.
that's a rock. Let me spend billions of dollars to send stuff up there," only to maybe discover that it's not actually a rock.
That's
Okay,
exactly
no.
what they did. That is exactly
Are
what
you
the
sure
whole
about
point
that?
of it is.
Are you
Yes,
sure? Okay,
we
so
we don't know what it is
all
until we
right.
go to it, right?
All right. Okay, so let's walk through the step-by-step process of what they did. What are you aware of that they did to first take the first step down this determination, this path of finally determining something? What did they do to say, okay, this is likely a rock that we can go send?
They looked at it probably through a telescope on Earth.
Okay, and then what?
Hey, there's something up there. Let's test and see what it is, and then they sent
Right.
stuff
Okay,
to it.
so you think they just took a telescope, saw a bright light, and then said it's a rock?
Well, it's not a light. I mean, Mars can generate its own heat, but it doesn't really generate its like. It's
Hang
not
on,
like a
hang
light
on,
from a sun or a
buddy,
star.
hang on, whoa. We're talking about 100, 150, 200 years ago, or even longer than that. Way before we even fathomed or conceived of the idea, we can send shit up there. Right? The heliocentric model is, hundreds of years, if not thousands of years old, and arguably speaking. They didn't send shit up there in the midst of all that history to say, "Oh,
Well,
it's
no,
finally
they
a rock."
can't. I mean, they literally can't.
Right.
And they just all they could do is look at it, and until the technology that allows them to go to it arrived, yeah, obviously
Thank you.
that happened. Nobody.
Thank you. So the model was ultimately theoretical for a shit long ass period of time. Okay. And then what happened in the early mid 1900s to further solidify this before they decide to start building shit to send it up there? What do you think?
I don't know what they did in relation to Mars, but I'm just imagining that they probably went up to space to look at it from like outside of Earth's atmosphere before they actually sent anything to it.
Okay, and what do you think they saw?
Observe it.
What do you think they saw?
They saw on Earth.
Okay, so a bright light in the sky. So what convinced? Okay, so what convinced them that a bright light in the sky that has a red?
It wasn't even a bright light.
Red-orange tint, sir. That's all we see here. Do you not recognize? Do you not realize that?
Well, no, you're seeing.
You ever done it yourself?
You're seeing the reflection of how the light interacts with the surface, but that thing itself is not light.
Okay,
it's not producing light.
Okay, so first of all, you have to presuppose that it is a physical surface for you to actually say that it is light beaming off from somewhere else, hitting that curved surface, and then beaming down to you before you can actually say it is a curved surface. You have to guess that, right?
Okay.
So you're already
So
you're already loading the question with your presupposition. The point that I'm trying to get at here is what we see is a little red-orange dot. What is the process to finally determine that is a physical hard surface to begin with?
By sending something to it, like you can make the argument that they were theorizing from Earth until they actually sent something. They didn't know exactly what it is with 100% certainty.
Are you sure about that?
But they could infer it. Yeah, I am saying that.
Okay, they inferred it. Thank you. So what's the process of inference that they took?
They probably looked at they make comparisons between Mars and the Earth. They looked at so they looked at how maybe like the craters on it, and also they could see what looks like once was rivers that could have ran on the surface.
So they can see craters. They can see craters from here. Are you sure about that?
The same way they can see craters on the moon, albeit it is a lot closer, but they could have also looked at it in space with a space telescope.
Okay, so do you have any primary photos produced by these magnificent telescopes that reveal craters on Mars? Don't post any CGI horse shit, by the way.
Well, your standard of evidence of CGI horseshit is probably just going to be any photo that shows Mars, right? So you're just going to say that any photo of Mars is horseshit?
No, sir. There's a difference between a product from a telescope right? And CGI. It's very distinct. Anyway, taking a long
Oh, so
time,
it
but
looks like
basically
that red
what I was
orange
waiting
ball
for.
actually isn't even red orange. It's more blue yellow. Looks like as well from what I'm looking.
Mars is blue yellow. Well, that's the first. Anyway, my point being, sir,
The true color of it.
I was waiting for you to give me. I was waiting for you to say a specific word, but I'll give it to you to take for fucking ever. Okay, they used something called spectroscopy. Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay, Google it. Tell me what
Can
you
you
find.
not just say what it is?
Yeah, but there'll be more thorough things online there if you want to dig into it. It's basically inferring the substance of a thing. Excuse me, inferring the nature of the substance of a thing reflecting light of a certain color. Basically, right?
Yeah, I'll look it up.
So you bounce light off something. Okay, it emits a certain color. And then from that, you can deduce or try and deduce what the nature of the substance is. Okay.
Okay.
And this is basically what astronomers have done for the lights in the sky, and they've come to certain conclusions about the so-called substance of these things. Okay.
Okay.
Now, there's a problem with this method. Okay. The problem is, if I know that if I bounce light off of, let's say, I don't know, I'm pulling it out of my ass here, admittedly. If I bounce light off of a bottle full of barium, okay, a gas, and it emits yellow light or a blue, let's say a blue light. Okay, I'm just pulling it out of my ass here, but I'm just giving you a train of thought, right? And I know that is indeed barium. Does that mean that every time I see that same color blue anywhere I look, like Crit's photo, does that mean that Crit's photo is made of barium?
No, that's why you would use other things other than this optical spectroscopy.
Right. Okay.
To determine the true nature of something, you wouldn't just use one method, probably.
Very good. Very good. Ideally, right? Now, do you know of any other things that they did before they actually were concretely certain enough that this thing was actually a rock that they can go send shit up on, that they did, apart from using spectroscopy, that they did to confirm that this was actually a rock?
Hold on. I don't know. I can.
Very good. So why is it that they have the gumption and people have the confidence in their words that they can go on spouting, their certainty that these things in the sky are indeed made up of X, Y, or Z? Okay. If all they're using basically is spectroscopy, unless you can find something else, that's basically the gist of it. Right? Where does that confidence come from? Following that this line of thinking is fallacious in nature.
Let's see. They use seismic waves to determine the planet's core. Oh, that's for the planet's core, but they use seismic waves to find the composition. Solid momentum, P waves. Yeah. Hold on.
So seismic waves, as in you have a physical object and somehow it emits something that we.
This is when they went on to Mars. They used seismic waves to determine what it is, but pre
that's when they went there. Oh, supposedly. Okay, but beforehand, again, right? Or let's take a step off, right? It's a step off Mars, no pun intended. Let's go to Jupiter, right? They say it's a giant ball of gas, right?
Uh-huh.
I think this is more applicable to what I was saying before, right? About the pulled out of my ass example about barium being blue, right? They point the telescope at Jupiter, and they see a bunch of brown and white and all this stuff, and they determine that this is a giant ball of gas. How do they know this, sir?
It says remote sensing and probes and gravity and magnetic field measurements.
Magnetic field.
Okay,
Magnetic
interesting.
field measurements.
So how much of this have you ever scrutinized yourself?
Yeah, you have no way of doing that without the capital.
I didn't say how much did you go up there and check yourself. I'm saying how much of this information that they put out there have you scrutinized before coming to your solid, conclusion in your head that what they're saying is actually true? How much, like, I'm probing you with these questions, and you're finding this information, off the cuff, ad hoc.
Well, I would have to
Right.
know in depth, like have a greater understanding of all the set math and science involved in determining whatever they say, if it's true or not, and then
How would you determine a little one?
a little what?
Right. So hang on. So the
rover?
degree, no, check this out. The degree to which you understand all their information determines the degree to which you can be fully certain that what they're saying is true or not. That's a given, right? But my point is, how much have you actually delved into at all before this conversation?
None, because I don't have time to.
Okay, so what gives you the confidence that what they're saying is true at all, given you haven't done any research at all, apart from what you were given as a 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old in school with the heliocentric, little plastic models and stuff flying on the ceiling and shit.
Yeah. So.
You see my point, right?
Like I said, you have to wait. Like we were talking about earlier with the scientific method, you have to wait for some kind of falsifying evidence that counterclaims it and is peer reviewed, and then determine if it's real or not.
Right. Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem. It goes back to what I was saying before. This is not actual science, sir. So it's you're gonna wait a long time for someone to come up with scientific.
Yeah, you have to go there, right? So
to the content.
And yeah, so astronomy is like a very different way of science than we do things, because it's very easy to do like certain experiments on Earth because we have all the tools necessary. We don't have to travel millions of miles to do any of the calculations or anything, or to conduct it. You can say that it's all speculation, and I mean that's completely fine. That is under the same. If we're going to be consistent with the scientific method, you can say yes, it is speculation, but I think
there's an argument to be made. There's an argument to be made that this does not fall under the category of science per se.
Yeah.
So you can't wait for a scientific claim to falsify it.
Okay. I mean, you can. It's fine. You don't have to believe it if you want to stick with the scientific method. I think it's totally fine. I mean, how many things have we thought to be one way, and then science comes out, hey, new paper comes out, new paper drops. This is not how we thought it was. This is how it's changed. People back in the day used to think the Earth was flat, or the Earth was in the center of the universe, and then it changed.
Oh, you mean people think it's a ball, but they can't show curvature?
Exactly.
Would you say that it's a scientific endeavor to try and scope that out?
I'm sorry?
Would you say it's a scientific endeavor to try and scope out whether the Earth is actually curved or not?
There could be one. Is there a paper that's out and that tries to falsify the curve Earth?
Think about it. You're doing a measurement, right?
Okay.
It's more akin to what you're doing a measurement and then you're doing some operations and number crunching and shit. Okay, it's more akin It's more akin to what a carpenter does. He does measurements and then he performs operation, does some math and does operations on wood or whatever. Right? Would you call that science, sir? It's geometry. It's not science. Right.
Well, I mean,
so
mathematics and science are kind of intertwined with each other. I mean, you can say
no, that's not true. Science, but that's not exactly true, sir. Science uses mathematics, but mathematics itself is not a science.
Well, math is just the way that we use to logically explain physics.
Right. You can use math to describe. Yeah, you can use math to describe things. Okay, you can model shit out and make predictions or postdictions or whatever. Right? It's a language describing, the behavior of certain things, certain variables. Right? It's a tool used inside science, wrapped in the nice little package of the scientific method, but in and of itself is not science. It's like calling English science. It's not. You use English or French or Italian, whatever, to form your scientific hypothesis,
Or to
to
communicate it.
describe and explain, and to communicate. Math is just a communication tool, just with different characters and operations and shit.
Measurements equal
That's
reality. Calculations and that equals.
Yeah, calculations are effectively, steps removed from the initial point. You have to be careful with that. But my
Math
point
is
being,
just a
sir,
concept.
right. So back to Rad. My point being, sir, trying to ascertain the shape of or the nature of the ground below us. Would you call that a scientific endeavor?
Determining what is beneath our feet.
What is the nature of what we're standing on, whether it's curved or not curved? Let's say.
Yeah, you can. That's a scientific endeavor.
How so?
I mean, what? I mean, you ask how so? Like, what do you?
What cause and effect relationship are you trying to figure out?
Well, you have to give me an example. Like, so, like, what if determining what dirt? If dirt is dirt,
dirt
let's
is
say,
dirt.
like, what dirt is dirt? Let's say, do these assembly? This is combination of elemental components get me dirt, and then they test. They do that. They do the experiment, and then they have a conclusion to their hypothesis.
Okay, well, trying to figure out what makes dirt, right? What chemical process creates dirt is different from trying to figure out the shape of a block of dirt that is already there, right? Let's say.
Okay.
Right, so it's a bit of a different category, right? The question is like comparing what's the shape of this basketball? Oh, I'm going to take a ruler and some tape, some flexible tape measures and all this stuff, versus trying to determine how to get my kettle to boil water so I can make a tea or a coffee. All right, what causes it to boil? You see, there's two different questions.
Basically, the correct answer would be no, it's not science, and it would be a measurement.
Thank you. This guy needs a lot of help tonight. Appreciate the
So
input.
patronizing.
Yeah? You want to help him out? Too?
No, I'm just listening.
Yeah, text him. Maybe he'll get one answer correct.
No, I said you're being so patronizing.
Yeah, she's listening, though. She's just listening.
Yeah, thank you. So, Rat, you see my point, in all this?
Yeah. So grab it all back to the original. So what you're just saying, like we were saying before, is that you can't verify yourself. Therefore, you don't know if it's real or not. Okay, cool. So until I see something
that wasn't the point.
no, I mean it was primary evidence, right? That was the word used. So if I don't have primary evidence, I don't know if it's real or not. Cool. I'm gonna choose to believe what what is put out, and until falsifying papers are put out and against it, I'm gonna choose to believe what scientists have put out.
So
the closer you are to first-hand primary knowledge, or even a means by which you can use a means by which you can implement to determine primary knowledge, the degree to which you are closer to knowledge and further away from just belief. It's a sliding scale per se.
So basically, no scientific papers necessary, no consensus, no appeal to authority necessary, just measurement in reality. You just rely on what you experience in reality.
You're assuming that measurements are going to be 100%. Measurements are just a tool that we made up in our mind. It's not anything made by humans. It's not going to be inherently 100% correct. You can say
as
that
long as you ignore the reference
consistent.
constantly referred to, as long as you ignore the reference and the fact that we have a horizon and sea level, as long as you ignore those things, then yeah.
Yeah, sir.
Okay,
And
so
measurements. Hang
so
on.
just put
Measurements
out.
don't have.
Why isn't it so
Hang
hard
on.
to just put out some falsifying paper then?
No,
Does it
sir.
even need
Sir.
to
It's
be
not
peer reviewed?
science. It's no need to put out a paper. It's no need to appeal to anyone putting out a paper because it's irrelevant. Once you
Because
have
you
the
don't
things you
have
can
because you
verify
can't.
in nature, like the measurement.
So what are the calculations then they use?
Measurements greater than calculations.
Okay, so what are the measurements that they use?
Elevation angle measurements.
I'm talking about the flat earthers.
Elevation angle measurements for everyone.
Okay. What I'm asking where are they? Did you post it?
Sure, maybe someone
And
will post.
there may very well be. I mean, I'm not gonna be able to analyze it and see where poke holes in it or anything. But can I just see it? Like I said, I'm open to.
Well, you can actually
just type
you can actually
it
look.
in Google like everything else. Just type it in.
Yeah.
Type it in Google like the
Well,
Venus.
I mean, I actually wouldn't get it in Google.
Yeah, you would. Just type elevation angle. It will give you a definition.
Well, the definition, but what are the flat Earth measurements that they use and verify?
So you can check
That's irrelevant. You just read
That's
it
not
and
irrelevant.
understand
That's
it.
what I'm asking for.
It doesn't matter.
That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking for. I'm not worried about the
But
definition of something.
if you read the definition and understand it, it would use words like
Okay. So you just say you don't have the measurements, dude. I'm not asking for the
or I can
definition.
post it, or you can just type it in Google. Either way.
Just post it then. That's what I was asking for.
Or you can just type it in Google.
No. Okay. So you're not gonna say.
I'll get you something.
Kind of crazy. I mean, just substantiate it, dude. Like I'm not like it's not even supposed to be like a gotcha moment, like I said from the beginning. Until
No. I completely understand. Sorry to cut you off, but my hands are full right now. I just giving you some tools.
Yeah, Rat. Let me get you something. Okay. This is not elevation angle stuff. It's a little bit more down to earth. But this is the type of shit I'm talking about. What's your name? Rat. There you go. You see my post in the text chat?
On the text chat. Wait.
Yeah. So this is the kind of thing that blew my mind. Okay. Because the claim is that we live on a spinning water ball, right? With a radius of 3,959 miles, circumference of whatever, 24,000, 25,000, whatnot. Okay. And with those numbers, you can derive the other types of variables, or other types of attributes of that physical object, namely the curvature rate. Okay. Now, these guys, they went out and they performed an observation using lasers to try and, to try and see if they can actually observe this curvature rate that would be natural to a ball of said radius. And they didn't find it. Okay, so this is when you hear people say, "Oh, the Earth is measured flat." Okay, this is an instance of doing that, because I think over 28 miles, you would expect. I think it was a couple hundred inches or a couple hundred feet, dozens of feet. I forget. Like it's a large number of deviation. Sort of like if you take a basketball and you put a ruler on it, like a solid ruler, you see the ball curves down under the ruler, right? You can measure how far or how much the thing will curve down every inch out on the ruler from the center. And you can predict it and map it out mathematically. On the Earth, we expect about 8 inches per mile squared. So, you stand on the edge of the shoreline. You go out 1 mile. You look out 1 mile. There should be 8 inches drop from that kind of projected ruler plane.
Is it possible that the light is refracting off of because it's in an uncontrolled environment? Is it possible that it's refracting off the atmosphere and off the air particles and dust particles?
A lot of people claim that, but what's interesting about this observation is some other people have done this using an array of light frequencies. Okay, and we know that various light frequencies refract differently under the same conditions, and no deviation, or if any deviation, it was like negligible, was noticed. Okay.
Yeah, because it could be possible that they're refracting off the atmosphere in the same way that the other ones were. Are they?
They would not, because they're of different frequency lengths, wavelengths, sir. This is the point being, right? The margin of error of what is expected, okay, from some phenomena like this, some observation like this, is the results from this type of observation compared to what was expected is orders of magnitude off. Okay, and that is well beyond the most commonly expected 5%.
Not to mention that 150 feet of missing curvature.
Yeah. In other words, long story longer, right? They're not finding any curvature, or at least not the curvature rate that we're told. Okay.
So in a specific experiment, they use different types of laser or light frequencies.
The one that I posted, it was green, I think. I've seen these guys also green light. Yeah, these guys also did it with blue on a similar distance. And there's somebody somewhere in the VC that can probably cite or excuse me, could source the example where the guys did all. I think they did 3 different beams in one shot. I forget. I heard somebody mentioned it before, and there was no deviation, or very little, like due to small, whatever. Because normally over this, you would expect, like I said, hundreds of feet or whatever. But these guys were 6 feet off the ground at the source, and the receivers were about 6 feet off the ground, plus or minus a few inches. But the light beam should be going over their head, 10s, 20 feet high, or something like that.
And that would make it so that they wouldn't be able to see the beam?
No, they would see it. It would go right over their head.
Oh, they would say they would see the beam go over their head, but they wouldn't see it be refracted back into the camera, like directly, you're saying?
No, it wouldn't hit them on the shoreline.
Well, I'm saying
go right over their head.
I mean, you observe the light, like some of that light would have to hit your eye for you to see it, right? So I'm saying they would see the light up above them, but to see that light, it would have to refract at some point and hit their eye. You know what I mean?
Sir, if you have a laser, you know what a laser is?
Yeah, it's a concentrated beam of light. I understand that.
Right. So when you have it, and there's other ones, probably not in this example here, where there's actually a target, okay, and there's a beam of light from on one side, hits the other side, and you see a little circle, red dot, or whatever color it was on the target. That's not like a fray of the light beam accidentally bending off, bouncing off some dust in the sky and hitting them. Okay. Anyway, check it out if you want. If you don't, whatever. But my point here is that these are the types of procedures that people have done and are still doing to confirm that the stories that we're told don't match up with reality. That's all. Now, you can take it or leave it, but I think all this big diatribe on my part, and I do apologize for that, is really just to try and get to you that this is a story, and you basically admitted that it's a story because you even said it earlier that you haven't looked into any of this.
Well, my subjective looking into something of whether or not if something is true or not doesn't make it more or less true if on an objective
You're
level.
right, but
It's
you're right, but you're
separating
right.
them into-
But you don't know it to be the case unless you look into it. Right?
Yeah,
if I tell you 1 + 1 = 2, and you say you take it for granted, but you never actually do the math, it happens to be true, but you're kind of believing me. If you're 2 years old and I tell you 1 + 1 = 2 for the first time, and you just memorize that, it's true, but you kind of don't really know it because I could be lying. You never
Does the video show the math?
What math?
You're saying that if you don't show me the math, like how do I verify it? But does the video show the math?
These guys talk about the measurements and everything.
Do they show the mathematical equations on the same on a because that's the level you're talking about to verify? You'd have to see some type of equations, right? So I would ask where the equations.
I think this one does. It might not, but one of these guys' videos do. They break down the model and they break down what they should expect and what they don't. And they compare what they get and they kind of outline the difference. Okay. And this is just one thing of many that probably it's worth opening the floor to other people if they want to bring some stuff up, because I hate taking the floor for like this. But I just wanted to point out, sir, because you were talking about Mars and space and all that. And the fact of the matter is you have to take it on faith that the space agencies are telling the truth. Just by the sheer nature of it. Right? It's not like it's a bad thing. We all have to trust each other from time to time. But when it comes to critical things, one would be behooved to double check when it comes to really important things. Right? And this is supposedly a very important thing. It's the nature of our reality and who we are and why we're here and all this stuff. What is it that gives them the gumption to tell us the bits and pieces of it in the first place? It's kind of important, I think.
I'm getting the call.
Anyway.
1 second.
No problem. I'm kind of long-winded, so I'll leave it there.
Pretty quiet there.
It is, yeah. After I just spoke for 20, 30 minutes to somebody, I'm taking a little bit of a breather there.
Alright, that's cool, man. Alright.
But feel free to pose a question or whatnot.
I'm just more curious about the flat Earth position as well. Do you have a best reason for getting me to jump to your side? One single great reason?
Yeah. Question why you think we live on a ball to begin with.
I'm jerking off right now.
Oh, don't do that.
The fuck?
Don't do that.
You
have any proof of the globe, sir?
That's a word that they use on Iraq. Doesn't that say more about you than it does about me? Oh, he's gone. Anyways,
that's good.
You said something before, that guy. Yeah, sorry. What was the
Yeah,
last
I was just curious, like, what do you have any proof for the claim that we live on a spinning ball orbiting through outer space?
Oh yeah, most of our institutions.
Give us your best proof.
Yeah. Why, man? I just started talking. You can like let me please finish. Like I'm nice. I like the things that I care about dialogue. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. So our institutions all rely on science, which is consistent with the measurements that we make, and those measurements have been used to those measurements have been used to find some kind of global. Fuck, man. Hang on. Oh fuck. Hang on. Can I get back to you guys? There is a mess in my room all of a sudden.
Yeah, do your thing, man.
Sorry about that. I'll get back to you later.
Hey, Ranger, you were chiming in a bit earlier. Sorry to cut you off. Did you want to take the next one? I know I've been a little bit long-winded there.
No, you good. You good. I'm just listening.
Yeah, all right. Couldn't help but notice that 4 or 5 people left at the time that I was talking. I'm starting to think that maybe I overstayed my welcome a bit.
I think those were trolls.
Well, AV left, so did AI, so hate to see them leave on my watch, so. But whatever. Hang on, I'll be right back. My app is kind of crashing. Give me a sec. What's up, Cars? Yo, Cars. Think we live on a ball?
Of course.
Yeah. What makes you think that?
Just, it's like mainstream. It's what the images say. It's what people tell me. And that's as far as I go about it.
Yeah.
Typical.
At least he's honest. Straight up. You know, as short as that was, it's probably the most, most honest and best, engagement I've heard all day. Oh, shit.
Definitely Glober of the Day right there.
Know what?
I said definitely Glober of the Day right there.
Yeah. Golden Star. Most honest. Yo, AV, you missed that. Some guy just came in. I asked him, you live on a ball? He's like, yeah. I said, why? He's like, because that's what the mainstream tells me, and that's all. I'm like, yeah, he leaves. Most honest all day.
Definitely a telescope night tonight where I'm at. Oh, the stars.
Yeah, you got clear skies?
Yeah, I'm in New England. Fucking, I come out every night. I'm checking out the sky and shit. And tonight there's a whole lot of lights up there.
Are you near a city or?
Like an hour south of Boston. But
Okay.
yeah, I'm in a crowded area. Definitely. Unfortunately.
But enough lack of city glare that you can still see shit?
Yeah, it's not like Arizona. I mean, Arizona, it's a world difference. Fucking, the skies are fucking beautiful out there. So many lights. You can see it when you look up, but no. Out here, you don't get much, man. New England's real gray and gloomy.
Yeah. Yo, Rat, are you still there?
I'm still here. I'm trying to get in contact with one of my boys. We're supposed to be doing something today, but he's acting like he AFK.
Oh, okay. Yo, Alpha, when do you plan on doing the next X Space?
Yo.
What's up, Blue?
Hey, how's it going, Flat Earthers? Are you guys happy Trump won or
Indifferent.
indifferent? Oh, okay. Were there any Kamala supporters that were Flat Earthers or are Flat Earthers?
I don't know.
Oh.
No one really voices that in here. I like to talk to people who come in who may be able to prove that we live on a spinning water ball.
Okay. Shoot. I'm kind of notorious for proving you guys wrong on here. Kind of.
Are you?
I'm enemy number one of 24/7 Flat Earth.
What was your
Ask
last
Crit.
video?
Yeah, ask Crit. Boy, he knows me from the other server way back in the day.
Yeah. What was your last engagement?
I don't know, maybe 6 months ago.
No, what? Not when.
What's that?
The question was what, not when. What were you guys talking about?
What was my last engagement? If I forget, I think I guess I just said that the Earth is round, and then somebody said prove it. Then I proved it, and then they got mad. So I posted a YouTube channel of amateur rocket hobbyists. They sent an amateur rocket into space, and you could see the curvature, and then you guys got mad about it. Now they said that there was a GoPro, but the GoPro itself did not have fish lens. What is it called? Is it fish lens? It was shoot. I'll have to pull up the video, but the curvature was there, and you could see it. Sorry, it was what?
Fisheye, you're talking about.
What was that? Sorry, I didn't catch it.
Fisheye.
Fisheye. Sorry, hey, thank you. I'm an idiot. Fisheye. So yeah, I didn't have fisheye, and then so then they just got mad and they said, "Well, you weren't there, so how do you know?" And then I got banned, and now I make fun of you guys, kind of. Yeah.
Well, perhaps we can have a bit more cordial of an engagement there.
Sure, man. Anything you want. Yeah.
Well, so besides that video, like I presume you assumed that we live on a water ball prior to seeing that video, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
What convinced you that was the case?
Well, just common sense, really. I think with flat earthers, they just can't piece together like mass and gravity. I think it's a little too difficult for you guys, and it's okay. Like I get it.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a hard concept to grasp.
So right out of the gate, you don't have to be so condescending. Okay. So we can walk through the process if you want, right? So you're talking about mass and gravity right off the bat, as if that's like a given.
Yeah.
Everybody's got it right off the bat. They got it all.
So how do we?
What is gravity?
Right. So what are we talking about what are we getting at when you use the words mass and gravity? What does that mean?
So mass is just a big object, right? And that big object has a force called gravity. And that gravity pulls things down.
Okay, so the term mass is big object?
In simplest terms, so it's like a large body, just a large body of anything. So it doesn't have to be circular. It could be anything. Yeah, it's just a big object.
It's just because you're saying mass, right? And my understanding of the word mass is an attribute of any particular object, referring to how much quote unquote resistance to acceleration it has.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't think that. I just think it's just a large object.
Yeah. Well, something that is massive, right, in a colloquial sense, is a large thing. But a mass of something is an attribute, right? So if I have a pebble, it has a mass of whatever, right? Yep.
Mick, we don't educate them. They have to either know. That's the part of their learning process.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to clarify.
If you educate them, you're actually enabling them. They
You're
don't
right.
realize they don't realize that they don't know. This is all psychological, right?
Hey, so I
Blue
just
doesn't
googled
know.
mass.
Blue doesn't know that
Oh,
he doesn't know. So when you
Mhm.
point it out, then he'll realize, oh wait, I don't know what mass is. I'm just using them in sentences like I think I know what it is.
A large body of matter with
That's his
no
problem.
definite shape.
Yeah.
So
mass.
when you
Yeah.
hold on, Blue. When you go ahead and tell him, you will enable him to actually agree with you because he doesn't have to look up the information.
Mhm.
Okay.
So that's a huge
I'm
problem.
telling what I know.
Like
Right.
in this whole process, that's a huge problem. We can't do that because then he will carry on thinking like he knew the answer all along. He didn't, which is the issue.
Alpha, you remember me, don't you?
Yeah, of course. But
Of
the thing
course.
is, though, Blue, like,
I'm the man in this VC. You guys, I'm untouchable.
well, I don't know if that's true. The thing is,
Alpha,
like,
you rage quit every time. Stop. Just
Rage
quit
quit?
now. Yeah, just quit
All right.
now. It's fine.
So
Here,
when
me and
Mick said-
Nick were talking. Can we continue?
no.
I think
So
he
when
was
you
making some points. I feel
yeah,
converted.
he does because he knew what he's talking about. You don't. That's the problem.
Oh, great.
So he was
I'd
explaining
love to
something.
hear
He
more.
was explaining what mass is. You didn't know what mass was until
No,
he
it
told you.
doesn't sound like it. Yeah, can I hear more from Mick? Thank you for interrupting. Mick, go ahead.
No, this is how this is gonna go. You're either gonna tell him that you know what he's talking about when it concerns mass, or you really don't, because he's not gonna give you any more answers. That was like enough, actually. He shouldn't tell you anything
Mick, are you
more.
going to let this man speak for you?
No, this isn't you having your conversation way in this channel.
Okay.
That's not how this goes. You either produce
Okay,
the evidence,
so mass. So what would you like me to say? Alpha
produce the
Vertus,
evidence that
you
you
need to
know what
shut up.
mass is.
Yeah, I know what mass is. Thank you. Okay, can
What
you shut
is
up now?
What is it?
Okay, it's a large body of matter with no definite shape.
No, that's wrong. That's
I
wrong.
just told you, sir. That's
He just
not
told
the
you what
case.
it was. Mick just
That's
gave
not-
you the answer.
Oh,
How
he
did you
gave me the
forget?
Okay. Great. Okay, can we continue?
No, we're not going to continue because
We're
you
not
got
gonna-
it wrong.
we're not gonna
He
continue.
literally, listen, this is your attention span. He just told you the
No, I
answer.
can't wait till
And you
Trump
botched
deports
it. You botched it because you think that you're whatever. I don't even know what you think you are, but you definitely don't know what mass is. He gave you the answer. You forgot it.
Great. I'm sorry, my memory's so bad. Sorry, can you repeat it, Mick? What is mass?
You can tell him, Mick. I mean, obviously he
Yeah,
got it
obviously,
wrong
I'm just not too
twice.
smart. Can you
You got
tell
it
me?
wrong twice.
Yeah, I did. Can you tell me, Mick?
Part of me doesn't really want to. I think that's
Okay.
your problem. Maybe go back on the YouTube live stream.
Yeah.
Yep. See, it's weird because Blue, you come in here and then you throwing your weight around like you know what you're talking about
do.
when really you don't.
I do. I'm
You
scared.
need people to spoon feed you answers, man. This is you. You want us to tell you what your worldview is, and it should be your job to be telling us what it is.
Oh man.
Well, you should be telling
never,
us
never
what the
change,
world.
AV. Never change.
I can't.
I
I mean,
know.
obviously,
You're too dumb.
obviously,
You're
I
too
got
dumb.
one. Listen, I got one job, and so do you, to
What's
provide the
that? You're
evidence
trash
of my
man?
claim, and you need to provide evidence of your claim, which you're not doing. You don't know definitions. You don't understand what mass is. Definitely.
Oxford Dictionary: a large body of matter with no definite shape.
Yeah, but what does when you
Wow, that
when
was
you
wow.
qualify,
Are we,
listen,
is that
when
going to
you're
be on
qualifying
YouTube?
mass, when you're
Is that
qualifying mass, Blue, when you're qualifying mass for a specific understanding of something, right? You said something has mass. What is the defined term for mass? It's not just you can't just throw mass around and say, well, that has mass. What is mass? What is it in and of itself? What do you call it? Can you hand me a cup of mass?
Yeah, actually, I can. I can
No,
hand
you can't.
Yes, I can.
It's a convention, you fool.
It's a
Mass is not in and of itself something. Yes,
It's a
it
large
is not
number.
in and of itself something.
I can hand you a cup of mass.
No, you really? How are you going to
Yes.
hand me a convention?
I'll just hand it to you. Here you go. Here's mass.
No, here's the thing,
You're a
sir.
fool, dude.
When you and I were speaking, right?
Uh-huh.
You use the word mass, okay, without prefixing it with a mass. So mass as an adjective is indeed an attribute of something. But when you say a mass, right, that's where that's a noun. Like you just kind of brought the dictionary for the definition for. That's why I went on what I talked
right?
about.
Like a stack, like a pile, like a bunch, right?
Okay. So a mass
Which all of which I can hand, by the way. Yeah, right.
Right.
I can give you
Okay.
a
So
stack of papers.
any
piles.
object. So any massive object.
Okay. So
That's
you're asking if any object can be mass? Yeah, if you clump them together, yeah, sure, why not?
right. Okay. So that's what you were meant by. Okay. Okay. Carry on from there then.
Okay, cool.
We still get it wrong. Mass is not matter. It is not something. You still get it wrong.
Okay, great.
Right. As an attribute, it's not. In the colloquial sense, he was using it in the sense of a thing.
Yeah, but he has to understand what mass is in regards to, like, him attributing it to something that has weight.
Yeah.
Yeah, gravity.
So
yeah, because that's what we're gonna have to do. That's how we're gonna talk about it.
That's how we wanted to use it. That's how he wanted to
okay,
use
well, I didn't know that's how you wanted to use it, sir. I'm not
No,
a mind
that's how you wanted to use it. You're trying to make it bolster your argument, and it's not going to. It is
That's
not just
not an
something that you point to.
What is the argument? There's no argument. I'm just stating facts.
There is. There absolutely is. You're trying to argue for the side that the Earth is a globe.
Chill with
That's your whole. That's your whole point. And you don't have it.
Science, man.
Yeah, you don't have it if you don't have a defined term of what mass is. We're not going to give it to you. Mick said it like twice already.
Great, thank you. Can we continue?
No, dude, you can't continue being wrong. You're not just gonna say I'm gonna be wrong still and argue for my wrong position. No, you have to
aren't
correct
you
yourself.
here to convert me, Alpha?
I don't need to convert you, dude. I'm here to expose your wrong. Listen, I'm here to expose your wrong thinking. First of all, you're formulating your argument incorrectly, so it's malformed right from the rip. You're trying to use a word that has technical meaning that you don't have understanding of. And then you're trying to bolster your argument. Say, let me just move forward with my argument. You're not gonna.
Cool. You asked about gravity as well, Mick. Can I give you an answer on what gravity is too?
You brought it up.
We got any Kamala Harris supporters in here?
Fuck no.
That's not the channel for it, sir.
No, we're just. But if you want to stick around, I'm about to school some flat earthers. I'm kind of a legend in this. Yeah.
That was funny. That wasn't even me. But
Yeah, I got
thought what he thought.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So gravity is a force by which a planet or other body draws objects towards its center.
Okay. So in what convention are you using for gravity? What definition or what model are you referring to? Are you
just in the literal sense. In the Earth model. In the Earth model, in the literal sense.
So the more contemporary version or the initial version from early mid 1700s?
I don't know.
Versus Einstein.
Yeah.
Mick, he does not think.
I guess.
Mick, he does not think of. He doesn't think in the way that you think.
Yeah,
I know.
You're a bit too deep for him. This guy is like a crayon muncher. You gotta like. I'm serious.
Okay,
you have to start. You have to draw things on a whiteboard. You know, like really talk slow.
Great. How come other planets are round? And how come?
I told you. Told you, Mick.
Yeah. So you don't have to jump. We can stay on first thing. Right?
Can we? Because Alpha Vertus keeps interrupting. I think we should just get to it. How come other planets are round?
No, you don't have to jump.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Continue.
You don't have to jump. So you can answer my question, right?
Sure. I think of it in the modern day Earth, whatever that is.
Okay. Well, perhaps you're unaware, but the more conventional way of speaking about gravity, right, is that they don't call it a force.
Okay.
Okay.
So what do they call it?
Tracking the other word.
What do they what?
What do they call it?
They call it like a pseudo force or some term, but it's not categorized.
Savage, you're really low, brother. We want to hear you, man, but you're really, really low.
I don't hear him. Oh, I think he's just hot miking, man.
No, he was responding, but he's just really low.
No, I can't hear him. Go ahead, Mick. So it's not a force in the conventional sense or the traditional sense, yeah. Okay, cool. So, okay. So what does that mean?
Okay.
It's not a real force? Are you saying it's not a real force, yeah?
Right. So by your definition, you're off the cuff already.
Gravity is indeed a real force, but not in the traditional sense. In other words, gravity is not a direct classical action of distance force between two objects. However, in a broader sense, gravity is indeed a force because it describes the resulting interaction between two masses. So it is a force. Wow, look, you're wrong again. Okay, let's continue. Go ahead.
Dude, citation, please.
Sure. Yeah, we'll put it in the chat. Link in new tab. Control A, Control C, and Control V. There you go, big dog. And it's highlighted. Go ahead and take a look. Anyways, anything else? So that's what, 3-0? Anything else?
Dude,
damn, yeah, you just got blown the fuck
dude,
out.
you haven't said anything. Why are you
That was
counting?
easy. Okay, so why
told
are
you,
we next
Mick.
round?
This dude is
Bro,
delusional.
you haven't even,
I told you, Mick.
You want to go next?
I
Ranger, you
warned
want to
you.
go next?
Extra delusional.
Dude, I have 20 people talking at the same fucking time. Dude, what are you counting?
What do you mean?
You haven't even said anything yet.
Okay.
You
let's
said
continue.
one sentence. You elaborated on one
That's fine, I'll keep
sentence, and now
embarrassing
you're
you for
giving
the
yourself
YouTube.
5-6 points. Or something like that.
I'll keep embarrassing you for the YouTube bot. Let's continue.
Embarrassing. You haven't.
Yeah.
You haven't even said anything yet, sir. I had to clarify 3-4 of your points.
Then let's let
Already?
us continue, good sir.
Okay.
So
Where
it
from?
is a force, but it's not according to you. That's
This
cool.
dude has a mental. There's
Okay.
no.
Yeah. Okay. So here's your thing.
Mhm.
So it's treated as, but it is not really. So conventionally, in the mathematics, they treat it as if it is, but in reality, it's not, even according to them. Okay. So there's your problem. Now here's the crux of the matter, right? This so-called gravity that the
Why do you sound far away?
I'm right here, sir. I'm 6 inches
Okay.
away from the phone.
Can
You
you
do
sound
sound far away, Mick.
Do I really?
Yeah, you sound like you're in a different room.
Yep.
I'm not. I'm just probably speaking at an angle to my phone. Excuse me.
No, I think flat earthers can't afford mics.
You're a
He's here to
retard.
dunk on you, Mick. I'm just telling
Yeah,
you,
that's
bro.
that's like the second and third time.
You're trying to be charitable, and he's just trying to dunk on you, bro. Just telling you.
Well, you can keep
Of course,
trying.
what you-
You know.
Extremely childish behavior.
Ranger, you want to go next? I got you.
Dude, you don't pick this.
But you're
pick
too
what's-
easy. Like you. Okay, well, let's continue. Go ahead.
Yeah. Right. So where did they get this idea of gravity to begin with?
Oh, who invented gravity? Right.
That wasn't the question.
Where did they get this idea of
Where
gravity?
do they get
We want to go to
gravity?
Isaac Newton, or where? How far back do you want to go?
Where do you want to start?
Oh shoot, I don't know. You tell me. Where would you like to start?
Dude, you're making the claim.
I'm making the claim that gravity is a force, and you want me
You're
to
invoking-
give you the
you're
history of
invoking-
gravity. In this,
That's
in
not
this
what I
call,
said.
you want the
That's not what
history
I
of
said at
gravity,
all.
right?
That's not what I said. I said
Well,
I'm saying you're invoking gravity in the argument to begin with,
Mhm.
right? So what initiated the idea that gravity is a thing to begin with?
Oh, because mass, right? So mass has gravity, and gravity holds water, right, on the ball.
Okay, citation, please.
Shoot, citation demonstration.
Citation
Yeah.
demonstration. So hang on,
Yeah.
mass is an
That
object.
citation right
and
here,
gravity-
man. We gotta see.
yeah.
Do you have a demonstration of that?
Do I have?
Anywhere in
I
reality?
do not have a demonstration of a planet.
Where?
I don't have one on me. Sorry, sir. I don't have a planet lying around.
Thank you. Now here's the other problem, right? Here's the other
So
problem.
hang on. If I get this straight, you don't believe it because you don't have a mass object that you created.
No,
with
here's the
gravity
problem.
that
Here's
holds
the
water.
problem. We can both recognize the phenomena, right? That is all around us. Where when we have dense objects, right, they tend to go down, and less dense objects are surrounded by whatever medium, they tend to go up. That's a phenomena that we recognize.
How
Now,
much
to
mass do you
attribute a
need
cause
for gravity? Just
now,
curious.
let me hang on. I'm not done. Now, to attribute a cause to that phenomena, right, takes some processing, takes some experimentation and whatnot to actually ascertain what is going on. So, can you provide an experiment or a hypothesis suggesting what the cause of this phenomena is, please?
The cause of this phenomenon. So you basically deny mass has gravity, right? Just can we?
Yeah, that's a
That's not what I said at all.
Non-answer.
Okay. What are we? Hang on. What do you? What is the phenomenon?
Grassroots, sir. We're starting from grassroots.
Great. What is the phenomenon here? I'm confused.
We see a phenomena. right?
Okay.
Your
Where
whole life.
Gravity is a phenomenon.
I'll give him one more chance.
As long as he keeps talking through you, he won't hear a word you're saying.
Yeah,
Of course
listen to this nigga. Anyways,
try again, right? We
Oh,
from gravity.
fuck off, dude.
Yep,
shut
that's
up.
enough. All it takes is one. It's typical fucking behavior from these assholes.
Yeah, fuck him. Sorry,
All
Rick.
right.
We're gonna
I
fuck him
tried.
off. Fuck all the way off, Blue. When you get there, fuck off some more. He's a complete clown show.
Sounds like I came in just in time. What's going on?
Blue just being an idiot.
Oh,
You know, Blue.
I think we've spoken before.
We were just on gravity and mass and all that. And I was asking for what is gravity and how do we know that it's a real thing causing the phenomenon?
He was looking for the door, and he referred to Flat Earth Ranger with a racial slur, so I fucked him off.
Oh shit! Did he? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, bro. If you're situationally aware, you would pay attention to every fucking thing this clown show said.
I was speaking, so I didn't hear anything.
Yep, that's what he said.
Well, good riddance.
Yep.
I don't know. Maybe it's me there, but when I speak, my volume kind of, adjusts or whatever, and cuts in and out or something. So I miss half of what goes on.
What it is too, Mick, is that you're charitable with everybody. Like, it don't matter who it is. And there's a lot of clown shows that come in here that you shouldn't be. So you have to kind of adjust the charitability with every person. Like, yeah, you can do it, but it has to only be with the people that are kind of like having that good conversation. This guy, he wasn't ready for that. So that's why you use that different energy. You know what I mean? You got to select that different energy because it's not. You can't apply that charitability for everybody. It's not going to work, bro.
Yeah, I mean, what I've noticed is that eventually they paint themselves into a corner anyway, right? And it's just a matter of time. Now, if I want to minimize the time, right, then for sure, different approach for different people is appropriate. I don't normally factor that in because whatever, but eventually he paints himself into a corner anyway. Now, to save you guys the hassle, perhaps I should. But, he's got he's hanging himself with his own rope anyway. So I don't mind, personally.
It's everybody's got a different energy. You just got to match energy sometimes. If they want to be fucking stupid, then, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. That kind of shit.
True that.
What up, Jedi?
What up?
Are you going to be on tomorrow?
More than likely, yeah.
I'm going to do an X show tomorrow.
Okay, mate. Well, hit me up and I should be about.
Oh, yeah, it's tomorrow? Cool.
Yeah, everybody be there or be square.
What time you starting?
I'm thinking about 11 p.m. Central.
Your time, man. Central? Oh, shit.
Yeah, so it's 12. It's 12 right now, so.
Oh, yeah, okay, so we're 1 hour apart. It's 1 here.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's what I'm shooting for that anyway.
I might join and pass out again.
Yeah, I mean, X has a whole batch of different individuals that go there. We got.
I listened to the rerun the other day, and I passed out. I realized I passed out right before Crush. What's his name? Star Crush came in.
Star Crush. Yeah.
I was like, "Holy shit!" Good thing I passed out.
He's a bag full of crazy. That one. I don't know, Jedi. Did you run into Star Crush over there next?
I don't think I've made his acquaintance yet, mate. No.
He's got 137 IQ. He's a savant, and he always keeps talking about that shit. But
yeah,
he thinks he's top shit. He thinks he's top shit. What'd you say, Ridley?
He can certainly speak like Rain Man, man. He just keeps going and going and going.
Yeah, he's got that Rain Man, kind of vibe to him. But yeah, you guys, it's pretty interesting too, man. X has a different group of people. I just gotta say, because they're different. They come at us with arguments like as if it was 2016 Jedi.
Or 1899 sometimes.
Yeah. Their arguments are stale. And most of them they're just easy pushovers, dude. Like I have a sound clip of Flurf Herder and I think P-Dubs. They're two of the top globers over there. And they both admit that they don't have any evidence for the Earth being a globe. It's fantastic, dude.
Funny. Did you say T-Dubs or P-Dubs? So...
P-Dubs. Not T-Dubs. That's funny, though, that P-Dubs and T-Dubs, they need to have an argument. We got... I don't think the esoteric flat earthers jump into our space anymore like the way they used to when we first joined in. Because they would jump in our space and start talking, but ever since I started like saying that what we don't do, less and less of them started getting up on the mic. They're not, because I don't like. I'll stop one of those guys if they're in my space, because they'll say dumb shit. Like the guy who was in here earlier, he might not be. Oh, he's not here anymore. But the esoteric guy that was here earlier, are you talking about Libyan glass? Is what the dome is made of. And,
oh yeah, I remember him.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. I'm just like, I don't know. They'll find out really quickly if they start doing that in one of our groups. I'm just the asshole like that nowadays. I don't know.
Makes sense, mate. Makes
sense.
sense.
Because bro, like when we're actually getting these concise points, and the man comes up with like, moon maps or what I'm saying, like shit like that, like it just derails us, dude. It's like, fuck, what are we talking about now? Like, why are we doing this? Like on certain contexts, like you got speculation Sundays and stuff. I mean, yeah, they can talk shit, but now when we're like doing shit like throughout the week or on a space, I don't know. But those guys are all about it, man. They got a space that's like 221 people talking about ether. I'm like, what in the fuck, dude? I jumped in one of their spaces the other day, bro. I shit you not, dude. It was jumping. And everybody was all about it, man. They were talking about, like what could the sun be made of? And I'm like, these fucking people, dude. I can't believe. Yeah, and everybody was talking, and they were just speculating, and I was like, God, dude, it's annoying to me. I don't know. I mean, maybe some people like it. They love the speculation talk, but
yeah, they do. They don't have answers, so they just want to make them up. And have little circle jerks around other people who just want to make stories up and that sound possibly plausible, but no one can verify. Keep making shit up.
I just think about my head. I have
75 people. Wasn't there like 75 people in your space the other day?
It was like 80, bro. Like, yeah, it was a shitload of people. That's fucking X, dude. It gets a lot of people in there. Like the algorithms, it's wild like that.
That's pretty good.
It is. I mean, and on top of that, we got Helio Skeptic. He puts his live stream in there too. So that helps a lot, because then you got 80 in the in the media group, and then you got like 20 or 30 in the YouTube. So about 100 people, man, we got all together. So I'm just like, man, I don't know. That's pretty awesome.
Not bad for what, 2 months in?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, was it long
like
ago?
a month and a half or something. Yeah, we got like 17 episodes. Now we're going on number 18. But I feel bad because I shellacked a guy who was with us on the flatter side, like Kyrgyz. I don't know if you know who he is or was.
Yeah, I heard that you guys were going at it the other day. He was getting all philosophical and shit. You shellacked him? What do you mean?
Yeah, he said that we can't. Of course, I hate the 99%ers. I'm just putting that shit out there right now. So if you're one of them and I find out, we're gonna have a fucking argument. Like, I'm just telling you right now. If I fucking find out,
What's that? How's that defined?
Can you know anything to be 100% true?
Of course.
Well, that's what it is.
Yeah.
That's,
Yeah. That's different
based,
than you know everything to be 100% true.
Well, no. I'm saying based on things that we can test, verify, run things through certain methods, we can find out some things are true, right? And not just that, but statements like right now I'm sitting down. Am I 100% sure I'm sitting down? You fucking right I am. I'm sitting in my truck right now. Like I know that. But some people think that if they're saying a statement like that and they're not leaving room for, something else could be, then they're not being truthful. I'm like, that's fucking stupid. Because otherwise you wouldn't be able to discern reality. So you don't know anything. You just undermine fucking reality from the rip, dude. There's no logical progression. You can't have any logical consistency. Think about it. Nothing makes sense anymore. Everything breaks down. Every fucking thing breaks down. When you can't even tell me a statement that's, if you don't mean what you say, then how can you say what you mean, right?
Right.
Dude, I rip people up, dude. So hopefully,
Can I jump in real quick? I just wanted to say that this reminded me of something so much that I have this girl. I was trying to explain flat earth to her and all kinds of other things and the meaning of now versus change within the now. And I tried to talk to her about time, like all kinds of things, flat earth, whatever. And she is like, I'm born and raised in California. And she is like a leftist. And we were having these conversations and she was like, well, but how do you know? Like, it's a simulation, it's this and that. And we can't know anything. We can't know a single thing. And I was like, look, we're on my balcony right now. This is an umbrella. This is a pole. I know that this is a pole. This is a pole right here. Like, this is an umbrella. Like, this is right in, like, I know that this is here. And she's like, but do you really? And I was like,
yeah, exactly. Shine,
you are lost forever.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes,
and if I meet some people, I'm telling you, Shines, if I meet some people like that, hopefully they're not my friends right now in this room, but if I do, we're going to have it out. It's just going to happen. Just like QE
like
does.
If you can't know, that just happened in another room to me right now. I don't even want to get into that.
Yeah,
that's why I'm in this room. It's because I just got booted out of that one because of QE.
Shit. Well, anyway.
The pole. Like, like this is a wall. This is a floor. Like, I'm on a computer right now. This is a headphone in my ear. Like, I know these things.
Yep.
And if you can't know that,
if somebody tells you can't know that, you know that what that does, right? It undermines all of fucking reality. You can't even
everything.
You can't agree on shit anymore. Like
exactly, everything is lost. Not a single thing can ever be proven again because nothing is fucking real.
It's not just that; it's about how you feel, right? Like how you feel about the table you're sitting at.
Oh, fucking Brent.
No, there is no feelings. It's not even a feeling. It's a fact.
Feelings aren't fucking originated in a fucking.
Oh my god! And Branch, I haven't talked to you in forever, my friend. Oh, it's been so long.
He's the same as he always was. Hey, Jedi, hold on, Branch. Hold on. I'm gonna turn this over to Jedi, but yeah, that's 99%ers, by the way, Mick. Anyway, I gotta go, so I'll be listening, but I won't be on mic.
Thank you, man. Talk soon.
Jedi is about to fucking mute me. Then he hates me.
Probably. I mean, you usually deserve to be muted, so.
No simulation theory shit.
I just got muted for no reason, but sometimes you actually deserve to be Branch.
No, but the simulation thing is like it's so absurd. Like we know we're real. We're real people. We have real feelings. We have real emotions.
And sensory input.
But we're not even talking about it. We're not even talking about emotions or anything. We're talking about even just the physicality. Like, I have a laptop on my lap right now. There is a chair. There's woman is screaming, "God damn it!" and "fuck," running down the street in a bicycle for God knows what reason. That just happened live on the air. Like, who knows? Like, those things are actually happening. To say that no, they're not, and it's not real. We don't know if it is or not. Like, that's just retarded. Like, it doesn't. It's like legitimately the definition of the word retarded. Like, you are not thinking to your full capability. You are retarding your thought. Like, it's not smart. at all.
It's funny, like some of the smartest people in the world think about it, like fucking Musk and shit. But it's like, I think Musk just came up with it for some fucking shit to talk about, and then fucking all these idiots took it to another place.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I thought we were talking about. Aren't we talking about the whole simulation theory?
Yeah, just reality. That's what I thought was like reality. Like, this is real and this isn't real. Like, this is what is real that we know that.
If I may, you know how I see it. There's like this argument has kind of bundled two things together in a way, and people kind of like mix them up, right? It's one thing to say that we may have difficulty ascertaining what's really happening because of X, Y, Z reasons about our sensory input or our cognition and stuff like that, versus there actually being no particular reality at all. You see what I mean? Like, there's a difference, right? Like for your example,
I do understand that. And like
I
know simulation theory to the point where I understand where it's indistinguishable, right? Like,
well, this is the problem, right? Because here's the thing. Like, Shines, you were talking about like that lady on a bicycle screaming or something like that. If you're of sober mind and that actually happened, well, then that actually happened, right? But for example, if you weren't of sober mind and you missed that, and you didn't hear it, the fact that you didn't hear it or witness it or whatever, it doesn't mean it didn't actually happen.
Precisely.
Right. So the simulation.
I just wasn't there to hear it.
You're right. So the simulation is like, oh, well, did it or did it not actually happen because, your mind creates reality? It's like, no, it did or it didn't, and I missed it or I didn't miss it. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
it's kind of like Schrodinger's cat, right? Like, oh, the cat is in the box. What is the cat doing inside of the box? Well, if I didn't see the cat inside of the box, well, we know that there is a cat inside of the box. Somebody put the fucking cat in the box. So there is still, no matter what is happening, a cat inside of the box. Whether it's dead or alive or whatever is happening, there's a cat in the box. Period. Because we know for a fact that that's what's happening.
Some motherfucker put a cat in the box.
Yeah.
Yeah. They've extrapolated out. Oh, sorry, Jedi. Go ahead.
No, you carry on, mate. I
was just gonna say, like, my understanding of that is they've basically extrapolated out the Heisenberg's uncertainty principle and applied it to everything to cast doubt on everybody's understanding and perception of reality, and get them to reconsider whether anything that they think is true or not true. Trying to invoke a sense of, oh, is this real or not? And maybe this, that, the other thing is not real. So basically, what the fuck's the point?
I don't know, bro. The whole flat Earth thing, though, the whole flat Earth community, right? Like flat Earth.
Here we go.
Flat Earth is only like a fucking tangent of what.
So is everything else that's been happening with conspiracy theories and whatnot. Whatever you want to say about any of this is that it's getting people to actually think about things and to, no matter what, think for themselves, to do the research themselves and come up with their own conclusions. If that's anything that happened from the Flat Earth movement that then led into, COVID and this and government and whatever, is people are within this time frame are starting to think for themselves and do their own research and then converse with each other and debate and, have these really intense conversations and looking into stuff. Like, that's a beautiful thing. And it's kind of like this enlightenment that's going on right now. No matter how stupid any of it is, or people that think that people that are against COVID, all these, sorry, I don't know what I'm allowed to say on here. I forgot this is live, but people that are arguing about certain things, like, it is really cool that people are doing that. No matter what, like, they are thinking for themselves and trying to figure things out rather than just believing what they have been taught and what they have been told.
Exactly.
And whatever comes out of that, like, who knows?
Like fucking people just read all these fucking papers written down by scientists and shit, right? They don't really have any idea what these drugs do to you. Like, let's say you got fucking like a low blood sugar count for one day. They'll fucking put you on metformin. or high blood sugar count. They put you on metformin. And like, what the fuck's that gonna do to your body? It's gonna fuck up your liver. It's gonna fuck.
They did that to me when I was pregnant with my son. They said that I had diabetes when I was pregnant with my son, but it was like, come to find out later on, I barely was even registering for like a little bit high on the blood sugar or whatever. They gave me injection instead of even the pills. They were injecting me with inulin, and that's what they recommended. Then they had me go in for a C-section, which wasn't necessary. Like all of these different things, and then that was another thing that I was like, oh my gosh.
Wait, they forced the C-section on you?
They didn't force it, but they were like, if you don't have this, like he might not come out. Like it is very dangerous because of the diabetes. Like you need to come in. We need to and when you're a mom that's like pregnant and you're freaking out, like, oh my God, I want to do whatever I can. Yeah, I want to do whatever I can to protect my baby. And it ended up being this super complicated, like I was in the hospital for 3 weeks giving birth to my son. It took 4 days before I even had the C-section. They brought, like, it was this whole entire freaking thing. And so that was another thing that brought me against, like, healthcare and like what they're,
happy you're
it was awful.
healthy.
Yeah, he is amazing. You guys would love him. He is super cool, but it's just all of these things. And the more that people are able to have Discord, right? And Twitter and Facebook and X and like all of these things where we can discuss with each other, whether we agree or not, but just hearing each other's stories and, sharing news clips that we might not have otherwise heard of because of, the divide. And those being shared, it's really cool to see how this pendulum is kind of swinging. It usually swings constantly, overcorrecting way too much to the right, way too much to the left. And what we even just saw with this last election is that we're kind of in this middle. Like we're kind of almost reaching a middle ground where people are kind of waking up. And yeah, we might not agree whether the earth is round or flat or on COVID vaccines or this and that or blah, 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 whatever. But people are kind of finally reaching a middle ground, which I think is pretty cool. Because the more information that we share with one another, the more that we're going to think like, there will be the odd ones out that are just freaking crazy. Like, no, I'm right and you're wrong and blah, 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 whatever. But a lot of people are kind of level-headed and they're like, I want to think about that. That's interesting. Whatever.
I would say, Shine, like our next president, right, should be some beautiful beauty queen, right? He's like,
oh my God, Branch. And who muted? That was amazing.
Like that
Who did the mute? That was like a quick trigger. That was fantastic.
Probably Jedi.
Whoever did it knew. Has been around the block. Yeah, that was pretty accurate.
Yeah, hang around here. You'll get a lot of that.
No, I know. Trust me. That's why I'm saying whoever did that, it knows Branch. They definitely know. I've been around for years. I just hop in every once in a while.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It's been a long time for me. Yeah.
Welcome back.
I just got pissed off on the other one. I got kicked out of the other.
And congrats on your newborn, eh? That's great.
Oh no, he's not a newborn. He was actually born in 2017. He just turned 7.
Oh,
and he is amazing. Yeah, you guys would love him.
Okay, fantastic. Well, the more the merrier. So good, good on you.
Yeah, anyone who's having kids, congratulations, because it's going to be a good world if we keep at it.
More life.
So what is going on over here? What's going on with the Flat Earth talk?
You missed a little bit. There was some fella named Blue that came in here. There's apparently
Blue Car? He's old. Yeah.
Blue what?
Blue Car?
I didn't get the full name. His screen name was just Blue. Is a little blue heart there.
It wasn't the same Blue Car that was in the other politics.
So, yeah.
Right. Yeah, he was just in here and a little bit aggressive and wouldn't listen and all that. Tried to have to go at him, but wouldn't listen. And okay, same old.
Blue Car is definitely not aggressive, so that is definitely a different person.
Yeah.
So are you guys like kind of doing the old school in this server where it's newbies and we're kind of going to try and have a good conversation with them and see where they're at and, you know, where they're coming from kind of a thing? Like this is a welcome center?
Ideally, I'd put it that way. You know,
Like is it the old school 3 questions? We're asking them the 3 questions type of gig or something new? Just regular conversation.
Maybe not so formalized, at least not on my part. I like to hear, you know, why they think it's a globe, you know, and what brought them here and all that, and if they have any proof, you know. And most of the time, they can't really substantiate any of that. They can tell us, oh yeah, as a kid, you know, I knew, and in school they kind of, you know, proved it. How they prove it? Oh, this, that, is that really proof? Who just scrutinized? Da da da. You know, that kind of just goes on that type of feel, you know.
Yeah, I mean that's a great starting point, especially, you know, for new people. Just making sure where they're at, they understand exactly, like especially when they come in pretentious and like, this is what I know, and it's like, do you know that for sure? You know, let's question.
Yeah.
Let's question things. Yeah. That's
yeah, there was a guy earlier, Rat to something, right? He was talking about space, and I jumped in at some point asking about, you know, Mars, and how does he really know what you know Mars really is? What are the planets? It's like, oh well, we sent a rover to it. Well, hang on, like what gave us the impression that it's a rock, you know, able to have a rover land on it? Oh well, you know, we looked at a telescope, and basically his answer was like, we kind of guessed and then confirmed it by actually sending it up there. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. That's not even really what happened, you know. So it's like the history's wrong, you know, their assumptions are wrong, they don't verify anything, and they don't see the, you know, the pattern on how, you know, it's been supposed that these things are what we think they are, right? They don't see the problem in the line of thinking. So I was trying to walk them through it, and spazzed out and left, you know, like, okay.
See, and that's too bad when they spaz out and leave, like rather than being able to carry on the conversation and being able to handle it. And that kind of showcases like where this mentality is at, depending on their age or whatever, is that if you can't even carry a conversation, and this is why I don't like it between, you know, flat earthers or globers or whatever that have been around a while. It's like we should be leading, you know, the trudge and showcasing that we can have conversations, and it shouldn't be like shut up and blah blah blah. Like you should be able to listen to this and understand, because when they come in and freak out, it's like you're just proving that, you know, it's cognitive dissonance and Dunning-Kruger, and you just can't cope. You can't even cope with somebody disagreeing with you. You can't even have the conversation. Like it's not a good look. It's not a good look at all when they can't do that. It shows that you don't know what you're talking about and you're freaking out, and that is why you have to behave that way. You're flailing.
It seems like it becomes an identity crisis for a lot of people. And I can relate to that, because when I first heard about this a few years back, I can recall having that little gut-wrenching thing, like, oh, my friend's an idiot for telling me this. You know, I recall that. And I also remember after that thinking, like, why am I reacting so weirdly? Like, why am I getting this gut reaction?
Yeah,
exactly. Like, and that got me curious. You know, like, oh, there's some, not, if he's wrong, and it doesn't matter. But for me to react this way, like, there's a problem with me. You know?
Well, there's things about like shame, embarrassment. Then on the other side, there's things about control and dominance. And I'm right, you're wrong. How dare you even think something opposite because I stand so strongly in this stance? Like all of those kinds of behaviors is not good for conversation at all. It's not good for learning. It's not good for progressing any kind of thoughts or anything. Like it's good for like fun, right? And to make fun of somebody and I'm right and you're wrong and blah, 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 if you're having a good time with it. But if you're actually trying to teach somebody, like it's not a good look, and it's not a good look for somebody to defend in that kind of a space, and it's not good for somebody to try and teach in that kind of a space. So I mean, yeah, no, don't do that. Period. It just shouldn't fucking happen. It should be, this is what it is, and oh, you have a problem with that? Why? And then if they're showing that they're like going crazy about it, it's like, why are you behaving that way? Remain calm, right? Like, wow, you're really getting upset about
Yeah.
this. Why? You know,
I
it
don't
makes
think
them look
people
really bad.
I don't think making people upset is a measure of how correct or wrong they are. If that were the case, then like I control you into you yelling at me and haha, I've won the debate. Like no.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that's not a good thing. Don't
Yeah,
do that.
some people like get upset for like a bunch of different reasons. Like I get upset like when I'm interrupted, like irrationally. Like I start yelling, but like that's not because I'm wrong. It's not because of cognitive
Totally.
dissonance.
No. Yeah, no, I totally understand that 100%. And that's what I mean. And so when you're having a conversation with somebody, you know what I mean? And you might get upset about something, whatever, then you're able to calm it back down and bring it back to the conversation. But when it's like, "Ah," and just chaos or whatever, like nobody's learning from that. The people that are listening on this, which is, this is the one that is on YouTube, the people that are coming here brand new aren't going to learn. You know what I mean? It isn't conducive to people learning. And no, I'm not saying that you're wrong because you are upset about something. I get that way too. I just did that in the other 24/7 where, you know, I got shut down and I was like, this is ridiculous. I've been around for since the very beginning. I should not be shut down right now. I was pissed off about it. That didn't make me wrong. It made me, you know, emotional about it. Like I was pissed.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
you're allowed to be that way for sure. Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. 100%.
You said there's like another 24/7. You mean like in another Discord server? Or
Yeah,
what?
the other politics. There's politics and there's politics and religion. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, I know that one.
Mhm. Yeah, so me and Kiwi have known each other forever. I've been on, you know, Nathan and all of them, and Kiwi was, it was this whole thing. It was whatever. Everything is still good. It is whatever. But yeah, things get heated, right? And when that happens, it's not conducive to anything. It doesn't help anyone. So I'm glad that that one wasn't recorded, quite frankly, because nobody looked good. But yeah, when you're dealing with new people, especially, and when they come in and they're like super aggro, like the Earth is a globe and blah 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 blah, you gotta take it with a grain of salt, right? You gotta be that one upman. It's like, okay, let me hear you out, but that can only last so long. And there are certain points where it's like, homie,
Speaking
now
of
you
which,
gotta stop. Let me mod you.
speaking of which, are there any like globe Earth or flat Earth claims?
What?
I said, are there any globe Earth or flat Earth claims in the 24/7 flat Earth channel?
I don't think anyone has made any claims ever in the history of ever in this room.
Well, there might be someone new who
my God.
doesn't know about claims and
Oh
whether
my
they
God.
should make them or not, right?
Holy shit, she's on to something.
If there is anyone with a claim, I would love to hear it.
All right.
I claim that I think the photos are real.
Which photos? Like of your family and dog or what?
Those two photos of the Earth.
What, the side chat?
No side chat. The NASA photos.
Oh. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know. Well, I'm glad we solved that mystery.
Yep. Handshake.
Handshake. No, fist bump. Sorry, I'm a germophobic.
Fair enough. And the side little antibacterial foam.
Yeah, that's true. I always have that in my back pocket.
Well,
I'm kidding.
I did that for a while though. I had like the little the pocket squeeze of like antimicrobial shit. My mom always got it for me, and you know.
Yeah. I had that on me during COVID. just for the sake, just so I felt like safe. I don't know if it did anything. Like maybe I never saw anyone who had COVID, but it
When
made me
did
feel safe.
COVID officially end? Was that like
Um,
2022?
I think so. I used to work as a job in a security office, and like when it started, we had like put up little signs saying, "Please wait 5 feet away from the person in line." And then like eventually in 2022, they just like took off all the signs. It's like, yeah, we're done with this. It's like, okay, I guess the disease is gone. I don't know.
Yeah, I think 2022 was just like the government mandated like release of COVID. They were just like, all right, it is acceptable now. The level of virus and the level of control that we have over the American people.
Yeah, I mean, like people like are still dying to it, I guess, but people still die to the flu. So there's like there's a threshold where you say, okay, it's low enough, lockdown's over, right? We're not doing lockdowns over the flu.
I mean, if you die in 2024 to COVID, I don't know.
That's a skill.
Could have seen that coming, right?
More of that topics. The channel for that.
Mo has entered the room. What's going on, Mo? Haven't seen you around here.
Mo, got change for a 5.
Mo, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure thing, Lenny.
Mo, you have any evidence that we live on a spinning water ball? I'll take that as a no.
Say, you'll take that as a Mo?
I see that. See what you did there.
I just want to say it's whoever are the mods here. This is so different than the way that the old 24/7 used to be. So kudos to you guys and like figure out who has stepped into the room, knowing when, knowing all the names. Like this is way different than the way it used to be. You got to be on your game. Are you guys kind of just like looking out for like who pops in every second when you hear the sound, or how does that happen?
Pretty much.
Memorized? Yeah.
I was just scanning and I saw Mo and I haven't seen you in here. Thought to ask.
Yeah, because back in the day, like we would on the right hand side, it would be like a regular server, so everyone had their roles. We knew who everyone was, and then people that were new, they had their roles, so we knew who was who. But in politics, it's like they could have any role, right? Like you have to really know who's who to like be like, oh, do you want to have a conversation? You know, let's talk about flat Earth.
Well, the thing for me is I'm on my phone, and in order to get any of the meta information about someone, like their role and their account name and all that shit, I have to tap and hold on one of the icons. But unfortunately, the Discord app that I have is very buggy. It's very slow, so I tend not to do that. I just scroll and look for names, So I just kind of guess and
Nice.
see how it goes.
Yeah, luck of the draw, roulette.
All right. That being said, Mo, welcome, and hope you hang around. Maybe I'll learn something. What's going on, Ascensionist? Haven't seen you around here.
Yo, what's up?
What's good, man? You think we're living on a spinning water ball in outer space?
Do I think something about water ball? I didn't hear what you said, my bad.
Yeah. You think we live on a spinning water ball in the ripping through the vacuum of outer space?
Spinning water ball, vacuums. No.
You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
You think we live on a globe?
Nah, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that at all. No, I
Nah.
don't think we live on a globe. No. Mm-mm.
Were you taught that growing up?
No, I wasn't. I just never took it serious.
You were never taught that we live on a planet?
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, I was taught, but I just didn't take it serious. I just thought it was just something I had to do to pass.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's good. Interesting. Haven't heard that one before. Most people take it for granted and adopt it as their worldview. You know.
Yeah, and that's I had arguments with people like that before. And sometimes when you can't get through to them, what do you do next?
Right. Not much, man. A lot of people come in here and spaz out, saying they know for sure, yet they don't bring any evidence to the table.
I was in a other chat yesterday, I think, or the day before that, and they told me they had the numbers, they did the numbers, but the numbers doesn't match what they observe from this geometric horizon.
What
And then
numbers and what does that mean? Which numbers?
they
You mean like the
said
69?
I don't even know because I was just like I'm so new to it, so I didn't really understand. But they
Oh,
were
okay.
talking about the horizon, and they showed me a
Yeah,
picture. Yeah, so
It's 1
within
degree. Yeah.
yeah, that's what basically it was showing me. So I'm like, all right, yeah, I got this information. That's saying this is they going against this flat is going against what the other theory is. What do we do now with this information? Like, what we gonna do?
I mean, there's a lot you can do. We've been talking about this since day one. And when you're correlating anything to the sky, number one, there are so many unknowns and so many variables that it's ridiculous. So once you start going further out, we don't know what that medium is, right? So why can we see the moon so clearly as before we can see a stop sign that's like a mile away? Well, we can see the moon clearer than that, right? So we don't know what's going on with these layers of the medium. The medium is that which in with what we live, right? So like water is like thicker. Is there another substance that like, that's why it's projecting? There's so many questions, so many variables, so many things that are going on that we can't answer that they're acting like they know, which they don't. Because unless you go there, you have no freaking clue. So the distance to it, you know, how they figured everything out, where Venus is, where this is, where that is, what the size is, all of that, they don't know. And they're just making things up. So that is number one, period. Like the fact that they don't know and they're just making things up, that's number one. And we can just start there. And they know as much as we do, right? When it comes to with the shape, with the size, with the whatever, because none of us know, period. We only know what is here, right? Does that make sense? Is anyone against that? Like, we only know what's here and what we can measure here. Yeah. So the circumference of the earth, like all of that, like all of it is just nonsense. Like, just made up, just stories, just mathematicians feeling extra smart, saying, oh, and then we took this and then we took that. And then we know the distance to this and that and the circumference of this and the width. And yeah, now we know that there is gas on this and whatever. Like, it's silly. I don't know if anyone wants to speak on that, but
yeah, I can add on that. Like the biggest, the most pronounced one that I hear in here is about the supposed radius of the Earth. Right, touching upon what you were saying, Shines. Right, this is a perfect example. When they say they've measured the Earth, okay, what they're really saying is we got some measurements, for example, from some sticks and shadows and angles, and all
Venus.
this stuff.
Yeah, we measured Venus, and then all that.
Well, the Venus thing the Venus thing came after that. If my understanding was correct, right?
Yeah,
They started with the Earth.
Yeah, it's all correlated.
Oh, did they plug in Venus to like the Eratosthenes thing?
So what they were doing is they were saying, like, we saw this in the sky and we saw how this movement was happening, and then we saw this is what's happening on, so it was like, this is what the distance is. So they were able to figure out distances and they were able to figure out the circumference. I'm pretty sure it was correlated. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure it was correlated.
There was something that I understood about Venus, wherein the assumption was if Venus is the same size of the Earth, which would have come after this initial calculation that I was just talking about, then everything kind of matches up, right? But this particular calculation, right, it is exactly that. They use the term measurement as opposed to calculation because they want to make it a little bit more concrete. But the problem is kind of like what you were talking about. They take some measurements, like of shadow lengths and angles and all this stuff, and they know that these things are accurate, plus or minus a little bit of error or whatever, that it's rounding or it's rounding errors, but they plug these into fanciful models in which they have variables that they presuppose, and then they get a result, and then they claim that they measured it. Like, for example, they plug these numbers into a circular equation, right? And they can derive a radius knowing these things. But where did they get the supposition that we're on something spherical to begin with? That they have to basically guess. You see what I mean? So it gets really convoluted because there's a mix of concrete, but then mix of concrete plus a boatload of assumptions, and it gets very confusing. So it takes effort to parse out. Catch my drift, Ascensionist?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. My
Okay,
bad.
so I actually just found it through AI, and so the size of Earth was not directly discovered because of Venus, but rather the observation of Venus's transit across the sun played a crucial role in accurately calculating the size of the astronomical unit, the distance between the Earth and the sun, which in turn allowed scientists to more precisely determine the size of Earth itself. So yes, Venus, the way that it transited, I knew Venus had to play a part in it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so this is where they assume that we're more
They
or less
look at
the
things
same.
in the sky. Yeah.
Right.
Totally. And they have no idea how big Venus is. They have no idea how far away the sun is. Any of these things, but because of in their own story, they're like, oh, okay, well, I think this and this and this, so therefore this. Like, it's so funny. Oh my goodness. That is just scientists.
You know, that's that part I find troubling, right? Because these people call themselves scientists, and unfortunately, they're not actually really doing science. This is not real science at all.
No, it's
And it's
uppercase science. Yeah, it's a
sure, yeah.
religion.
It puts a bad taste in people's mouths when it comes to science if they think that this is real, because it's not.
What it actually seems like is we want to control people by saying that this is what's happening. We want to control people by saying that we want a space race. We want to control people by saying that we can go somewhere else but here because this place is so bad that we need to leave here. And if we can't leave here, then we need to spend extra money on fixing here. Because if we don't leave here, it's going to be really bad. So spend lots of money to fix here. Like, it's a lot of mind games and a lot of money is what it really comes down to. Power and money.
Yeah,
This place is horrible and awful. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's okay. It's just a grand philosophical trip. That's the problem.
For the greater of us, I think it's philosophical. There are a lot of people where it's not philosophical at all. It's all about money, power, and control. And you can control people by telling them, number one, that this is a prison. Number two, that we can leave here, but we need money in order to leave here. But also, if we can't leave here because we don't know if we can, then we need to spend extra money on trying to fix here because this place is awful. So no matter what, you're trapped in this cycle of like, spend money, spend money, spend money on trying to fix here because here is so horrible that, we need to fix it.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard you.
Yeah.
What I meant is the philosophical underpinning is what gives rise to that sense of need, right? Because if you believe that you're at the center of nothingness, right, or you're on this thing ripping through outer space in this vast void of nothingness, that has certain implications, all right? We're unique and we have to be super careful, and then all the things talked about, et cetera, right? But that's philosophically based, right? You hear what I mean?
Well, yeah, all of it is. Pretty much life is philosophically based, right? Like, we can get based about everything philosophical. And the people that have eyes to see and ears to hear and mouths to speak can pinpoint what is actually something that is thinking, to try and try and figure out what is going on here rather than capitalize off of it. And what we're dealing with is most people that are, of course, the people in power are capitalizing off of it. And so I'm wearing a white lab coat. I have a clipboard. I am this, I am that. So therefore, what I am saying is true. And everything that they're doing is just, sucking off the life, like the mentality, the spirituality, and the beings of people, money, physicality, everything, every energy off of humans to say, like, we need to do this, we need to, striving for something different, something better, something bigger, because otherwise we're fucked, right? When in fact we're not. We're not fucked. We're completely content exactly where we are. And we could try and figure out what is going on. I think a lot of us have a clue, right? I think a lot of us have more than a clue. But yeah, it's definitely philosophical.
Yeah.
It gets grimier than that.
Yeah. The worldview that, we're randomly, spontaneously arisen from pond scum, Big Bang, this, that, the other thing, all that stuff. Right?
That's wild.
That's arguably the basis of everything.
It's just so wild. Look, I was baptized Serbian Orthodox when I was a baby, right? My grandmother is so I'm Californian, so I'm basically pretty much almost everything. And then my husband is pretty much everything else. Like my son is a child of everything of the entire world, literally, like Asian, African, every continent. My son is, and so me growing up, I was Serbian Orthodox. Then I was this, and I was that. And then my husband is from Egypt, and this and that and whatever. And we talk about it all the time. And we're like, it's so crazy to watch, like how we grew up and all these different thoughts and different family members, what each one of them taught us. It's like same, but different, except for some of them are, we have arguments about some of them because they're pretty fucking crazy. But these religions, right? They're at the good heart of it all. It's almost like they're all the same thing when you really think about it. I don't know if you guys agree with that, but I am not a super religious person. But I know for a fact, no matter what, there is a creator. And that is one thing that every single person I can ever speak with in every single religion that they all agree with is that there is a creator. And then even with atheists, as a hairstylist doing hair in Silicon Valley for years upon years, I would ask people that worked in the tech industry, you might be an atheist, but what do you think about a creator? And they would all agree that there is a creator because they believed in like simulation or this or whatever. So like, it doesn't matter. Like people believe in a creator. So if there's a creator, this is the creation, right?
Right. I get you. I get that. Yeah, I was born, baptized, and kind of quasi-raised Roman Catholic. Right, I'm up here in Eastern Quebec, French-speaking province. I was raised that way. Didn't really follow it. Kind of went atheist, and then over the last few years, had some experiences and shit like that. Family, this, that, the other thing. Came across this kind of stuff, and it really all started coalescing. It's like, nah, there's something more. There's a God. And we're meat vessels, or we are the thing perceiving what the meat vessel is doing. Now, what you call that, people call it spirit, consciousness, whatever the fuck, doesn't really matter, right? It's a very extra or very meta kind of thing that I've come to really appreciate the gift that I've been given and that everybody else has been given. So discovering the nature of where this meat sack is, it's a very interesting endeavor.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, so there is a creator, and most people agree with that. And when it comes to flat Earth, that is one of the biggest things that we start out with, right? Is that in order to have a creation, there is a creator, and there are so many people that come into this community that can't even cope with that. They can't even cope with the fact that there's a creator, even though they believe in a simulation. They're still like, no, there's no creator. Like, how can you even? How do you start with that? I don't know.
I've heard some people claim that there's just nothingness. It's just random. The universe created itself spontaneously, and
that still means that there's a creator, though. Like, and they still can't cope with that. They're like, oh, the universe created itself. Okay, so then there's a creator. No. But it was never actually. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah. Their claim is kind of like the creation is the creator, so it is itself, and there's nothing more than that. It's a little bit convoluted, but
it doesn't make sense. It's still a creator, whether you want to make a loophole or not. Loopholes aside,
I see that.
Creator. Yeah.
It's a little bit warped, but that's what you have to kind of cling to if you're an atheist.
Silly.
I think I have an issue with the idea of this creator being omniscient and omnipotent.
Oh, I mean, why does it have to be that way? It doesn't have to be that way.
Well, we'd agree that that's at least the prevailing thought, right?
I wouldn't. I would say I have no idea what this creator is. I am not who the creator is. Why would I ever say who the fuck the creator is? The creator could be anything. Like, I'm not that. I'm not even on that level at all. So why would I ever think that I could ever be on that level? And this is where we get into people talking about religion and God and, who God is and what their purpose is and blah, 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 blah. Like, that is human beings trying to be God, trying to understand God. And I don't know. Okay, so there was this thing that my mom used to say to me when I was younger. And it was that she would say this saying where it was, God is like a fish looking for the ocean. Right? God is like a fish looking for the like the ocean is God. Like, it's all around you. And then I changed it, and when I got older, and I was like, oh no, how did it go? Searching for God is like a fish searching for the ocean, right? The ocean is all around you. God is all around you. And then when I got older and we were like continue on in these like deep conversations, whatever, I was like, oh, that saying that you used to say about fish is kind of like a human is like, like basically like a fish searching for God is like a fish becoming in human civilization. Like, that fish wouldn't understand human civilization at all, right? Like, forget just the ocean. Like, imagine that fish like trying to get out into New York City or whatever. Like, we can't comprehend it. And so any of us as human beings trying to speak about God, it's like, how dumb is that? Like, if there really was a creator of this world that created all of us, created all of every single insect, every single animal, every single everything, all of the organisms, all of the trees, and we're like, oh yeah, but I know what God's meaning is. I know what God wanted to do. I know. Fuck out of here. We don't even know what's happening in the sky. We don't even know what's happening in half the ocean. Like, we haven't even discovered it yet. And we're trying to say what God's plan is. Like, there's no way.
I think I get the idea of us not being on the same level, and we have a limited perception of reality. But can we also agree that we as humans have the logical capacity to determine what is not true? Like, for example, square circles cannot exist. That is an
as far as we
objective
know.
truth.
Yeah. As far as we know, I completely agree with that. Yeah. As far as we know. But all I can say is as far as we know. I can't say definitively. I can say as far as we know.
Are you suggesting that there exists some configuration of this reality wherein the definitions of a square and a circle can fit?
No, I'm not. I'm saying I do not think that there is whatsoever, as far as I know. Is the possibility still out there that can happen? No. Yes. Just because I don't know it doesn't mean that it's not possible. It could be possible. It very well could be.
Listen,
it's just above my pay grade.
The idea of a unicorn being like a horse with a horn on its head, that could exist. But if we're defining a unicorn as something with a horse with a horn on its head that floats off of pixie dust, that cannot exist. In the same sense, square circles cannot exist.
Wait, hold on. So you're saying that unicorns with a horse with a horn on its head can exist, but then it can't exist if there's pixie dust involved?
Right. Like I can imagine a concept
because you're saying as a human being, you can breed.
It's defined as a horse with
you can breed a horse because you are in power and control, and you can play God and create a horse with a horn on its head and breed it into that. So therefore, it can exist. But the pixie dust, that's what takes it to the next level. I am saying that anything is in fact possible. We don't know what is possible because it is out of our fucking pay grade. But I am still going to live here on Earth in reality and say that you trying to manipulate horses into having, becoming unicorns, you shouldn't do that. Like, that doesn't sound like a good thing. Like, people fucking around with genomes and whatever. Like, let's not do that. But yeah, it's possible. And there are all kinds of crazy things that are possible that people didn't think were possible way back years prior. Like, let's just not fuck around anymore and find out. I'd rather not, but yeah, there are many things that are possible. Let's just not do it. And I also get what you're saying and how you're trying to say, like, what I'm saying is crazy.
No, I think you're honest in that there are things that we can say for sure, and that there are things that we cannot because we just haven't reached a certain capacity to test all the states of possibility. And I think that's honest, and that's important to have that. But at the same time, it's also important to recognize what we do know. Like, for example, the square circle thing. We know by definition.
Not possible.
We know that by definition that circles have no square edges.
Yep.
Right? It's a continuous.
Square in the circle, circle in the square. Not going to happen.
Right. You know what I mean? It would require a reshaping, no pun intended, of the definition. Right?
Yeah, it's just like a guy would.
You might be able to find something to fit. You see what I mean? So if you alter the meaning of something, then you can mold it into something new and then make that statement true. But as it is now, right?
Yeah, it's not good to do that, right? Like, don't do that.
Well, there you go. So with that being said, we can be definitive in that. Oh, we know this for sure.
Yep. There exactly. Like, it's just like the pole in my balcony. Like, this is what is real. This is what is happening here. Like, we know for a fact what is real. You can't say that everything is a simulation because we know for a fact, like, I am sitting here right now talking to you guys. This is happening, right? Like, there are certain things that are real. There are certain things that you can't deny it. For people to say, we can never know a truth, we can never know a fact. We can know that a circle isn't going to square, and a square isn't going to circle, right? Possibilities are out there, but yeah. Probably will never see it happen.
Maybe we'll see somebody curve water and throw it, spinning in outer space. That would be fun to see.
What is outer space?
The supposed vacuum of infinitely expanding nothingness.
Mm-hmm. And if that is what is happening in outer space, then how do we have giant balls of gas just chilling out in nothingness of tiny vacuums that are supposedly just, not actually vacuums, but vacuums? I don't know. It's also very confusing. Please explain it to me.
It is very convoluted, eh? I have a hard time looking back and thinking about how it is possible that I ever even considered this to be true. Even as a kid, I gotta admit, I remember as a kid having a little sense, like, isn't that weird? We have gas here, but then outer space is no gas. How does the gas stay? And it just never really reemerged as a thought. Kind of forgot about it. But I did sense, like, that's a kind of a weird thing. Somehow it's quote unquote true. And then I just went on with my life, and everything else kind of just got programmed in and took it for granted, And now I look back, it's like, fuck, that really is a nail in the coffin. It doesn't make any sense. It can't be.
So gas doesn't coalesce?
What?
I said, so gas doesn't coalesce?
Gas tends to expand in all directions, sir.
So, what's the sun?
You tell me. What is the sun?
That's interesting that you don't know.
Hold on, is that Branch?
Yes, I'm here. I know
I know your voice. found that amazing. I was like, that's
nobody
my
here really likes me.
I've been around long enough. I recognize your voice no matter the name, homie.
Yeah,
No matter the name, I've had this name for so long.
I never have seen that name. I've only ever seen Brant, so never
Brant?
seen
What? No, Brant?
No,
What?
No, it's not the same person. This is Brandon.
I just asked if that is Branch, and he said yes. Did you not just say yes?
No, I'm not Branch.
He's not Branch. He's Brandon. Two different people.
Yeah, two different people.
Okay, so Brandon, you're not Branch?
No, I'm not.
Okay. That is crazy then.
Not Branch's stock account. No.
I apologize.
It's okay.
Yeah, Brandon. No. Don't get me wrong, man. Like, I don't think people in here don't like you. It's not the problem, right? I think it's the way that you engage that people might not appreciate. Like last time, you and I had a little bit of a thing. It didn't, end off really conclusive. And that's a bit annoying. But don't take it to heart, man. It's just the argument. It's not the person.
Okay.
But and to your point, yeah, no, I understand the claimed model, right? I understand that in the heliocentric model, the sun is a burning ball of, not fusion or fission gas, emitting light and attracting with its gravitational force things all around it. I understand that to be the claim, but how do we know it to be true? That's the pointing.
Who said that it was burning?
That's what I remember hearing growing up.
Well,
burning or fissioning or whatever.
Well, it's not the same thing, though.
You're right. So maybe that's just more of a colloquial term for it.
Fission is not burning. Not at all.
I know they're distinct things. I know. But to suffice to say, how do we know that the claim that it is fission or fusion? How do we know that to be the case? How do we know it's gas to begin with?
Because we can fuse gas here on Earth.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can replicate some hypothetical, theoretical process of what's going on up there down here, and it looks similar. Does that confirm that what's going on up there is indeed what we're doing down here?
Well, we can detect what's going on up there with spectroscopy and all that.
Right. So I like this argument, right? Because spectroscopy, it's about measuring the frequency of light and trying to map it to known elements when they undergo similar processes, and then try and correlate them. Right. So this is a correlation game, but there's a problem with it, sir. Because if we look up and we see an array of light frequency, right? How do we know for sure what it is, given the set of possible things that actually do something very similar, right? Like a good example is if I have a red apple and I have a red strawberry and a red raspberry on my table, I look at them; they're all red. I measure their frequency, and then I go out in the world and I see something red. I measure it. And it's red, whatever nanometer length frequency. How do I know if that's a strawberry, a raspberry, or an apple just off the cuff, just because it's red? You can't. Just by getting the color, it's insufficient.
It's not just the color. It's maybe, I don't know. I need to research what spectroscopy is more.
Spectroscopy is just measuring frequency and then trying to map it to known elements that give off a similar frequency.
Oh, so it's not just a color. It's more complex than that.
There's more complexity to that, but a frequency is effectively a color, right? Color maps to, like red maps to whatever 900, nanometers. Or whatever, which corresponds, it's a wavelength that corresponds to a certain frequency or whatnot. Blue is,
It's basically saying like how the light is affecting how it's radiating by the matter that it's interacting with. So like even like plasma, right? Like it shines off different light colors, like argon. You know what I mean? The different colors that it shines off of when it interacts with light, kind of a thing. That's kind of like that's a low of spectroscopy. Yeah.
And another interesting.
Sorry.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna. There are different shades to different colors. It's not just green. Isn't just green. There are different shades of green.
Yeah, I understand that. It's a spectrum. It's a spectrum, but there's certain band ranges that we define as, oh, this is green, this is, more green, and or less green. Oh, it's a little bit more blue. Oh, this is it's a sliding scale. That's a given.
What if that's the same thing with elements and colors?
Well, this is where I find it gets interesting, because I had discovered this a couple years back, and I think Jedi even brought this up recently, where in different elements, when you measure the frequency that they give off, they give discrete bands. So like argon will be whatever. Let's say I'm pulling it out of my ass here, but argon is a certain frequency of orange. Let's say it might not be orange, but you get my point. It's a specific. It's a distinct, fine-tuned band, more or less. And then another one, fucking helium, whatever. It's a distinct yellow or blue or whatever the hell, right? They're discrete lines. When you actually measure the sun and you get the spectrometer and you measure the sun, you get what they call a continuous spectrum, meaning they get the full array of colors, each of which is of varying degrees. Okay, so what that means is it's either the theory that we have that it's a specific set of gases up there, which we would expect to get a set of discrete readings and mixtures of those, or there's a shit ton of other elements up there that we don't know, emitting off the entire spectrum wholeheartedly in a perfect manner where we get this perfect curve. It's one of those two possibilities, right? It's basically inconclusive at this point, but that's what that data reveals. So it's not sufficient to just say, oh, we know it's helium perfectly, and it's perfectly we know perfectly that it's just helium and this, that, the other thing. Those are discrete frequencies when the sun gives off a continuous spectrum.
As far as I know, it's only the hydrogen is fusing into helium, and I don't think anything else is being made at the moment. I don't know.
Right, so that's what we're told. I remember being told that too.
Yeah, I don't think any other elements are being made by the sun. I don't think so.
Well, being produced is different than the things that are actually fusing to create the light that we see. It's one in the same kind of giant process, but looking at the product of that in terms of gas is not exactly the same as looking at what's actually happening prior to the production of the gas, supposedly. Right? You're looking at the before or the after.
Look at hydrogen. Apparently, it's hydrogen and hydrogen and.
I know the story. I know the story, but like I said
just
before,
posted it in chat too. If you want to look at it, I posted what they're saying today about spectroscopy, about the discharge, what is happening with plasma, and everything like that. I posted 2 videos that would be very good for you to watch.
Thank you.
Yeah, check it out.
Yeah, those are distinct frequencies with distinct gases, isolated gases. And when we get the entire spectrum, it suggests there's something more to it.
It also makes you look at sunsets different. Why are we seeing different colors in the sky, and especially different things that have been sprayed in the sky and all the things?
Why do you think the sky's blue?
See, that is why it makes me think that it's Branch. I'm just kidding.
No, it's a legitimate
No, I hear
question.
you.
I'm not
I
trolling or
know it
anything.
is. It's just
Why
your
are they
voice and the way
different?
you said it.
My voice is what?
I said it's just your voice and the way you said it. Like, why is
Oh,
it the way it's classic. But yeah, why is the sky blue? Why do you think? Why do you think it's blue?
the sun, the radiation, the light of the sun interacting with the atmosphere of the earth and the interactions that are going on.
That's actually a really good answer. It's a very plausible answer. It could very well be what is happening with the light above us, with the gases that are happening, and that is why we are seeing blue. It's a very good answer, quite frankly. Who knows? That could
And I would
possibly
put,
be the right answer.
and I would put to you, Brandon, do you think that answer is exclusive to the heliocentric model?
No.
Could that work on both a flat
could.
or a helio?
Yeah, it could. Light has nothing to do with the shape of the earth, yeah.
Right, there you go. Okay, sufficient. Okay, so fun factoid, but tangent to the main topic, right? Good to know, though. So, Brandon, do you remember where we left off last time? This is about 2 weeks ago or so. Ah, damn, he's on deafen.
Wait, hold on. Do we not have anyone in here who wants to talk about flat Earth right now?
No globies.
Or flat earthers? Anyone who wants to say anything? Nothing?
I mean, I've already been quite long-winded. Hate to talk. Hate to.
Same. That's why I didn't want to either.
hate to hog the mic, you know. And I was speaking lengthily earlier also. But sometimes it's cool to have some downtime in here. Brandon's probably going to come back in a few minutes anyway, so we may pick it up there.
Something happened with the recording of that first video. There's no audio.
Hey?
Oh, hey.
No. Hey, what was going on?
They probably left. Shit, I was talking to somebody who posted videos to the side chat, but they're probably gone now.
No, Shines is still here there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that first video she posted didn't have any audio. Check it out. It might just be me, but
Wait, hold on. Me? Everything that I posted
Yeah.
was a YouTube. They're both YouTube videos, so they should have audio on both of them.
well, that
They're
first
YouTube
video
videos.
didn't for some reason.
Well, then maybe it was just because it had words that you were supposed to read. I don't know. I just know that the two that I chose, I didn't even watch them. I just knew that they were basics and you should watch them. Like they are very basic videos on what we're talking about when it comes to spectroscopy and when it comes to plasma versus electricity, magnetism, like all of those things. This is a beginner's course. So if one of them didn't have audio, they probably just had words that you were supposed to read. I don't know.
Maybe there were captions there if you turned on the captions.
Yeah, that's what exactly like words. Yeah, read along or whatever. And even if there was nothing, the images should be able to show you something. Like when you show that gases next to an electrical current or magnetism or whatever behave in a certain way. Like that's what spectroscopy is. Like that's just how it is. And then spectroscopy also is like you take a machine, right? Like when you get really, really like university scientific, they will have this little machine and they will say, okay, we're going to take a drop of this element and we're going to place it into the machine. And then they're going to say that this is what comes out of it, right? This is how the light behaves with that element. And this is what it is. So it's basically just light behaving with any type of element and reducing it to that base element, to that base light, and how what colors come out and blah, blah, blah. And then they will say, this is what the gas is. It's kind of how they determine when you look at pictures of outer space and they're like, these are the colors, and they insert all of these colors. That is due to spectroscopy, is because they're saying these are the gases that we think should be there. Therefore, these are the colors that we have donated to those gases, and that is why we have granted it to look like these colors. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. And as valid as the down to earth measurement of all that stuff is, there's a problem in the inference. Like I was saying before, just because there's something that's emitting the particular frequency that we call yellow, for example, whatever yellow is, it does not mean, or let me rephrase that. Just because we know gas X, whether it be argon or helium or whatever, emits the color yellow, it does not mean that all things that emit yellow like that are gas X, right?
They're all different
Like, it could be a fucking banana for all we know. You know what I mean? Like, you see? So just because something has a similar color to it, it does not mean it's a certain gas, right? But we have this presupposition that there are balls of gas up there, and therefore, if it's a gas, it has this color. This is a gas that we know has that color. Therefore, this thing is made of this gas. But it's basically guesswork that it is gas to begin with. So there's some issues there. Follow?
Or an element or anything. Yeah. Exactly. That's all guesswork.
And that's just for the sun, right? That doesn't even speak to the rest of the cosmos, where we're looking at little itty bitty dots, right? Planets out trillions and trillions of miles away, supposedly. That makes it even much more of a wild guess.
So you're saying it's possible that the sun is not made of gas?
We don't know.
Let me just ask you this. So if the sun is made of gas, and it is just like, gas is just expanding everywhere, but yet it's in a vacuum, and that gas is just going everywhere inside a vacuum that has nothing, and then it's exploding those gases everywhere towards us and towards every other planet within our solar system that has nothing within that vacuum of space. Does any of that make... I don't know. How do you comprehend that?
The mass of the sun could push in on itself due to gravity.
Okay, so number one, what is gravity? Number two, if it's gases inside of something that is nothing, that is exploding out gases inside of something that is nothing. Have you ever seen like a soda can? Like, we're just talking like basic like thinking right now. Like, take it down to like the simplest of things. If you have a soda can with gas inside of it, and then you pop that tab on it, and that gas goes everywhere. Now imagine a sun inside of a vacuum, right? Like, it's being held inside of it. Do you think it's like worried about like gravitational pulls of other things inside of that can to make sure that it's perfectly creating life forms? And like, it doesn't even make any sense.
You think Wally is an issue though? Thought? You think thought is some kind of issue when it comes to
no,
things
thought
like
would
the
be
sun?
not even be an issue at all. That is my point. There would be no issue of thought because it would be nothing but combustion and chaos and craziness to withhold a sun inside of something, having it contained even within just our solar system. It would be insanity. There would not be any kind of conscious thoughts or anything happening within that chaos. So how are we here so perfectly in serene ability to live lifetimes upon lifetimes upon lifetimes upon lifetimes to have even this conversation right now about supposedly a sun that is nothing but a gas ball, is what they say, a humongous fucking gas giant inside of a vacuum, okay? And then we're protected, and then these gravitational like, what the fuck? Like, can anybody make sense of this for me? For him? Like, can he even understand the absurdity of it? Like, can we just get you there?
Well, the laws of physics can make chaotic things look like they're on pattern, and that is what we're using right now, the laws of physics, in order to talk to each other. Are we not using the laws of physics? Are we not using the laws of physics in order to talk to each other through the air? Is that not what we're using? The laws of physics through computer technology and stuff like that?
Sure.
I wouldn't.
If that's what
I
you
wouldn't.
want it to be.
I wouldn't word it like that. I would say the laws
Neither
of
would I.
physics are governing everything that we do, but we're not using them per se. Like I'm not consciously
No.
thinking about it and try to
We're
invoke.
walking through the laws of physics.
Yeah, we're governed by.
We're using them.
We're not, but no. Nobody's like, I'm going to build the internet, so therefore I need to look at the laws of physics to understand how I'm going to build the internet, so that I can understand how to build electricity. Nobody is like, oh my god, let me resource and go back to the laws of physics to make sure I'm doing this okay. People are just creating shit. People are constantly creating shit. And then they're like, "Oh, okay, well, yeah, it's this and it's that and blah blah blah." People are just creating shit.
Yeah.
And it happens.
Yeah. Like I think another way to put it is like we are using the products of those who have employed the laws of physics to build the stuff that we are currently using. So we're using the laws of physics sort of, but we're more
Yeah, but even then, nobody's like, nobody's like, I need to make sure that it's going to work by what these laws are saying. They're just like, I'm going to create something, create it. People are just out there creating stuff. And yeah.
Not testing it?
Oh my God. No. Oh my God.
It's being
a
tested.
lot of the time.
Maybe there's crosstalk,
Not to the point that you think that it is. So the point that he thinks that it's happening is what I'm saying. It's not happening. Like, do you really think that the laws of physics happen to the point where they're like, let's go back to see what these people said about the laws of physics to see if it's going to match up with what happens right now? Like, no, people weren't actually doing that. They're like, test and see. And then, oh, okay, yeah. And then the laws of physics became better and better about what the laws of physics were because of what people created. It is because of what people created that the laws of physics becomes more the laws of physics, right? People aren't going to a textbook and saying, okay, I can only do this. It's not like a recipe book where they're like, well, the laws of physics says that I have to do this and that and whatever, otherwise I can't achieve something. People are out there achieving shit, failing, achieving shit, failing, achieving shit. And they're like, okay, and then people are superseding stuff and then the laws of physics, right? Does that make sense? Like, people supersede the laws of physics.
Or how about this? The laws of physics are the laws of physics, and the process of us discovering them is an iterative process of trial and error,
Exactly.
and then codifying them into
airplanes wouldn't have happened. Yeah. Like, the airplane, that would have never happened. Oh, the laws of physics say it can never happen. Well, guess what? It fucking did, because people said, fuck you, science, we're gonna make it happen. Right?
Yeah, something was created and it was tested.
Against what they said was possible. They said it wasn't possible. And they said, fuck you, yes it is. We're gonna do it anyway.
So you have to test it, yes.
Jesus, you're missing the point. I think almost blatantly at this point. But I don't know.
No, I'm not trying to. Okay, what's your point again? What's your point? I'm sorry.
My point is that it doesn't matter what the laws of physics says. It doesn't matter what anything says. It matters what people are trying to achieve and if they can or cannot achieve it. And that is constantly happening. People are constantly creating stuff, testing it out, seeing if it's going to go beyond what they say can and is possible right now. And then guess what? A lot of time it does. It supersedes. It creates something new, even more powerful. And then guess what? The laws of physics, well, now we have to readjust. Oh, airplanes wouldn't be able to fly. Guess what? They actually can fly, right? Like, things change within what we say is science, even within what we know about the laws of physics, because they said airplanes couldn't fly. They legitimately said that. It wouldn't fucking happen. And guess what? It did. Because we figured out the medium that we're in is a different medium than water. It's like, who knows what the medium above us is, and whatever Elon Musk is figuring out about what's above us. Because there are layers.
She just cut out, I think.
Yeah, somebody muted her.
What? That's
Yeah, that happens sometimes. Sorry, Shines, but I think maybe you were rambling a little bit. Someone didn't like it. But anyway,
I
Brandon,
wanted to hear the rest of that. That sucked.
I don't know.
She may have been rambling, but it was going to a point.
Maybe taking too long than hoped for. Anyways, dude, the point being, right? You're talking about the spectroscopy thing. Do the videos that she did send to you kind of paint the picture of what I was talking about earlier regarding
The spectroscopy one makes a lot of sense. Yes.
Yeah. So the point in that is about discrete frequencies. Okay, pointing to certain elements. Okay, so you have, I don't know in the video if there's an illustration of if you have like a frequency band, like an X plane of frequency X all the way to Y, whatever, or A all the way to B, all the way to C, showing all the colors and what they mean. And then, this gas is on this line, this other gas is on the other line. I don't know if there's anything in there. There's plenty of stuff online. I can probably find something for you if you want. But the important thing to note here is that when the sun is measured, right, for this, you get a continuous spectrum, which kind of goes against the idea that we have distinct gases up there.
Different colors? Yeah, you can get different colors. You can get itself to a person.
What I mean, no, I get that. But the point being, if you have, let's say for example, if I have three gases or let's say the sun is made up of three gases, for example, just to give you an idea, right? The spectrometer would pick up three distinct colors because each gas corresponds to a color. Get that? If I have four gases, right, you would get four colors, etc., etc. But if you have a continuous spectrum of all the colors of varying degrees, that's not an indication of, trillions of different gas elements. Okay, that doesn't exist. It's not a thing, at least as far as I know. We'd have a much larger periodic table of elements if that were the case. You follow? Do you know what I mean by a continuous versus discrete?
I'm not sure what you mean. I think you're saying it's putting off different colors, or I don't know.
A continuous means you have a curve, right, that is flowing continuously up, like positive. You know what I mean by a curve, like a curved function. It's positive continuously instead of having little blips of different things sporadically. Let's say. Hold on. Let me try and illustrate that for you. I'm probably explaining it very badly. Let me find something for you. Give me a second.
Is anyone there? I got a question.
Oh, someone's got a question? About what?
I was just wondering if there's any flat earthers here. Is there any new news of any of your scientific discoveries or anything like that that's happened recently?
All right,
I'm not a flat earther, so.
Crystal, you mind letting us finish your conversation?
Flat earther.
Yeah, unfortunately, you did jump in midway. I was just taking a second to find something.
Oh, sorry. If you
but
guys are
let-
discussing something,
maybe
go
let-
ahead.
Yeah,
No.
you
I don't
chime
want to
in
jump
there.
in. So keep talking about whatever you're talking about.
Yeah, chime in there. You might hear something new or novel to you. All right, Brandon. You see in the chat the difference between discrete or continuous.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So on the left picture, those are individual dots. Those are data points. But picture the x-axis being the spectrum of colors. Right. From the left, you have red all the way to purple. Let's say, and each of those dots correspond to the magnitude of the of the reception of that particular frequency. So in the middle, it's like a high degree of green, a high degree of yellow right next to it, et cetera, et cetera. Imagine little spikes coming up from the bottom. That's how these readings are taken. Okay, the ones I've seen. I didn't look specifically for this thing in spectroscopy, but this paints the point. Okay, so imagine each of those dots is a gas. Okay, it has its own color. So in that image, you have 7 different gases you can pick up. You follow? On the right hand side, you have a continuous band. So all the colors in between each of those things are picked up in the reader, in the spectrometer. Okay, what this indicates is that it's not a set of gases. It's not that we have an infinite set of gases emitting all the colors to make up that curve. That doesn't exist. We don't have trillions and trillions and trillions of types of gases all making up all the colors of the rainbow, let's say, so to speak, to put it in layman's terms. That's not a thing. Okay? Unless it is, you might want to cite something for me that I'm not aware of. But this is how it's understood. So this theory that the sun is a bunch of gases doing its thing, it goes against the kind of contemporary understanding of how gas is read in spectroscopy, I should say.
Well, it is possible to make a completely different color from 2 existing colors.
Okay.
I can't remember.
No,
I can't think of an example.
I understand. I understand that in color theory, but in chemistry or in physics, if you have two distinct gases and you burn them together, you're going to get the reading of both those distinct gases. If it's yellow and green, you're going to get yellow and green. You're not going to get like a lime per se, unless they're so close together and whatever. They're imperceptible, or it's imperceivable to tell the difference. But then you wouldn't get the red and the yellow and the green separately. You would just get one color of the two fused together. So that would be a reading of what you would say, one distinct color. Ergo, you're not getting a continuous spectrum.
Yeah, I probably made a mistake with mixing 2 colors thing. It doesn't work the same with gas.
It's different. Yeah, it doesn't. I don't think it applies here, but I hear your point. Like in chemistry, in art, there's color theory and all that type of shit. In computer graphics, you can blend 2 colors, etc. Now, even if that were the case, to get the entire spectrum, like you're talking about, even if what you're saying did apply, you're talking about a large set of gases emitting distinct things that give us the illusion of a continuous spectrum. But I don't think that's what the data suggests, man. It's a continuous spectrum of varying degrees. And let me see if I can find something, more poignant there. That was a little bit more theoretical, but hold on a second.
Actually, yeah, I just saw something and it says yes, in spectroscopy, when mixing different colored lights wavelengths, two colors can combine to create a new color. So I guess I was right about that.
Okay, no problem. All right, so I found something. Okay, so yeah, so if you have two distinct gases, you blend them together and you get one single color. Great. Now the problem is, if you check the thing in the chat, this is just a crude image of something I found. I think it's stellar net radiometry, solar radiometry. Okay, so this goes beyond just the color spectrum. This goes below and above. And so you got radio frequency all the way up to, let's say, gamma, whatever's on the right. You see the full spectrum there, right? You see all the colors and all the rest of the spectrum. It's getting the entire thing. You know, not just one spike in one area or on one point of the x-axis, indicating that it's not just one gas or two gases. You follow, right? Even if it were 5 or 6 gases like carbon, helium, hydrogen, and oxygen, right, or whatever, you don't see 5 things blended together creating 2, or even if they were separate enough, 5 or 6 standalone color bands. So to me, this is not a burning ball of gas.
Solar radiometry. I just looked it up. It says is the measurement of the sun's energy at the Earth's surface to determine the sun's output and the properties of the Earth's atmosphere.
Okay, good for you. Anyway, it's getting very late for me. Nice chat. I'm glad we settled on that. I think my point was well made. But I will have to pass out. So, nice chatting with y'all. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
What's up, y'all?
What's going on?
Not much, not much. How about yourself?
Just chilling out,
Hell yeah.
taking it real easy.
No, yeah, me too. It's my birthday. A little bit after my birthday, I'm still drunk, but
Well, happy birthday.
thank you, appreciate it. What y'all been talking about in here?
Just flat Earth usually.
All right. Are you a flat earther or a round earther?
It's got to be flat, man. Water's flat, therefore it can only follow that the Earth is flat.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying too, low key. I'm still getting into the flat earth and stuff like that, but I don't know too much about it, but I was
The
what I
Earth
grew up
is
with,
flat. Prove me
what I grew up
wrong.
with, Brett Tubo, bro. I was just okay. I grew up, learning that the Earth was round and all that, but when I really go down, get into it, and like look at what I'm seeing and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's like no evidence for it.
Wait, who's debating?
You could ask someone like Tubo right now if they have any evidence for the globe Earth, and you'll get nada.
Yeah, okay, well, Tubo. So, like, why do you think the Earth is round?
No, I think the Earth is flat.
See, she already gave up.
Okay.
No, I'm not giving up. I'm literally saying I literally joined the call and I said the Earth is flat. Prove me wrong.
You already gave up trying to defend the globe. I know it.
Hold on.
Heretic.
What?
They sound kind of young. They might. I don't know. Let's just
I know you're in the Discord, but it's a different Discord. It's a foul ass Discord. B's gonna invite you.
Why is there two of you? Get your own accounts.
My bad. I'm sorry.
Okay, Heretic. Can you just like, Heretic? Can you just like
get your own Discord?
educate me about the flat Earth a little bit, bro?
That's sorry.
No, I'm sorry. We're getting our own Discord now.
Yeah.
Mr. Fry from
Heretic. I'm super new to like flat Earth stuff, but like I look outside, I see shit for how it is, and I would like to get more educated about it, and I would like to learn about it a little more. You know what I mean?
Oh, you're in there. That's Discord.
Okay, I think I gotta mute this guy because that's a lot of noise. Okay, they're gone. Yeah, well, water seeps at level.
Wants to get fucking smoked.
Mostly in water, therefore, Earth is a level plane.
Okay. See, okay, so I know, like, the general narrative is that, the Earth is flat, and, we have pictures of the moon and space and all that shit.
I love racism. People, Tubo.
Huh?
Yeah, okay. Tubo, bro, you like here to be like a flat earther, or you just hear shit on us?
No, I'm a flat earther, bruh.
Tubo.
So here, let me.
Tubo, what's your favorite evidence?
My favorite evidence is when, the pyramids.
Yeah, bro. Okay. So you asked Heretic. Can you explain to me a little about your flat Earth philosophy, or like how you think that shit works?
No, Tubo. We don't need the LARPer to explain anything, Tubo. Just take a seat.
I'm a LARPer. Wait. What is LARPer?
Okay. Goodbye, Tubo. Have a good one.
That's kind of racist, no?
I've already kind of given it to you.
That's kind of racist, no?
I don't really care. It all comes down to the physics of water.
Oh, yeah, the physics of
Can you
water.
explain the water physics to me?
Well, seeks and finds its level. I already said this.
Okay, go on a little bit more. Again, it's my birthday. I'm drunk, but like,
Can you explain to me how water works?
I'm trying to get more educated. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to.
Well, you know that water is flat over its surface at rest, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Well, there you go. And so most of the Earth is covered in water. Most of its surface is water, so all that water is seeking a flat level. Obviously, it waves. It's not perfect.
Okay, that makes sense. But when you go into deeper things, like what would be your opinion or your stance on stuff like the solar system or space or gravity?
Neither exist. Those are made up the globe Earth story, and neither actually.
Everything of that is CGI.
Well, I'm not saying. I'm not necessarily saying that. I'm just saying that. Well, you would have to have some sort of containment to have the gas pressure, the atmosphere, so-called. Yeah, that's not going to be there.
The atmosphere holds in gas. It's from what I've been taught. The atmosphere holds in gas, holds in the greenhouse gases.
The atmosphere is the gas.
Yeah, exactly, and that it keeps everything kind of level, and it protects us from the sun and all that other radioactive shit from space.
I'm saying it's a sphere of gas inside of a vacuum. That wouldn't work. The gas would just disperse into that vacuum. There would be no atmosphere at all.
Why do you think gas would disperse into a vacuum?
There has to be. Well, because that's what it does, right? Gas just fills the available volume, right?
No, I mean, some gases do, some don't. I mean,
what do you mean? Some gases will not expand to fill the limitations of the volume they're in?
Gas expands, but we're talking about an atmosphere, not a fucking vacuum.
So there's a barrier.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's going to expand into the volume of outer space if that was a thing.
Okay. So
Hemlock, what's the barrier?
What can you Here, what can you tell me about like Antarctica or like ice walls or something like that?
They're high. They're really tall ice shelves.
And so, why do you think it's like? So, what do you? Okay.
You guys got to be retarded.
What do you think is trying to be like hidden from us? What do you think is trying to be hidden from us? Why do you think there's like the whole like the world around scheme? Why do you think that's a thing?
Probably to take creation out of it, if I had to guess.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if you just say that everything just exploded out of nothing,
You guys got to be the most retarded people I've ever met in my whole life.
No purpose.
Yeah, I can't hear you over this, dude. Sorry, can you say it one more time? Okay.
Yeah, everything exploded out of nothing for no reason. There's no intention or purpose to it at all. You're just a random speck of dust.
So when I'm exploding out of
accidentally happened to form itself into this, like it kind of takes a creator out of the dynamic, if you ask me.
Yeah. So when I'm like exploding like out of my dick like into like my mom, yeah.
All right. Well, that was the end of his run there.
That's wild. Floating into his mom.
You banned him? I just muted him. You don't need to listen to that.
How's your night going, Heretic?
It's going all right. I kind of just want to sleep, but
you fucking smoked him.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
I just couldn't help myself.
I was doing some napping at 5 o'clock today. Like, couldn't keep my eyes open, and I was over at my parents' house, and they were trying to watch football with me, and they were like, "Keep your eyes open." I'm like, no, I want to sleep. Sometimes you gotta sleep.
You gotta.
You gotta. Anyone have any earth-shattering, my brother is a physicist type of evidence? It'd be real fun to talk about. My brother is a physicist, and he also thinks the world's flat. It's a weird situation.
That goes along well with the physics of water. I see no problem.
He's pretty abundant about it. He's pretty okay with the situation.
Yeah, I think he's got it right figured out.
He's smart too. A lot of degrees and paperwork. I don't buy into the gas pressure situation. That's my deal.
Why? You think that gas doesn't expand to fill the limitations of its volume?
I think that it does to an extent, but like it's not like an absolute so gas will expand like to the same rules of gravity as everything else. So it'll go out like if you have like a particle of say oxygen, it'll go out, it'll do its thing out in space, maybe 25 several miles above, but it's still bound by gravity, and it'll come back. They always come back. It's like old Yeller.
So is there any point asking you for a demonstration of this?
I couldn't give you a good one.
Knew it.
Yeah.
Who told you this?
No one told me, and I'm just thinking. I've just been thinking about it, like that kind of situation.
You're just imagining stuff.
Yeah. Well, Einstein did relativity when he was working as like a mailbox officer. Like sometimes these things just come to you, and I would not discount any of your theories if they happen when you're sitting on the toilet, right? If
Hey, man, I'm just appealing to the nature of gas pressure. Actually, just the very definition of it.
Heretic, if you're sitting on the toilet and you come up with something that changes the world,
It's a force that acts on a container. How can you have that without a container?
the forces that act on a container. Can you repeat that?
Gas pressure is a force on a container.
Uh-huh.
He doesn't know what that means.
It's a true story.
Well, I mean, you said forward and then Elbrick. I've never seen him before, but I'll appreciate him. Kind of jumped in.
What?
So you said a force that acts on a container. What?
Well, that's pretty much what I said.
A force that acts on a container, and so it's
force on a container.
All right. Let me think about it for a little bit.
Yeah, it's defined as the force that gas exerts on the walls of its container.
All right. Let me try to get back to you. You're an intellectual. I'll try to do my best.
So I don't know where you're going to get that from without the container. Nobody can show me a way to do it without the container.
It's okay. The gas won't expand. You'll be fine.
I'm going to use my human brain and try to think about it. Do we have anything else? Like any other like hot topics?
The whole thing's kind of a hot topic, isn't it?
I think what happened 2 days ago is a hot topic, but I don't know if it's pertinent.
Trump? I mean, this is like exactly the wrong VC for that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, of course something monumental happened, but it's maybe the not right VC.
We got every other VC in the server for that one.
It's about that point. Any of you guys have like family or something that you're buying Christmas gifts, Christmas ideas for? Like, I got.
I don't buy them Christmas gifts.
You don't even attempt.
Well, I mean, I guess I was trying to be funny, but come to think of it, I kind of don't.
So here was my idea. My idea was to buy my family what are they called? Cameras for their car. What's that called? There's like a special name for it. Basically cameras to install in their vehicles.
Dash cam.
Dash cam. Because I think that's super important. Because people will fuck you. Like, people will fuck you all day long. And I think that a dash cam can save your fucking financial life. And you can get a dash cam for $125. And that will save your family liability as long as they have it properly installed. So that was my gift idea. I think it's a good one. I think everyone should consider that kind of thing.
Thanks for that. Now I can start giving gifts again now that I have some ideas finally.
Is that not like at least okay? Like, I want your feedback, Heretic. It's a decent.
Get them.
It's an okay idea.
Get them a Nikon P900.
No, that's expensive. That's expensive. But okay, so I watch a lot of like YouTube videos of people getting in traffic accidents, and also like I'm a lawyer at a firm, and I watch body cam footage, and it's always the the perpetrator, like the guy that's involved. And if that video evidence weren't available, they might have a case. But it's always the footage. The footage doesn't lie, and we present that, and we bring it to the judge, and we get shit thrown out, or we get it presented our way, or we just win. And it's always the video footage that makes that happen. So, if you have loved ones, if you have relatives, you don't know what to buy them. You don't know like whether or not to get them something like a body cam is like $100. It's a good gift. Like that's what I'm getting all of my parents this year. I think it's a good gift. It could save them one day. My mom used to drive buses, and there was this inbred family that used to jump in front of the buses. Like that was their thing, is they would try to jump in front of the buses to try to like make a lawsuit happen. And my mom never got like never hit any one of them, but they always tried. Like they always tried to fucking jump in front of the bus. So that's super fucked.
A telescope.
A plumb bob.
Level.
Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. You'd use a level.
That's right.
No, they
Not
use
a-
a level, but level's curved, man. So they use a level to make a curved floor. Remember?
That's crazy. Isn't that weird? And every location on the floor would have a different level. It would be curved at every location. That's just stupid.
Yeah, level doesn't actually mean level. Fucking Glober.
My goal is to bait a Glober into arguing that they use a level to make a curved floor. I actually just want to get that and clip that so I can laugh at it for a long time.
For decades to come.
See, I think it'd be a lot easier at the other server that has the other YouTube live stream because there's just a lot more like extra retarded Globers over there than there are over here.
Yeah, it's politics. Go ahead, CB. CB's trying to get in.
I didn't think there was a shortage. Is there a shortage of extra retarded Globe Earthers? I didn't think so.
Today was telling me of a method that she had come up with for like falsifying the radius, and it's kind of hard for her to explain to me at first. I had to have her draw me a picture, but basically what she was describing was, and she said the purpose behind this was so that to like eliminate somehow some way Globers from feeling tempted to say atmospheric refraction, blah blah, Bagak or whatever, and that by going to like a lake, take for instance, with very very calm water, like a lake in Florida, with very calm water in the lakes like more than 15 or 30 miles across or whatever, something like that, and I think it's more than 30 miles across, but anyway, it's a circular lake. I can't remember the name. It's got some weird long name, and she said that in wintertime there's some days where it's very clear and the wind is very very low, so the waves are very very small, and it's almost like perfect level water for the most part all across the lake. And so like her idea was to take yardsticks, like thousands of dollars worth of yardsticks, and to fasten them together one way or another, and to just put flotation devices on them, kind of like the Dollar Tree flotation devices you use for like children or whatever. That would just little tiny actually I was saying maybe tape water bottles, make it cheaper. Just tape water bottles. Wait, it's only 5 or 10 cents or whatever. And anyway, to make it so they float, and to have two rails of wooden yardsticks. A yardstick on the bottom with the flotation devices, and then 1 foot above that with rulers, basically making a girder of yardsticks and rulers, where it's just 1 yardstick on the bottom, 1 foot above that, 1 yardstick on top, and then using the rulers to make sure it's a 90-degree angle all the way down, and then just starting from the shoreline and just constructing this outward on the calm water, and then having a drone fly next to it to show that none of them are bent or anything. I don't know. I couldn't quite follow exactly what you're saying, but she was saying that by constructing this, it would interfere with the Glober's tendency to refraction, Bagak.
I mean, you could do that.
Refraction.
Really, I think the problem would be, I think you'd end up with the structure that you build would be too freaking flimsy.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
You'd have to like brace each corner with some sort of L bracket. There's no way you could just like tape rulers or glue them or do something like that. They'd have to, because once the structure starts getting long, you have like, now it weighs a lot, right? So any displacement will, distort it, or because it would be almost, depending on the distance, right? It could be almost imperceptible, right? Whether it's a 90-degree angle or not, right? Even if it was off, like, because it would spread across each little girder, right? Each little girder could be off in 90 degrees, like, 1/100th of a degree, and over that distance, it would still look like, if you even examined each one, hey, this is 90 degrees, this one's 90 degrees. To your eye, it might look like 90 degrees, but it would be off by a little bit. So I'm just like devil's advocate. What a Glober would say? Like, oh, that's still curved. You just can't perceive that it's not actually 90 degrees or something. We need like a high manufacturing tolerance or something. You literally need to like contract that shit out to like a machine shop, and then have inspections on each part, and use something other than wood. You'd have to use metal or something.
Somebody had an idea not long ago. Now, it's kind of similar. It would be that you could have like a line stretched across a body of water, and at certain intervals, you could have some sort of device that detects the actual level or the mean level where these, let's say, water bottles are in relationship to each other. If there was a curve, it would show a difference between one end to the other. So there'd be a way that you could electronically test the level. Now, I know the Globers are probably going to say, oh, well, it's the same level above a curve, but there must be a way that you could have some sort of technology where you could show the difference of level between one end of the stretched line or whatever to the other end.
How far does a builder's laser theodolite go for? The ones where they just sit in place and they just walk around with their stick and it beeps. It beeps faster to go up, slower to go down, or whatever it does. How far do they go for? So you could set up a whole chain of those things and just let them go beep, 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 beep.
That's true. Yeah, that makes sense.
I think like 150 meters. You also don't just one other problem with that is the buoyancy thing, right? So if you have a body of water, it isn't like, it could be saltier or warmer or cooler near the edges of the lake if you use a lake than in the center. So you won't have uniform buoyancy, right? So if you use some sort of flotation device, it might sit a little bit higher or lower at one part of the lake than the other in the water.
Yeah, certainly for the first 20 feet, that'd be obvious, yeah.
Yeah.
So I want to tell you the two methods I've thought of. And one of them was, I think, something someone else kind of said before. I don't remember if they came up with the same thought of mine or I was just, whatever. Anyway, so the first one would be to take go out to a place like where the salt flats where they have Burning Man or somewhere like that. And then to take a bulldozer and make a trench, say 10 miles long, and then fill it with water, and just seeing what you can see over that water is one thing, but also building like a steel girder above that. And I can't remember what someone else was saying, but they came up with some idea like that, and like putting a level on the steel girder or something. But anyway, I think just building a trench and just seeing what you can see over level water, and just being able to observe the water not flowing one direction or another, and just being level and just seeing what you can see through that. Maybe even make it 20 miles long or something if you can expand it. Because like at a certain point, at least some of the Globers would be like, oh, okay, maybe magical refraction, the nonsense refraction that they talk about, the atmospheric refraction, doesn't account for, that kind of thing. But then another method I was thinking would be to actually build something underground. This is be really expensive, but I think it'd be cool anyway. And let's just say you had like a 15 by 15 corridor, 15 feet tall, 15 feet wide, and you just do your best to build it as great as you can. Use a level to make it like, say, 15, 20, 30 miles long or whatever, and then just put a telescope at one end and a target at the other, and seeing what you can see or what you can't see, you know. And then maybe even use some dehumidifiers to make the place very dry, you know, take all the humidity out if you can.
Yeah, I mean, those are both plausible. It's very expensive, though. I mean, anything you're going to do that's like mechanical, that's what I call it, mechanical when it's physical and it doesn't use like light or electromagnetic radiation. It's going to be expensive because you're going to have to build something that's at least a mile long. As far as I'm concerned, it has to be at least a mile.
Yeah, like a metal rod or a metal bar or something to make it perfectly straight for a long distance. That's like nearly impossible.
Well, I mean, the idea that Antikytherian Level came up with, who used to be mod, he basically, you make a mile-long bathtub, and then, but the shape of the bathtub is 8 inches per mile squared, right? So basically, you build the lip of the bathtub, the top lip where the water is, where the water, you're going to fill it up to that edge, to that lip. But you curve that lip 8 inches per mile squared. So if it's a globe, right, it'll be right at the edge. You'll be when you fill it up, right, the water will be even with that curved edge.
Right.
And if it spills over the sides and doesn't go up to the center, just like at the center, right, there'll be a hump. If it doesn't go up to that center level at that center hump and it spills over the edge, then it's flat.
There you go. I mean, that should technically that should work in even shorter distances.
Oh man, I just had a funny thought go through my mind. It would be so funny. Like, I know it's probably not going to happen, but man, this would be so funny and so cool if you built a structure that had dual purpose. Like, you know, this always talk about building a southern wall, how we need more security on the southern border. What if they built a structure like the one I described that's underground, but just above ground, and just have that hallway, like 30 miles, 50 miles long, just right on the border, and just have a really big, tall structure. People can stand on the roof and keep a lookout. Cameras can keep a lookout on the roof as well. But then you just have a hallway, like 30 or say 50 miles long, and you can like maybe, you know, see how far you can see down it. It'd be kind of funny. Use a level to make it level all the way. Just one hallway.
And make it easy to enter somehow from the south side so they get in and they get locked in and can't get out. That's a great idea. Just kidding.
No. I got a better idea. Make it so they can't enter from the south side. Make it so people can enter from the north side and turn it into a tourist attraction. And be like, hey, look, everybody, it's the world's longest hallway. And it'll be like the Great Wall of China. Because, you know,
yeah, then lock
certain
all the,
observations through it may falsify the radius.
then lock all the dumb people inside and then make it a tourist attraction. I think it's a great idea. Look at all the Globers that are inside.
Yeah, they'll sell Mickey Mouse hats and all that shit.
They thought it was an attraction to show how Earth is curved, and they entered and can't get out.
The only way that could possibly be funnier is if, like, Trump gets back in office and he puts Elon in charge of that.
We need the Space Force. Space. without building that giant glass wall in Dubai or something, Saudi Arabia. It's in the desert. Have you guys seen that?
Oh yeah, it's called the Line.
That long ass city.
Yeah, it's all enclosed and stuff. It's like a city. Yeah.
Well, it was supposed to be like 5 or 6 times longer than it is now. They had to shorten it by a bunch. But they were gonna say the whole thing behind that was like, oh, like what's the curvature of that because it's such a far distance.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that until now. But now that you put that in my mind, like I kind of hope they do build it. Like, yeah,
That's probably why it was cut short.
Yeah, started.
That's what I'm thinking.
They're
They're gonna figure it
broken
out.
ground on it. Like they're mostly just moving earth out of the way to make it at this point. But they've started construction to a certain extent.
Yeah, I think
Although,
AI
like, I
knows.
think it might be halted due to like, you know.
Yeah, ask AI when he gets here. He told me that they were shortening it, something like that.
I don't watch USC, but I have seen a lot of clips where it's like this cocky fighter thought he was, was going to win this fight easy, and he's really arrogant and disrespectful, and the other guy's really sort of humble on that. But when the fight starts, he just beats the crap out of him. The arrogant guy gets stomped on. I see a lot of them.
Speaking of fights, when the heck are these fights gonna start, bro? And other news, I'm getting my hunting license tomorrow. It'd be dope doing a course. Go hunt some bears or some elk.
You
Other
need a
wildlife.
license to feed yourself?
Welcome to Canada.
Hmm.
And apparently you get put into a lotto draw for you to hunt certain animals. So
Well, that'll make you
hopefully
feel
I
better,
win.
Neil. That little photo that I put up there, 10 years ago today, I took that.
Let's check it out. Is that Niagara Falls?
Yeah, from Skyline Tower. So, what I would like someone to do, someone that's got a PC, can you save that photo for me and then right-click on Properties just to see if the camera details come through? Because I want to know if Discord strips the data off of, or the metadata off of images.
Yeah, they probably do.
Well, that's what I'd like to know. So I need someone to save it and then go right-click Properties and see if they can see the camera details.
Yeah,
Because if
give
it
me,
keeps it
give me a second here. I'm not that fast.
No, it'll take a bit to download. But yeah, because I'm very interested to find out and see if the data comes through.
Yeah, I got family in Niagara.
Yeah, I live like 4.5 kilometers from there.
Nice.
Uh,
Yeah, I met up with Righteous. I was visiting there. Checked out a Star Fort. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, those Starfort things are pretty crazy.
They're everywhere, all around the world.
Yeah. Alrighty, that should fix the mic a bit.
That's better.
Nah, don't tell you nothing, mate.
It doesn't show the data, the metadata.
Nah, it's got dimensions and that's it. Doesn't tell you nothing about the camera or nothing.
So if you go details, it should have description. Then if you roll down, it'll have dimensions. Underneath that, it should have camera. And it's not showing that.
There you go. Look, it's completely blank.
Bastards. So it does strip the data off them. That's shit. I was hoping it'd keep the data because I'm forever up people about not being able to see their data, because that's a very good way of proving that you've actually taken a photograph.
There is ways to do it, but it depends on the picture. Like the raw, you can like embed it in some way, but I don't know enough about it. You'll have to look into it.
Oh, well, I'm not worried about embedding it. I'm just wanting to know if the data actually comes through.
Yeah, not most times. If you just like take a digital picture and upload it, but there is a way to take the picture and like embed the data in it so it saves it. I don't know why.
Maybe it's raw images or something.
It's probably a setting somewhere, you know.
Yep. No, that's cool. That's all I needed to know. So
Right, that'd be $55 dues. Services rendered.
Do you take credits at the Flat Earth merch store?
Fuck yeah.
Awesome. I'll see you up there.
Woo! Hey Bert, how's it going?
We are chilling. We are live. Rumble, YouTube. We are waiting for some Globers to step in the Flat Earth trap.
Ain't no Flat Earth trap. They're the ones that are trapped.
I agree.
Hey,
all his fault says Earth is not a solid. Woo!
Are you there, Bert? Yes, I've got a funny accent. Don't stress about it. Everyone else just laughs.
And no, he's
all
not
those
aggressive.
Brits sound weird.
Apparently, I sound British. Go figure.
Your £10 pom.
Or a convict, either way.
Must be
You should
Irish
do-
then.
You should do voiceovers for like animes. You'd be perfect.
Oh no, I've seen some of the redone jobs. They're pretty funny.
Apply for Pixels. You can do Monsters 3.
Yeah, so that picture of Niagara Falls 10 years ago today.
Well, happy anniversary.
Yeah. Yeah, that's gone quick. Last 10 years.
Well, I'm watching a race that goes on in Daytona, and I haven't been there for, gosh, like 13 years now.
One of the things I did do when I first went over to the States, I wanted to go to Laguna Seca Raceway. The day that I went there, or the day before they were racing, the day after I was racing, the one day that I come through, they weren't racing. So I was sort of, that shit. All I wanted to see them do was race around there just for an hour or two, just sit in there and watch. But yeah, the one day that I was there, they weren't racing. I was devastated. It's like, oh,
They
well,
knew you were
keep
turning up.
Yeah.
they were like, that fucking Aussie's coming, it's just all stopped for the day. Down tools.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go around the track backwards. You know what it's like.
Fucking and upside down.
Oh shit.
Otherwise you couldn't follow it, you see.
Yeah, well that's right.
Oh, that guy dipped, he ran away. Piece of shit.
Which one?
There was some numpty up in lobby, all his fault. He typed, Earth is not solid. I wanted him.
Yeah.
I was invited him to VC to have a chat.
He probably thought about it, but when you look down and you see a panel this size, it's sort of like, ooh, I don't want to go in there, just in case. Exactly.
TB, we missed it. Drop down.
Yeah, the ladies are about to start. Oh, it's starting now. All right. Be back.
Oh, she got knocked the fuck out already.
Loser.
Back to sandwiches.
Yeah, gotta learn them. You gonna learn, woman. Well, they tried it their way, and it's only making them unhappy, so you know what I mean? We better get back to how we used to do it.
Damn, well, just watch the knockout. That was great. Cool. We didn't miss anything. Can you guys hear me or?
Who you mean, mugging boy? Some crackheads in the hallways just set the alarm off.
Sky lies. I think you might want to be getting on the mic.
Yo, Bert, you're unmuted. If you want to talk with your listening pass.
Come on, Bert.
Hey, Bert.
As a Gen Xer, I just want to put a Q in front of his name.
We have Rick 2.0.
Did they have Sesame Street in Australia?
Yes, we have Sesame Street in Australia.
Dude. That's where I learned my alphabet, for real.
Good morning.
What's up, Rick?
What up, Rick?
Hey, man. Just going to turn my compost pile
Hey,
for the
Bert.
first. Well,
Why are you bringing the toaster into the bathtub? Hey, Bert.
Sesame Street was extremely psychedelic in the 70s, man.
Yeah, they were all on things making those shows. That's probably why.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
so
it
the
was
parents
very
can enjoy
psychedelic.
it too. So the parents can enjoy it too. You know, the hippie ass parents.
I mean, if you had a hand up your ass, you'd be a bit weird too.
There was this dude I remember, he'd go around just painting numbers on everything. You know, just write 4s on everything, like walls and fruit and, you know.
I like that. I like that. Think about that.
Yeah.
That's a great thing to. That's a great thing for the television to teach your child. You know, go around writing on the walls.
Is that what you learned about the globe brick?
Yep.
Dag nabbit.
Right. I'm gonna see how. It's day 17 of this hot compost since I built it.
It's day 7.
Compost.
Is that the globe evidence you're building?
Yeah, I'm building Earth right now. Technically, I'm building Earth. It's not flat all around. It's just it's a box at the moment. It's in a box.
Globe evidence pile of poop.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do a sanity check on you, Rick. If you wanted the ground to be flat, what would you use for a tool to make the ground flat?
Oh. Okay. Like a steamroll, a roller.
Keep going.
No,
What else would
yeah,
you
but
use?
you needed to check. You have to check if your steamroller worked.
Oh, to check it. Okay. A ruler.
Okay,
Like
that's
a
for measuring.
level.
Hey,
A level.
we have a winner.
Yay! You're not insane.
Yeah. I hope not.
Well, Globers have to think that using a level makes it curved somehow.
What's the isn't it? Is it insane or crazy? Like, if you're truly crazy or truly insane, you don't actually realize that you are. Like, isn't that the thing? So who freaking knows, man? Who knows who's sane and who's not? Because everyone thinks they got it. You know what I mean? Everyone thinks they're fine. So we don't know. Maybe no one on planet Earth is actually sane.
Not a planet.
Planet.
Trigger word. Sorry.
You fucked up.
No one on Earth is sane.
Yeah, there is nobody on planet Earth. There is no planet.
Right. Okay. I like what you did there.
Hey,
help me out here, everybody.
So
we got
figured
you.
it out.
Hey, everybody.
He's been on Discord for months, just figured out how it works.
I just figured this thing out.
Woo!
First I heard was planet.
What planet? Where?
I've been following y'all for a while.
Make sure you follow the Rumble too.
Big giveaway.
Make sure you follow the breadcrumb home.
I don't even carry a cell phone. But I got a buddy, real buddy. His name is Ray Notes. Some of you guys wrecked him some months ago.
Facts.
Bring him back. We'll do it again.
I was gonna say, take it up.
Anybody remember Ray Notes?
Yeah, I think
you
there's a recording of that. I think not me. Ray Notes.
Yeah, on that Teos UK.
Yeah.
Spiraling.
I'll post it in the chat because it's kind of funny.
That's Anyways,
So,
this
Ray-
is the way I look at it. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Bert.
I was gonna say, this is the way I look at it. That what we call flat Earth is strange of intelligence, honesty. That's all it is.
Is he got connection issues for you guys too?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's roboting.
I'm hearing that.
Yeah.
You're roboting, Bert.
I like that Transformers sound effect. That
Get
was
closer to
great.
the satellites, bro.
Oh, sorry. I got a junk. I got
He's singing as a dubstep song.
I got no. I don't own.
Bro, you are roboting so hard, I'm concerned you're going to transform into something and take off.
Well, he said flat Earth and intelligence. So that's good enough.
Yep.
That's it.
You're coming through 8 bytes at a time. Ones and zeros. You're coming through one binary at a time.
I think the curve's in the way.
Dial up, man.
The curve might be in the
He
way.
needs to subscribe to the Starlink.
If you just inch a little closer to the satellites, that should help.
You know, like as a kid when you had to pretend to be the antenna for your mum and dad and fucking move around and shit.
Yeah, you could try standing on
And
your
the
bed,
remote control.
jumping whenever you're talking.
Jumping.
Yeah, just hit the computer a bit. It'll fix it.
Yeah, slap it up a little bit. Yeah.
But more
Flap and tickle.
reasonably, if you go closer to the router, that can sometimes help this kind of thing.
You know how much of a dumbass I am? I took out my RAM while my computer was still running.
Dirt.
Jesus.
It's so stupid. I was trying to add new RAM.
What were you trying to do with that?
I was trying to add new RAM. I was on Discord with a buddy, and then he's like, "Okay, what you got to do is take out the RAM slot and then put in your new one." And I'm like, okay."
Why'd you waste
And you
your
literally
time,
did
man?
it.
Why didn't you just download it?
I don't know. I was an idiot. I was probably high at the time, but I was
Download the RAM.
Wow.
I do some stupid shit like that. But anyway,
Yeah, download more RAM.
So, Rick, how many bodies have you got with all the compost?
How many what, sorry?
How many bodies have you got for all the compost?
Oh, millions.
Oh shit!
Millions of bodies.
Literally
Yeah.
millions.
Yeah, there's
Are
a
you
few.
saving country from global warming or what?
Actually, it's a shame
Oh,
someone.
that was really nice of Bert.
Trump impersonations. Millions and millions.
Millions and millions.
I think I used to have that on the soundboard.
It's a beautiful day.
Not that anymore. Facts. Bert's back. Welcome Miggy as well.
What up,
We
homies?
got like,
On my fellas.
hey, mate. It's a Sunday morning here in Australia.
What?
Yeah. I can see the sun. The sun can see me, I think.
Who's trying to go Glover mode? I'll do it. What do you mean you see the sun? That means the earth is moving.
We got Rick. You don't got to do it.
Oh, Rick's here.
Yo. Yeah, I am I'm uninitiated.
Time to cook. So Rick's a globe earther or what?
I don't think Rick
Yeah,
knows what he is.
I'm just like a normie, what you'd consider someone that hasn't really delved into the topic much at all.
Already.
Pushing backwards down the rabbit hole. That'll be good enough.
You've been on politics a fair bit, though, Rick, haven't you?
Yeah, I came in there and
Okay.
heard you guys from there. And
Sweet.
someone shot me a link.
Fixing
Come in
to
here.
go up a mountain soon, do some observations or something.
Yeah, I was. Yes, and I had clouds. Well, not clouds. It was smoke from backburning. Because in Australia, we have some pretty crazy bushfire seasons, and they backburn to try and get rid of all the the ground fuel that the fires use to spread further.
Yeah, they don't do that enough though.
Yeah.
It's because of the greenies.
Yeah, the filthy Democrats do the same thing here in Oregon and the States. Like, we have lots and lots of timber, so much timber that we could sell it and do the same thing that the state of Alaska does, and simply send, checks in the mail to everyone who lives in the state for a couple $100 every year. As part of you live in our state and we're extracting the resources. Like, that's how much wood is in Oregon. But instead, because of the greenies, we just have to let it overgrow and burn, and then we have to use extra tax dollars to put out the fires.
Exactly.
It's insane.
Yeah, Ryan, I saw a really interesting video recently. It was a guy talking about how wildfires, at least in California, I think he was at the Redwoods or something, was an important kind of natural cycle, and because they're being prevented now, what was it like? You're getting like the forests are kind of overpopulated essentially, and you got trees kind of just stealing nutrients from each other, so none of them kind of grow grand anymore. They're all kind of smaller and weaker and things like that. I don't know
the
if
Native
the same would be
Americans
said
in this
about
area,
Australia, since it's a pretty barren kind of continent, really, isn't it?
the natives would set fires on purpose. Like, the natives would set fires on purpose because they knew that it was healthier, when it grew back.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, they
Things regenerate.
Big time.
Yeah, so Aboriginal people. Yeah.
There's a lot of plants and trees that don't grow unless there's been a fire that comes through. So it heats up the seeds and pops them.
Yeah.
It's interesting, as.
Yeah. I mean, bushfires occur naturally anyway, right? As well. Yep. You get lightning strikes and all sorts of shit. It starts them up. Well, it's still steaming, guys.
It's also it's kind of something that's kind of pisses me off about this, though. I don't know if it applies to other places, but back here in Oregon, like, there are lots of people that can't really so safely live outside the city of Portland or the city of Salem because they're running the risk of getting caught in a giant forest fire because of the mismanagement of the forest that they live around. And so it almost seems like, I don't think it is deliberately, but it does have the effect of just making it more dangerous to live anywhere than a city. It just almost seems like it might as well be, I don't think it is, but it might as well be a ploy to just cram more people in the cities.
Exactly.
Ooh, shit, it's still very hot.
Rewilding. It's called rewilding.
Rewilding.
So all these areas that were burnt in Australia, supposedly, people aren't allowed to go back in and rebuild there. Just going to rewild the area.
Hadn't heard that term.
Yeah, you must live in a city and you must not own a car.
There's a company I used to work for called Bush Heritage Australia, and what they do is they use all the donation money to actually buy land, and then the land just becomes protected space, so nobody's allowed onto it, essentially.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have
one of the oldest and most successful, and like the campaign I used to run for him was about this species called the yellow-footed rock wallaby that they thought was extinct for about 150 years until they found it in one of their sites that they'd had like rewilded for about 50 years.
Wow. Yeah, we got land buyback programs in Brisbane for koalas. Yeah.
There's koalas living in the town that I live in, which is like inland from Mackay. But it's the only place I've ever lived where I've like actually seen koalas, like, you know, outside of a habitat.
Dude. Yep.
But I saw one once in the Blue Mountains. I was going to work like super early, and I saw one leaving a fruit orchard.
Oh, nice.
So
you guys have real bears? Never seen one in the wild. But I'm sure
they're super reclusive, and like because of all the fucking shit that we do, like the building projects, we smash out their remaining habitats. So
yeah,
it's just crazy that the ones here, like, they actually live in fucking town. Like, I've never seen that before.
That's cool.
You can hear him though.
Was that the Tasmanian devil?
Tasmanian devil?
Tassie devil.
The scariest shit you've ever heard.
No, it sounds like this. Slightly
That sounds like someone being strangled underwater.
They literally sound like
drop bears,
they
right?
sound like the things that they're killing, screaming. That's the sound they're always making.
They imitate it while they're killing them.
They're like piranha. They rip things apart, like rip legs off of chickens and shit. Just
Aren't they
voracious.
slow?
No, they're really quick. They dot around like rabbits, kind of.
Oh, those are
Drop bears.
sloths. Never mind.
Drop bears are crazy, mate. They'll rip your face off.
That's why you got to paint Vegemite behind your ears because they don't like that shit.
Do you guys actually like that shit?
What's that?
Fucking oath.
Yeah.
Vegemite?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, man.
Like every country's got like a vegetable extract. You just call it different shit. You look around, you'll find one.
We'll call it
Some
nasty.
countries are weak. You know, Promite and like Marmite, they're like a weaker
Yeah,
version.
we've just got the best recipe. Like the people who made that, they worked it out. It's like the Coke recipe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Coke for retards. I mean, what?
Bro,
In
you get
Australia,
so
there's
many
really
like
few-
essential vitamins it'll actually improve your intellect. I used to like eat heaps of Vegemite and I did really well in school. There you go, proof positive.
I used to eat heaps of Wheat Bix when I was a kid, and like when I was a teenager as well. Smash the Wheat Bix after school, before dinner, after dinner. Yeah, good times. Used to do like 10 of them.
In Australia.
What
10
the
Wheat Bix
bleeding
once.
hell? We were having all right rip snort here, and then this piker shows up, and just like that, it's good night, Irene.
We get it! You're from Space Australia!
Space Australia.
I don't know what that was.
Yeah, that was.
Oh, hi, Spice Oz. That's me own planet.
Wait, hold on! You're from Australia?
Spice Australia, and more specifically, Spice Brisbane. Go Spice Broncos!
So, it's like Australia.
In Spice. Gotta be careful though, Berta. Spice Dingo will eat your spice, baby. Stupid!
That was wild.
Yeah, that's CV taking the piss out of us. That's all.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Oh, hey, Space Oz. That's me own planet. Yeah, that's good stuff right there. Good stuff. Brad says he's on his way home. He's going to stream the fights. I'm watching it in the background. It's just some ladies about the fight, so we ain't missing nothing.
What are they fighting over?
Money.
They're fighting over money. Literally. Yeah. You reckon they can? You reckon they can work it out? They got to fight it out.
Yeah. Grab her dick and twist it. Oh, so Bert's here, Rick is here. Neither one of them are globeheads, or what's the deal, folks?
I am a globetard, yeah, but I'm a
Oh.
friendly one. I'm a friendly neighborhood glober.
So Rick, what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
I don't have anything for you, man.
What's your best globe evidence?
Let's see. Best globe evidence. Just the
You looked
nature
over
in
his
which
shoulder.
the.
Didn't you, Rick? You just turned around and looked over your shoulder for globe evidence.
I know I had that around here somewhere.
The way that the moon rises over the horizon, just trying to see how that would work on a flat Earth. That's what I got.
So it's
I feel like the globe,
Awesome.
the globe concept demonstrates it to satisfy my, That satisfies me as an answer. But if, I don't know, the flat model or the flat explanation explaining
What if
why the
I-
moon comes up.
What if I
Like that.
blew the fucking moon up with like 100 nukes? Would you be forced to concede the Earth is flat?
I don't know.
Or what if I'm a Saiyan and I just did it Vegeta style?
Yeah, I mean, destroying something after I've come to my conclusion to say, oh, you can't make that conclusion anymore. I don't know if that changes the nature of the Earth.
Now you're
It
fucked.
wouldn't. That's the thing. Well, think about what you're saying. I like this story, and I can't think of another story, so I'll just go with the story without actually checking reality. We're not here. We really don't have a replacement idea that quote
All right.
makes sense in a better way. But you got to get away from things that sound good to you. I would say any story. Any story is made to make sense. Dragon Ball Z makes sense, right? When you watch it.
I understand.
But so the globe model on its own
Yeah.
just makes sense. It doesn't make it real.
So it seems like there's a couple of different types of flat earthers. There's the ones that they're just in the camp that rejects the official explanation of Earth being a globe, and they're not suggesting a contrary. They're just saying we don't accept the globe model. Whereas then there's the other type of flat earthers where they have a model. They have this like disc with a what is it? A firmament, and they make all these claims to explain that model, and that's like, you know, you take more leaps doing that. Whereas, yeah, there are seemingly, is that right? Is that about right?
I don't think so. I don't think there really is a model. What you will find, and I think some flat earthers will offer you, are some ideas, ways to think about things. But there really is no model of the entirety of reality. Right. That's the way I look at flat Earth. But I think the issue people face all the time is they're taking the globe as it is and they're flattening it. And so this is a problem. If that were the case, and you could launch yourself off the Earth and go to some other place to turn back and take pictures, then potentially we could model the flat Earth. But the problem is trying to model reality is more akin to trying to model the universe. How do you leave the universe itself to then go back and look back at it and say, well, here's what it all looks like? So you can't do that. And so with that being the case, you can't model.
Like a paradox.
Yeah, you can't make a little Hot Wheels version of reality because you can't leave reality to see it from some outside area. Yeah.
And the idea of firmament is just because that's what we see on Earth. Gas pressure with a container. So we're assuming anywhere there's gas pressure, there must be a container, right?
Yeah, as far as we understand how to, like how we transport gases, we need to contain it and move. Like if we're taking it somewhere, that makes sense. We need a container.
We also know that atmospheric pressure is a thing that's used in a lot of fun ways. But it means the sum total of the weight of the air that's pressing down on you at any given moment. So that implies containment.
Yes. Well, that's the explanation that globe Earth or what is it? I guess science. Like that, as in I don't mean science as a whole. Like I'm not talking about pharmacists and chemists. I'm talking about the ones that actually concern themselves with the explanation or the scientific, conclusions they've drawn. So the physicists and what you guys call pseudoscience, astrophysicists, like they have these. They say that the atmosphere is contained by gravity. And gravity converges to a single point in the middle of the sphere.
What you're unaware of, gravity is not applicable to gases.
So see how they're creating a model from an observable effect to explain an observable effect. Whereas if we wanted to recreate that, we'd contain the gas with a physical mechanism. And we haven't ever non-physically contained gas. Like, yeah, we can use sound waves to like levitate drops of water, but can we actually contain gas by compressing fields? I don't know. Maybe it's possible, but even then, is that what's going on?
Right. We can't produce an Earth model on Earth because it always actual Earth always trumps whatever you're trying to build to display mass, creating its gravity. Gravity. It's always going to have influence. You would have to like get away from all like influence of other bodies to show to represent and display the effect of mass creating its own gravitational pull.
I don't think that's even possible.
I don't know. Yeah. Well,
there's no other, as I described. The guys here will tell you that gas pressure requires a container. So that means the gas pressure that you're breathing right now is contained. So there's no way to leave Earth and then start doing tests in a non-Earth place. That's like I said earlier. It's like leaving the universe. You can't do it.
Right. So Earth, Earth, the surface that we're all standing on, is a location. If you go directly up, vertical, and get away from that location, what we call space, far enough away, outside the influence of Earth's gravitational pull, does it ever stop? I guess
yes,
it would. It would eventually die off, and there would be no influence from Earth, right?
When you're in this fictitious space, are you wearing a spacesuit?
Yeah.
Interesting, that. Earth doesn't need a spacesuit, though, does it?
No, because it's got an atmosphere.
Can we get things?
We are in a spacesuit.
Yeah, please save us, India. The atmosphere is also the gas.
Right. Let's keep it 100% real.
Yeah.
When are you going to actually leave the Earth? In reality,
I have no plans at this point.
No. Everybody you've ever met and everyone they've ever met, when do they actually leave the Earth?
They don't.
No, they do eventually.
Oh, like when they die?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That other shit, space, Spaceballs, land in the sky, that's just imagination. I could sit here and tell you stories about heaven, right? Nobody knows, right? I can't, they'd just be stories. Space is the same thing. It's really just a secular version of heaven.
Yeah. I understand.
Damn, that's bars. I'm feeling that.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if you're an atheist, theist. It don't matter. But the point is that you need people need some type of replacement story for their existence, right? Like, why am I here? And those questions. Space and all that stuff, right? Big Bang, evolution. That's just a creation story from a secular, atheist, materialist viewpoint, right? It's just there's no God. There's nothing that did it. It's just random chance of nature, right? But you got to have the other thing, right? You got to have so we got the creation story of the universe, Big Bang. We got the creation of man, evolution, and then we got what's heaven. Heaven is if you go high in the sky, then there's a magical place where there's all these possibilities. Anything can happen because there's infinite stars, right? It's the same idea. Like there's another place that you can go off of the earth. But in reality, though, you're not leaving here until you're dead. And all you're ever going to experience is a flat, motionless earth. In reality, that's the real situation.
Right. So, I think
even presenting... Presenting the moon as like another sphere that you can land on and walk around on embeds this idea that there's another place you can go that's close enough for you to make out the details of what it looks like. But we don't know what it is.
Yeah. So, is it right to say that flat earthers, they don't have all of the conclusions, like whereas science tries to make conclusions where there may not be. It's just,
Do you
guesses,
think
estimated guesses, measured guesses about what the nature of space and whatever and Earth, and whereas flat Earth, they don't have counter conclusions because that's not the point, right? It's like that they're disputing that science. Like, why are you making these conclusions?
We falsify your conclusions.
Right.
Do you think the heliocentric paradigm has all the conclusions?
Nope. For me, as I'm not a scientist. I'm just a regular person, and what
just
they
a
put
yes or
forward
no.
as their conclusions is yes. Like I was getting to the yes and why yes. Like, I have.
Okay, so you think deities are among us or something like that? Because that would be what would be required, right? To have all the conclusions.
We got a priesthood where there's some people, they're way smarter than us and we can't understand. Just like priests in the past, they had to interpret the Bible for you. So they have to interpret reality for you, and they tell you what reality is, and then you're like, look, you got a lab coat, man. And fuck, dude, you're smarter than me. I don't even own a lab coat.
Yep. I guess so. I guess, yeah, I agree with you. That's a faith-based. It's faith. Yes, it is. It's based off faith. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so what we've found out is that when we talk to these scientists that you think exist out there, they have the same viewpoint you do. There's somebody else out there that proved it, because when we ask them what their evidence is, they don't have any
They point to
evidence.
another person.
Yes, they point to another person. And then we talk to them, and those people point to another person. And it's perpetual finger pointing thing where you never get the actual guy that actually knows something.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Like,
and this ain't an exaggeration. I'm not exaggerating. We've talked to PhDs in physics, astrophysics, cosmology, meteorology, geology, geography, freaking pilots, surveyors, like you name it. Go down the list of professions. The only one what we've never had come in here and say the Earth's the globe are sailors. I've never had a sailor come in here and say, yes, based on my profession, I know the Earth's a globe. It's only like pilots and like as far as like people that do it in practice as like a profession. It's
we
always
should
like
track down. We should get someone.
we have. Dude,
That
like,
is,
I mean,
yeah. Should hit them up. Who are these people that cargo ships? Right? There's got to be the captain of a cargo ship, international cargo ship. Be interesting to hear their take on it.
Yeah,
because they're traversing it like as a job. Yeah.
Yeah, but nowadays a lot of the ships are pretty much nearly automated.
Yeah. So the automation, like who built the automation into it? Like, and what are they? How did they use that? Like, what model are they working off to automate it?
Yeah, that's a good
you
question.
can see the azimuthal equidistant map. I mean, simple.
Yeah. Man, I would love to know. Like, I want reality too, just like you guys. I want reality. I want to know what's real. I don't want to mess around with, half truths and guesses and whatnot. It'd be nice to know the hard facts.
Well, where do you think you're going to find this reality that you're looking for?
Yeah, well, to be honest, the world around me that I see with my own eyes is good enough for me to live in, and that's all I need.
Well, that world that you're describing is by its very nature deceptive.
Flat.
Like everything that goes on in it is deceptive.
Well, yeah.
Like even the color, right? The color doesn't exist outside of your brain.
Right. So the human experience, it's a perspective, isn't it? Like it's not definitively.
Like our senses simulate reality by decoding much more information than our senses are actually processing consciously. So we have this subconscious and.
Now, so there's two definitions of real. Then there's human real, like the way we experience the world with our senses, and then there's real outside of the human perspective. And that's the nature
Well,
that
look,
we're
there's a
trying.
better way. There's a better way to look at it. There's things that are empirically true and things that are theoretically or philosophically true, or maybe
Yeah.
just like, you know, emotionally true or something like that.
Right. So, to me, this is the way I see it. Flat Earth, it doesn't have the amount of conclusions arrived at that quote unquote globe
but
science
look,
has.
this is where the empiricism lies, and that was the distinction that I'm drawing for you personally.
Yeah.
To try to pass this to something that you can get to grips with.
Right.
Is that the empiricism is gone as soon as you engage heliocentrism, because you're not looking at things. Empiricism is looking at things. You know, something that you can see, something that you can study.
Yes.
Yeah,
and
I
I
mean,
agree. Like, from what I can observe, as just a regular dude that's walking the earth, it is flat, and obviously there's, you know, topology to it. There's like hills and mountains and valleys and whatnot. But yeah, like I've been to the coast, I've looked out at the ocean, and it appears flat. So yes, from this, you know,
the
if I
first
didn't
step
have,
of you know, understanding all this is understanding the heliocentric paradigm hasn't reached any conclusions.
So if it is flat, like, as you know, in all definitions of the word, if you walk in one direction indefinitely, you would get to either, like I've seen the flat Earth model, like how the Antarctica is like is the terminating
container.
We couldn't answer this question anyway. Where
And
it's
if-
going? So.
Container, apparently.
Right. So either way you cut it, no one's been beyond that. So everything is a guess. Everything is a
We
hypothesis.
can't claim that either. You know, potentially.
No, well,
someone.
maybe someone. Yeah.
But nobody available to us.
Right.
You know.
So
I have to imagine the people, you know, perpetrating the heliocentric lie have surveyed extensively as much as maybe physically possible, or who knows, you know.
Yeah.
But they're not giving us that information.
I agree on a lot of the logic, like where you guys come from, like applying logic to situations. I agree with it totally, and I understand. Like, I've never been in a rocket. I've never been out of space or into quote unquote outer space. So it is all just concept and stories. Yes, 100%. I agree. Like me saying that that's good enough for me, that is, as you guys describe, faith-based. I have faith that they're telling the truth. That is. So yeah. I see where you're coming from.
Well, I mean, that's a good start if you can see that much and understand it, you know.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
a
I
big
don't claim to
aspect,
know.
kind of goes over most Globers' heads.
Right.
That they
So I'm
are, in
comfortable
fact,
to concede that,
religious,
yeah.
you know, in a sense,
Yes.
in some sense themselves, you know. Which
Yeah.
is not meant as an insult. It's never meant as an insult. But they lack the humility to recognize it, and it usually, you know, gets hostile over the point.
Right. I guess there's other aspects to our world, or other practices of science even, where we put faith that they know what they're talking about, you know? And in you guys, I'm sure. Like, do you... Like,
Well, I mean, there's
extreme examples. I know,
issues with there's issues with everything I can think of immediately in response to that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to hear
Right.
about it, but I mean, yeah, this is a problem with the way people exist in the world. I mean, it's not something we can refer to and say, well, it's just the way things are. No, it's a big problem with the way things are. And if you don't realize it, you'll probably become a victim of it. Like, without expounding on it, I'll just say, like, the entire field of psychiatry has, like, entire, like, epistemological fucking flaws in it. Like, it's full of them. It's
Mhm.
entirely fucking
Yeah.
like baseless, basically. Bad as heliocentrism when you get down to it.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about something a little bit more like what we would both consider real and not pseudoscience or anything, but chemistry, right? Do you know how to synthesize whatever they came up with for the, like, okay, let's see, let's talk about, okay, penicillin. Do you know how to make penicillin, or do you know how to make,
Yeah, it's a natural compound. I can tell you how to do it at home if you want.
all right, okay, let me think of something else. Are there certain like medications and things that you know how to go make? You know how.
Well, I'm pretty good at chemistry, and all you have to do is buy the chemistry tools to do it at home.
Yeah, but offhand, you know how to do all that? Like, right now, you can tell me what it takes to make...
I mean, up to the point that I'm lacking the equipment. Like, I don't have a high-speed oscillator, but I could jury-rig an oscillator out of a fucking washing machine if I wanted to.
All right. What the point I'm trying to make is, like, there's definitely disciplines and fields of science that, you don't know about, but you agree that it exists and they know what they're talking about. There's experts in the field and they do things that we trust in, right?
It depends. If I find out about something, I like to look into, at least functional knowledge of, what are the main components of this field, not claiming to have any understanding of it, but just I know why a CT scanner is used and what it's doing because they've used it on me.
Yeah. So if you had, maybe in engineering, well, I'm just trying to find a field that you just take off faith, like you don't know how to do it yourself, but
I don't think you could find one because I'm just a very inquisitive person, but I guess a lot of people have that view.
So you know how to do everything.
But this is a false equivalence, man.
Yeah, I was always saying.
Well, it's
a false equivalence. I'll tell you why. Because the people you're talking about, they can fix it. Whereas the people we're talking about, they've never experienced the Earth as a globe. They're like me, you, and everybody else.
Like theory. Yeah. Why? Well,
yeah,
sorry,
it's in their imagination, just like it's in my imagination, just like it's in your imagination. Scientists are astronauts, right? They're not going to space.
Right.
Yeah,
I agree.
So it's
I've never been.
Somebody that fixes a scanner or some piece of equipment or does brain surgery.
They're doing it. They're practicing it.
Yeah,
right.
No scientist is actually doing anything. Yeah.
Right.
Most scientists have never. Most of the ones we've talked to, they've never done a test of the globe. Not one.
Right. So
you're literally
drawing the difference.
One more point. Let me make one more point.
Yeah.
We could have somebody in ninth grade, freshman in college, senior in college, university professor, and they're all going to say the same exact things. They're going to say the same exact rhetoric, and then we're going to ask them the same questions. What evidence do you have for that claim? I don't know. It's out there somewhere. Google it. I don't know. It's out there somewhere. Google it from the next guy. And it doesn't matter who we ask. It's the same answer. Everyone believes the same thing because most people, when they learned it at a young age, they stopped questioning it. They never thought it was anything ever to look into or question. So they just accept it. And it happens at a very young age. They don't teach you electrical engineering in kindergarten, right? But they teach you the Earth's a globe and that it's a complicated process to figure that out. And it's only geniuses figured it out. And but if you're stupid, but if you're a flat earther and you still believe it's flat, then you're stupid. So on one hand, you can't understand it, but on the other hand, if you don't believe what you can't understand, you're stupid, which makes no sense.
See. Right. Is it impossible that the Earth is a globe?
No,
in your opinion,
of course not.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Not impossible. Okay, so there's a possibility that it could be the way science is trying to express that it is.
Just that the Earth is a donut.
This is the bargaining phase, Rick.
I think you're being very generous with possibility, but sure.
Right. This is the bargaining phase. No, I'm just
it
trying
is
to
completely
you guys
possible that the Earth is spherical.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
That is a possibility, but
I like to hear you say
I just understand that when Glober's
ask this type of stuff, it's their own kind of bargaining versus
see.
what is, you know, the
Right.
most logical conclusion based on the evidence we have.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to
Well-
concede for all human history, people thought the Earth was flat, and then a couple
All of a
Greeks
sudden.
came along and were like, "Earth's a globe."
Yeah.
And basically, that part of a segment, it's not even all of Western civilization, a segment of Western civilization prevailed with this idea, right? Prevailed
Dude,
over the entire world with this idea.
Yeah.
Do you know that the Chinese thought the Earth was flat into the beginning of the 1900s?
Ah, interesting.
Yeah, it got kind of forced on them by the Jesuits. And then they eventually displaced the emperor. And then as soon as a new government came, they abandoned the flat earth. So all the people, so when people would go around the world, I mean, I think you would admit that the Western world ran around colonizing indigenous people and forcing their worldview on them, right? So this is how the globe spread. It didn't spread because it was true. It spread because the Western world has gunpowder and fucking cannons.
Right.
I mean, let's keep it real.
So, well, I can see why this is such like a. You guys are so passionate about this, is because it is. It would be the most, or is the most compelling thing of what we consider our reality. Is like, wow, we were wrong about that. The nature of where we're living, like it's.
Yeah. Well,
Like,
I meant
everyone was fooled. Like,
well, think
you
of
know?
what would the consequences be. Just
the
think
most
about what
compelling thing. Right.
think about what the Rick, think about what the
Gotta
consequences
consider the
would be.
fact that we're living in the world where making Matrix references to you being like Neo, the metaphor, has become passe. It's now passe to make that reference. It's so like hyper
does that mean?
saturated in your face. Like the
Yeah.
reality is a simulation, and everything that you've been told to take on faith is being simulated in your head through your imagination. So waking you up from the Matrix is just analogous to like getting you to realize what parts of your worldview you're simulating.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, so what do you think the consequences would be if it was like someone somewhere came out with unequivocal 100% proof the earth was flat, right?
Yeah,
What do
it
you
would
think
be.
the consequences would be for the people that said they knew there was a globe? Do you think we'd idolize Newton anymore?
Conceding.
Do you think we'd idolize Einstein anymore? Do you think the people that are in university that have been teaching all these scientists, do you think we're talking about, you think their reputation would suffer a little bit?
It would. Yeah. It should. Yeah, if
Yeah,
they were
so
wrong and we've been following their conclusions this whole time or whatever.
Yeah, I'm glad
their
you put it that
hypothesis.
way. I'm glad you said it the way it is, right? If they're wrong, because a lot of people go, "What? You think all the scientists are lying?" No, see, lying is a motive, right? That's intentional deception. I don't think they know. I think the ones that say, like the scientists that say, "Hey, Earth's a globe," I think they're just wrong, and they're wrong because they're ignorant because they've never gone out and done anything. So they're just human beings like everybody else. They take things at face value and economize their time and their efforts, right? So they're not, you know.
Hey man, you got me driving up a mountain taking
Don't
photos.
forget
So
good
that's
old conflict of interest as well.
Yeah, there's that too. I mean, there's lots of motivations at the individual level on.
yeah.
I mean,
And
we've heard people say they would kill themselves. Kill themselves if Earth was flat. Oh yeah.
My God.
Yeah,
Well, dude,
it's
I
an
would
identity,
happily
man.
live on a flat Earth. I would, you know, I totally.
I was going to tack on to you were talking about consequences. I personally believe like the immediate consequence if this were to come out tomorrow would just be collective insanity and mass breakdown of society.
Yeah, probably.
Well, we experience it on a small scale when we essentially shatter the kind of the worldview and identity of a glober. You know,
Well, that's
they're hearing what we're saying. They understand we're right about what we're saying, but they don't want to accept it. But and they go into the cognitive dissonance, and then they break down. They go into a form of insanity. You know,
Right,
And
can't handle
you
the
just
truth,
have to,
right?
you have to witness it for yourself. But when you see it, you see it. You know, it is a
Yeah.
form of insanity. So
Also,
you know,
like-
if that were to go on the whole entire world at once, yeah, it would be. It would be
Is it possible, right, that heliocentrism itself is an experiment, like a very long-running experiment that ends when people work out they're being experimented on? And if so, would they have already like planned for all likely conclusions of the revelation?
Yeah. See, yeah, no, totally. Now, when you explain, like, if it's a big, coordinated test, that's some people in flat Earth take that as reality, like that's what's going on. Like they've made the conclusion that is what's happening, and that's like there's no evidence for that. It's a it's like a speculation. At the end of the day,
No, that's not really a
speculating.
thing. I
That's what.
think that's just something
Yeah.
the elf came up with now. I mean, yeah, it's an idea, but it's not
Right.
fully
Right.
a
It's
flyer.
just.
Nobody thinks this
Yeah,
is like
okay.
one big test, you know.
Right. I mean, who knows? Maybe it is.
It could
I mean,
be.
look,
Yeah,
here's the idea. If people set out with the goal of like having it as a long-running experiment, and then it just became self-running, at this point it wouldn't matter how it started because
Yeah.
it's become self-perpetuating. That's the nature of it. Like it embeds itself in people's worldview and then spawns itself across other people's worldview. It's very hard to get rid of.
I think personally, it's like it's a defense mechanism, essentially.
So do you think-
if people that understand human psychology understand what's going to happen regarding humanity if you tell them they're in potentially some form of cage with no escape?
Right.
They're not going
Do
to
you-
be able to get that situation under control, you know? You could
Well, we kind of
almost
are,
make a
in the-
case that the elites are somehow protecting us or doing us a favor.
Well, as it is right now, you can't get off Earth as an everyday person. So we are pretty much.
I know, but that hope is
a
in the back
stalker
of
here.
people's minds. As long
Oh, I
as the
see.
potential is there, it's okay.
Oh, then it's okay.
To be
right,
100% right, you're going fucking nowhere until you, as Indio said, until you die. You know, that's the only way you leave.
Yeah. I mean, we're all
that'll
guaranteed to
fuck
die
with
one
people.
day. That's another. It's another thing I think everyone's come to terms with, or is at hopefully at peace with, the fact that we're not going to be here forever. You know, in this form.
Well, I mean, say there is like a more intelligent species that's keeping us out of accessing the rest of the space because we're dangerous. And they instructed people, like, teach this, so they never work out how to get out from here because you're all too fucking dangerous. And if you don't do this, we'll annihilate you. You're being contained until you can develop to a point where you're not a threat to every other species.
Right.
I don't know.
It'll make a hell of a-
I know it's not speculations. Oh wait, it is speculation Sunday for me.
It is. Yeah. It's all good. I mean,
Well,
it would make a hell of a
I
movie,
have a
at least.
theory that I have a theory, and
Right.
it's way out there, but you know, it's just something to play with. It's just speculation, but I like, you know,
Yeah.
when humans eventually did discover the potential boundaries of this world, you know, and it would have, of course, been the higher classes of the society at the time, whenever it was, right? We speculate it was somewhere in the 1900s that this discovery was made. It could have been the creator that sent them back and said, "Yeah, keep this a secret," you know.
Right. Yeah. Maybe.
It's like, you know, I've got some kind of, you know, I'm fucking observing you cunts in here, right? And if you just figure out there's walls and cages and fences, it's gonna fuck up the whole thing, you know. The same way when they go out to observe animals, you know, if they interfere with their environment, if they make their presence known, it messes up getting a genuine observation of their nature, you know.
Right.
Hey guys,
That's my
really,
own speculation, you know.
you can imagine that part of this unravelment, right, would be masses of people trying to migrate out of the fucking continental zones that we're in. Literally just picking a direction and go and do fucking west, do north, fucking east, or whatever, and seeing if they can get over the ice that they encounter, right? So, like, that's the incentive to people not working out, that they can actually leave if they want to.
Hey guys, I was digging. Hey guys, I
You
was
were what,
digging
man?
a hole a moment ago, so I didn't get to break in real quick. But I was going to say that with the globetards that come around here, I can promise you that if they ever change and say the Earth's flat, all these globetards are going to immediately say, "No, we've always said that it's flat. You people are the stupid ones."
Yeah, they will.
Who was the first one to say it was flat?
I don't. So I am a quote unquote globetard, and I don't think you guys are stupid at all. I think you're very intelligent. It's a mark of, it's a sign of intelligence to be questioning, like, what's pushed forward as reality.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider you
just
a
getting on with
globetard,
it.
Rick. You don't need to
Oh,
label
thank
yourself
you.
that.
Appreciate it. Hey man, I'm not anything special either. Like I'm just an average guy, you know?
Well, as Indio told you, most of the scientists that are in relevant fields that come in here and speak to us, they've never done
yeah.
a test in their life regarding the globe. But
They got the ego
you've
that
at
they have.
least, I don't know if you have yet, but you've at least tried to go out and make some observations. That puts you beyond
Above
them.
them. Hey, thanks, man.
Yeah, you sound like a reasonable, normal
that's a
guy.
nice compliment.
Like,
Yeah,
not
I
bad.
try to be. Yeah.
So when you start off saying, I'm not a scientist, oh, yes, you are. In a sense.
Yeah, it's the
I'm not going to get into the,
the
semantics of science itself right now, but you know, you're making an attempt, which is more than they've done.
Right. I think it's dangerous to be in the position. It should be unquestioned. It's unquestionable. You should always question. Always ask questions. So,
Well, ontology is a
good.
science. People like to ignore that fact. They even are cognizant of it to begin with. But yeah, just the science of observation is like the science that everybody uses to develop their specific methodology for engaging reality.
yeah. I'll tell you what, man. I don't know if Gregory's in here, but he's an intelligent motherfucker. Whenever I hear him talking, like I can't keep up. I haven't even unpacked that.
I think he's in politics at the
horn
moment.
thing. Okay, I want him to unpack that horn thing. You know, the first horn, second horn, whatever the hell. I don't understand that. That's how basic I am. You know, maybe
What don't you get about it?
like, I'd have to read it. I'm outside at the moment, but yeah, it's. I want him to just like dumb it down 3 shades for me.
Gregory
'Cause I would love to get it. I'd love to know
overcomplicates
the
most things that are very simple.
Right. It goes over my
But, you
head.
know,
Like he's a
got good
smart guy.
intentions.
Yeah, yeah. Seems like a nice guy. Yeah. Yeah, it's I want to see. Yeah, I want to get in your frame of mind and your point of view. Like, I want to understand what you guys are talking about. So,
It's called reality. Welcome.
yeah. Maybe there's some flat earthers that have my kind of approach to everything too, that are a little bit more like, you know, I don't have all the, you know,
Well, if you're an
there's no,
empiricist.
there's less trying to get rid of the ego side of it.
The funny part is, most of us started out like this. Like if you look at Mickey back in the day, he was the softest and kindest person you'll ever meet, and like he would treat everyone with so much kindness.
But it broke him down.
No. Over time, you learn to gauge the people who are being dishonest, who are being disingenuous, and so
The
you
response
have like
is
2
aggression.
gears, kind of like if the person
Yeah.
is showing you genuine responses and being genuine and not using
Respect and all
sophistry
that.
and trying to obfuscate, then you reciprocate. But if they are using sophistry, you need a harder stance. Otherwise, they're just gonna waffle away and just not listen to
Yeah.
anything.
Well, the problem with that politics channel, it's a lot of kids, man. It's a lot of like people fresh out of high school, and you know, and they come at it very immature. Like they don't know how to.
Dude, I was fresh
conduct
out of high school when I encountered Flat Earth, and like it was on WikiLeaks at that point. That was the only place you could find out about it. on the internet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was always just open to anything, really. I guess
that's good.
Open-minded.
That's a merit to you. Yep.
And flat earthers
Yeah.
don't need to prove or know anything because we're not making claims. It's the globe that
No.
makes the claims, and they can't support them.
Right. So Flat Earth doesn't claim anything. They're sort of questioning what the Globers are putting out as fact. They're saying, "Hang on a minute, that's not good enough for me. Can you like
We can't
demonstrate
find
that?"
what they're talking about in reality. So if somebody says
Yeah.
something, like if I say to you, in reality, this is 6 feet long, you have a way to
Yeah.
verify that, right? There's no arguments, there's no disputation, boom, done. So they are making hard and fast claims, and once you wake up and you start to question certain things, you then think, okay, let's go and look at these claims, and then you're like, well, hold on, this isn't working. And that's basically the position.
Yeah. See, I'm comfortable with that. Like, I agree with you. You know, I'm on the same page as you with that.
Yeah, I wanted
they-
to add on to what was Drace was saying. I thought he was going to say it himself, but he went on a different thing, which was important too. But we were all in your position, as in we were all Globers as well at one point in our life, most of our lives. You know, we all went through the
Right.
same education systems in the West.
Sure.
We all watch the same movies, read the same books, play the same games, all this type of stuff. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. You know, a lot of people come in. I don't think you, but you know, you get Globers that come in and think we fell off a fucking hay wagon yesterday and just fucking running around saying the Earth's flat. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, you get the statement like, "I can't believe flat earthers still exist," as if you know we're the long descendants of some random tribe. You know, it's no, we were Globers and we became flat earthers when we realized our reality.
Or they go like, they expect that like this is a belief on our half, like we have this crazy belief and we just accepted beliefs. When I came to this 10 years ago, I didn't believe any flat earther, and even today, I question every flat earther and everything they show me, and I dig into it because only through digging into it do I actually learn it and be like proficient in it.
Right. Is there any conclusions that Flat Earth have tried to like arrive at that you guys aren't comfortable with, or is it all hunky dory? Like, is it all good for you guys? Is there anything
I think there's two distinct kind of sects of flat Earth. That you've got the YouTube, TikTok, flat Earth stuff going on, where there's a lot of wild speculation and claims made, right? And then you've got the serious debate platforms like we have here, where we try to stick rigidly only to what can actually be demonstrated and substantiated.
Yep.
You know, so
I like that style better.
you kind of got the amateurs running around outside on the university campus, you know, fucking around and playing their guitars and saying whatever, and then you got the professors inside actually breaking down the details. That's what I would consider here, versus type of stuff you'd find on TikTok, where they're loose lips essentially.
Yeah, and it makes for good, interesting views. I mean,
well, yeah, that
like
is
a lot of that. Yeah,
you know,
and it's
there's revenue motives, there's interaction, all that. Generating content. So, you know, they can be questionable. You know, and they cause a lot of problems for us because they put false notions into curious people like
muddy
yourself.
the waters.
They muddy the waters, and then you come in here, and then we kind of have to undo a lot of stuff. You know,
right?
I said this earlier, but I'm going to repeat it for Rick. You have to understand, those that believe the globe got there through being told a story, not through reason and logic. So it's very difficult to use reason and logic to undo what's been done to them, right?
Yeah, most of them want the story to replace the story that we're destroying, and so they're all like, "Give me a replacement cosmology," and that's not what we're here to do. We don't have that. We don't know.
I would say there's other avenues in knowledge and science and everything that probably fall under the same, leaps of faith that we make, right? I mean, are we on YouTube, by the way?
We are, yeah.
Because there's probably topics I can't say without getting it,
Know what you're referring to.
talking about C19, yeah.
Yeah,
So
don't need to go there, but we're on the same page.
yeah, but yeah, you understand, yeah. So a lot of faith in that situation, and because there was a time constraint, like we had to sort it out, right? Well, that was the perception. It was getting out of control and shit. If you wanna come out the other end and be healthy or whatever, you had to do this. You had to do X, Y, Z. Yeah.
And now they've admitted all their lies in regards to that. And that's another reason why people have started to question things, because if they're going to lie about things like that at that level, what else are they lying about, and what other levels are they lying about things? But the vast majority won't do that because they align with the group, not because the group is correct, but because it's safe.
They're an authority.
It's difficult to go out on your own and question things. It takes courage. It takes maturity. Yeah. And a lot do not have that.
Yeah. And sadly, a lot of the time it that it's almost not that you should stop doing it, but it's futile, right? Your efforts are not going to produce a result that you're hoping for, kind of thing, because it's too strong, it's too big, it's too global and coordinated. They have money, they have so much.
It's difficult.
So was slavery, and now slavery is a thing of the past.
Yeah, once we start building, Rick, they'll all come over.
Yeah.
Slavery never disappeared, it just expanded to everyone, right?
What happened?
No, nothing.
It didn't disappear, it just changed shape.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell. It's easy to get a conclusion that it all feels very futile. You have these masses, just these hordes of fucking lemons in the world that just, it doesn't matter what you show them.
Sure.
But so it's easy to get that feeling, right? But it's difficult to know if it's actually the real state of affairs, because our only feedback regarding the kind of movements of the masses across the entire world is from the establishment. They're the only one that can really gather statistics on that scale. And if the statistics don't fit their agenda, they'll switch them around and present them to us, And if they do, so they're never going to say, oh, fucking, flat earth is on the uptick. Yeah, people, you're getting like 2.8% increase in flat earth believers every year, You're never going to see that on the ticker on the news or something.
Maybe in our lifetimes, we'll have tools or the ability to actually find out more of this, like what we consider reality, right? Like as in just the nature of the thing we're living on, like Earth. What is its true nature? Like maybe there'll be something that we can be more, conclusive about and be more comfortable with and agree and like,
well,
who knows?
I think part of the journey really is to get away from that expectation that what you desire,
right,
to think or believe about your world is from you and you alone, your own experiences, and you depend upon yourself, right? If someone comes along with something contrary and they can't demonstrate it to you, you're under no obligation to take it on, right? It's not dependent on how many of your family or your friends go along with you.
Yeah.
You're just serving yourself in that sense.
Yep.
Because Logie said it, that's the whole deal with being courageous about it. Because what traps you in these false ideologies is your loyalty to people around you ideologically. You have to get away from that. You have to get away from believing you owe them anything in that regards. If they bring something to your table that they can't prove when you hold their feet to the fire about it.
Yeah, I
So whether
definitely
it's
not
futile or not, or we're going to change the world in our lifetime, doesn't make any difference, you know. But I think one way to gauge if things are moving in a better direction is the response we see from the establishment. When we see them putting out more anti-flat Earth nonsense rhetoric documentaries, or pushing their anti-flat earthers to the top of the algorithms and all this stuff, it's a direct response to what's going on, right? It's damage control. So that kind of gives the game away if you can read between the lines. And that's one way to know, you know. If they're really worried, then obviously something's it's not working in their favor, which means it's working in ours, which is what we're looking for. You understand?
Yeah.
Which we saw that back in about 2017 when all the algorithms got shifted around. YouTube CEOs in Congress being questioned on how you going to deal with all these flat Earth conspiracists on your platform. You know, we're going to put our little context banners, and we're going to downgrade unauthoritative content, and we're going to upgrade authoritative content, you know. And we had that massive shift because obviously they were very worried the direction things were going, which was more and more people were seeing stuff that was making them ask questions that makes them uncomfortable.
They don't want them lifting the veil. Yeah.
But it could well be that not many people in this world are just not mentally capable of understanding these things.
Yeah.
They only operate on the level of what an authority gives them, what their tribe is telling them, you know? And this truth is not for all. And that could just be the way we're designed, you know, this construct's designed. That you need your fucking ditch diggers, essentially. There'll always be like a higher class of intellectuals, and then there'll always just be this drove of dumb fucks that you can tell them anything.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. The other guy brought up an interesting point about psychology. Like it's the nature of psychology. It's all a concept. That's not. You can't hold psychology. You can't, because it's not physical.
No. See, I said psychiatry. Psychology and psychiatry are profoundly different. Psychology actually has a basis in reality, and they study actual things. But psychiatry asserts these things about chemical levels in the brain and genetic abnormalities, and they shift the goalpost every few years so it's proven fucking bunk. But what they actually do is they engineer drug compounds in drug companies and then test them in universities. And when they create a sufficient state of brain dead in a person, they say they've developed a cure for this hyperactivity disorder or that hyperactivity disorder. But all of these disorders that you'll find in the DSM manual, the guidebook for psychiatry, are pathologized sectors of human behavior. And they get more ridiculous the further that you go into it. So it's really just like people acting a certain way is not indicative of a chemical imbalance in the brain that they've never found, never presented, never tested for before they give you the fucking drugs.
Right. And also the other field of healthcare, well, you might not even class it as that, but like chiropractors, right? People say that's, you know, like...
Well, you're being a bit subjective here with like your claims versus like epistemology and non-epistemology. So I don't know how further you want to go into that, but
no,
yeah, I get the glean that you're trying to present, you know.
Yeah, and like that maybe astrophysics and physicists, that is like of a similar nature, is that it's models and concepts that we all sort of say, oh, yep, that seems like a reasonable, you know, conclusion to draw, and let's work off that.
It's often just reverse engineering the information that you're using to justify conclusions.
Yeah.
Yeah, so psychiatrists make up conditions and then they tell the drug companies to make a drug to treat it. So it's all invented.
And then
There's new drugs and new medical conditions, the DSM-5 and stuff.
Yeah.
Always new
Well, there's a
disorders being added.
There's a hell of a lot of treatment to symptoms and not cause, like addressing causation of illness. But there's a hell of a lot of, take this to make you feel better while you're suffering.
Schizophrenia is a classic example.
Let's not
shrug our shoulders in the West.
Medical chat.
Shrug our shoulders and say that it's incurable when that's not the case. It is very much curable.
Right.
But here we just say, no, you're just stuck being schizophrenic.
The actual equipment, the distance of Pluto, yet they have an answer. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
And have you noticed that they keep changing a lot of stuff too?
Like a guy playing with trains in his basement, claiming to be a railway engineer. Huh? Or just cosplaying.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the biggest giveaway should be the origins of the cosmological scale, which all started essentially with the assumption of Venus being the same size as Earth, and then observing a transit of it across the sun, and then calculating its distance from Earth, and then the distance to the sun, and so on and so forth. Basically, when did they ever verify Venus was the same size as Earth?
Yeah, they never did, so it was all just one assumption, and they extrapolated everything out from that.
Yeah, and we know it goes back further than that. Go back to Aristophanes with his sticks and shadows and all the assumptions he had to make to come to the prove his assumptions true, that the Earth was a sphere and it's of a certain size, certain radius. Just had to assume all his conclusions is all, no biggie.
Yeah, conclusions drawn without actually witnessing, based off a bunch of clues. Yeah, like clues, drawing, basically projecting forward where the clues suggest a causation, and then saying, that was the cause because of all these clues and hints, right?
Well, the what he did is not exclusive to a spherical Earth. Can perform the same thing across a flat surface with a local light source, and you'll get diverging shadows. You'll be able to measure their angles, and you can calculate a completely planar surface as spherical if you so desire.
Yeah, remember when India was telling you about how the Chinese used to be flat earthers? That's how they thought they proved the Earth was flat, using the same exact methodology as Aristophanes, except they had different assumptions and therefore came down to a different conclusion.
Mm.
But Aristophanes measured Earth flat and then assumed that it was spherical.
No, he didn't measure anything.
No.
It was Al-Biruni who measured Earth flat using flat Earth angles, and then assumed it was a ball. Aristophanes just looked at shadows and did some poor math and somehow like knew what other people were doing over vast distances, even though there's no primary documents. It's very shady, that whole story.
Yeah, well, he measured an angle, so that needs a flat baseline. So he measured Earth flat. And Stadia is flat.
No, the angle of the shadow is so small. It's not measuring any substantive part of the Earth. It's just this tiny surface where the shadow was landing, or like inside the
You
well.
still measured flat because you need a flat baseline to measure the angle.
But that's just like a
still
flat
measuring
parking
flat.
lot. It's not large enough to quantify as calling it really Earth.
He was never measuring.
It was one of the 500 stadia. It was 500 stadia.
No, he didn't measure 500 stadia. He just measured the shadow in the well and the shadow from the stick. That's all he measured.
Yeah, but
That's
you need
all the angles he got. The reason why,
curved surface though, so he measured it flat.
yeah, the angles that he got of the shadow from the stick had a flat bottom, yes, because he was standing on a flat ground.
Yeah, flat.
Yeah, but it's not quite the same as when you're looking at an angle to a star, where the bottom part of that triangle is like 1,000 miles, and not like a meter.
Oh yeah, not quite, but it's the same concept. You need a flat plane.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what? This is probably stupid, but you know those lenses you can put on a camera, which basically the focal length is so short that the result of the picture is a ball. Like you can make it look like you're standing on a little mini planet, right?
Yeah.
What if you scale? Right, yeah,
Wide-
those
wide
weird
angle.
lenses that you can get. Yeah, they're like ultra fisheye. They're so fisheye that they turn back in on themselves and you get a sphere. Like, it's weird. What if you just multiply that up so far, like you get away from Earth so far that's what happens. Like it looks spherical because that's the effect. Like when you're talking about perspective, like it's an arc, right? So a viewing angle. Yeah, maybe that's stupid, but what if it's just it produces an illusion.
Yeah,
when
that's
you
the
get far
problem.
away enough away from it that
The problem is that we can't go verify that view, and the images we get from all the space agencies are not consistent. So, on some of them, like in the Chinese space station, you're looking out, the horizon is completely flat. But in other NASA pictures, the horizon is supposed to be super curved at 100,000 feet. And then you see amateur balloons being launched to 120,000 feet, and the horizon is super flat again. Like, there's a problem here.
Yeah. I want to see the Chinese ones. I've never seen them. We'll have to look them up.
Check out the Indian ones, man.
Yeah.
I posted you.
Oh, you posted?
Posted it for you, Rick. Yeah.
In the side chat?
Yep. Yeah. You in there?
I'll have a look.
It's not like politics. It's not the chat of the actual live stream. It's right above it. It's a channel.
Oh, okay.
Flat AF.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So they kind of fucked up on getting their stories straight. You know.
Well, when you got such a giant mess of a web of lies, and you have cross countries all trying to get in on like scamming their population and getting some of that money for themselves, like I don't think they're coordinating their stuff very well.
Yeah, I also think there's some aspect of what's the term? Fools. You know, they're taking a piss out of their populations, and then they're going to fall for all this nonsense. So they're just having a laugh with it, in a sense.
One of the astronauts.
Not close, you know.
One of the astronauts stuck in the space station is the hairspray lady. Remember the hairspray lady from those ISS videos where her hair's sticking up ridiculously? Looks like she's one of the astronauts that are stranded. And the other guy that's stranded, he's also been in all these clips that people sort of point out and go, oh wow, look how fake that is. Isn't it interesting that they've chosen those two to be stranded?
I find it interesting.
Someone's having a laugh.
Avoiding stranded, you know.
Mm.
It's like, oh, what did you forget to take inventory of? You know what these guys need up there. Forgot a few resupply missions.
It's, I don't know. It's
what
like, how can
level
you
of
say?
stranded are they? Are they up there drinking? Well, we know they're drinking their own piss. That's
But it's like saying, how dare you say space is fake when people are dying up there or suffering? You know?
Yeah, it's to create that urgency. You know, it's like, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
The poor astronauts, you know, serving humanity. They're stranded. We need to, you know. They had that Martian film with Matt Damon. That was the whole premise, you know. It's like, fuck, man, just cut your losses. One guy on Mars. You know what I mean? Sorry, mate. You know what I mean? When they say get to the fucking chopper, you better get to the job, you know what I mean?
Get to the chopper.
But yeah, Rick, you were pretty much describing what we're saying they're doing to, you know, create the illusion that there's curve at higher altitudes. You know, they just utilize these lenses and it distorts distorts any straight lines depending on the, you know, where the camera's pointing in relation to the straight line, and then they present that as curvature, you know. And we can verify ourselves up to somewhere around 120,000 feet with, you know, amateur balloons, but we can't go any higher, you know, and verify from the extended altitudes they claim, like the ISS and such. I mean, a simple example would be this image right here. I'll post you. You know, you can clearly tell that's a falsely lens-induced curvature. You know.
Ascent space goes through and see the curvature during their balloon flight. Yeah. Yeah, I see.
And then I've got this little compilation here as well.
My camera takes better flatness than those ones. Let me
Yeah,
show you.
and then
Look at this. I took this the other day at the beach. Is it letting me post in that channel? Yeah, it is. Yeah, cool. I took many photos. There's another one.
That's nice. Some nice pics. Yeah, I mean it's flat. It's flat because it's flat, right? So.
Yeah. You know how I said I went up the mountain?
Yeah.
You know how I said I went up the mountain and it was too foggy? Yeah, this is what I mean by the visibility. You're supposed to see ocean from this view on a clear day, but there was a lot of smoke because of the back burning. You see how like white it is,
you can
like it's
see the
whited
whole
out.
layer there. Yeah.
Yeah.
down in the valleys and stuff.
Yeah, that valley is really nice.
Yes,
Yeah,
it looks
the
like
air
it.
isn't perfectly opaque, and humidity also plays a big role in making it more like that.
Yeah.
Prevents you from seeing further.
But why can't we see China from America?
Well, what do you say to that, Rick? Because we get Globers that ask that.
Right.
So,
Well, you
if
couldn't.
Earth is flat,
Vanishing
why can't
point
we just view
perspective.
everything?
Right. Yeah, perspective has limitations. Yeah, our perspective. You can walk 100 meters away from an ant and you'll lose sight of it. You can walk back up to it and see it again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I mean, it's just an utterly stupid question to ask.
Yeah.
You know, you check your weather app in the morning; it gives you a visibility, and usually it's in the lower digits of the single digits of miles, or maybe just into the double digits.
Yeah.
It's like why are they giving you visibility if you think you'd just be able to see forever?
I do like people that test and go out and see for themselves certain things that are within their capabilities, obviously. So that's cool. I like that.
It's important to test and do your own observations.
Yeah.
You don't understand the principles of how we interact with the world visually, right? You're going to interpret all your observations completely wrong, and that's the bigger problem with most Glovers.
Right, coming at it from a preconceived, like having a bias.
They can gather data, but they don't know how to interpret properly because they don't know what the actual influencing factors are. And of course, they very much have a bias, so they're going to ignore any factors that pushes the conclusion away from their side to something.
I love an underdog story. So if the flat Earth community and concept and actually becomes the mainstream scientific understanding of the nature of Earth, then that's a big win for the underdog, man. So that's cool.
Well, it's not science.
Well,
It's just a physical.
Yeah, I mean, right.
I understand what you mean, though, Rick.
Yeah, you get what I mean. And I'm sure there's moments in history where that's been the case too, like where a widespread thing was disputed or accepted, and then one person came forward or a small group and
they've
changed
co-opted that into the lore and the propaganda of the globe. They say
Right.
globe was heliocentrism was the great underdog, back in the 1500s, 15th century or something, and it finally won out against barbaric, archaic, fucking flat Earth thinking. And now we live in the times of the great grace of the heliocentric model,
Yeah.
So people have creates an intellectual pride in believing in the sphere. You think you're on the right side of history. Because I'm probably going to butcher this because I don't know exactly, but with Galileo, he wasn't imprisoned for blasphemy.
What he put
against
forward.
the current cosmological model of his time. He was imprisoned for like forgery or something. But if anyone
I
knows
see.
better, they can correct me.
Yeah. And that's the thing. That's another thing that we take for granted is history. We have books written. Do we know that that's actually what happened? That is actually the case too? Like the quality of record keeping from that time. Do we trust it?
Well, I mean, these are all the
all that
things
kind of shit.
that start to come into question as well once you get a better understanding that our cosmology
Questioning.
has been completely false. And
Yeah.
then you start, well, fuck, if if they can create that entire farce, what else can they do, really? And it was
Yeah.
kind of hinted upon earlier. Someone said, I think it was Drace, that Aristophanes as a figure in history, when you actually try to dig and find the original records, or references, it seems he started to only crop up around 1980 or so.
Yeah.
Into history books,
1980.
Something.
You
That's what I've
it's
heard
incredible.
claimed. I haven't verified it myself.
I'm on board with the fact that what do you call it? Authorities on topics and fields get it wrong and have it wrong. And one of those examples that I have firsthand is the Heart Association. They push forward that whole, the food pyramid, and they say
Oh,
part of
yeah.
a healthy diet, like it's all based in like grains and bread and stuff like that. And that whole field has undergone like a big revelation lately of, that stuff actually causes the problems. Like it goes toward raising the blood sugar, and raised blood sugar chronically can lead to heart disease, like through, people develop diabetes, that kind of stuff. And they're pushing that as healthy. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, they inverted it. They found that out and they inverted it in the 70s.
Yeah. Yeah. So like that's another field there's still so many questions and like, rewritings in medicine and health and nutrition,
Yeah, they know. They just
Yeah.
want us sick. So that
Well,
if
it's
you're
what
dealing with
sells,
health
right?
problems, you're not going to be a
Yeah.
problem to them.
That's right. And
jam it back down your neck again, and off they go.
What's that? Sorry.
Oh, about these kids preaching.
Oh.
It's funny. Cracks me up.
But yeah, equivalent to a preacher at a church who has no idea about the book he's reading. Yeah, I'll wait up with you too, Leave.
Yeah, and then you're asleep. Mm-hmm.
For a little bit. And the funniest part is that none of them seem to actually know the history of any of it.
Did you read what the kid posted in text? Have a look. I'll read it out. Compounding refraction does exist over a body of water. This phenomenon occurs when light rays bend multiple times due to varying air densities and temperatures above the water's surface. The bending of light happens due to a process called atmospheric refraction, which is influenced by the temperature gradient, often a result of the air directly above the water being cooler than the air higher up. Now, the problem is, if that's what he's talking about, wouldn't those layers all be horizontal, not vertical? When in order for him to get his refraction, he needs those layers to be vertical. Some of these kids have got no idea.
Yeah. Especially if you start at 1 foot, that kind of negates the whole argument.
Yeah. So what's the how far are these layers apart? Just out of curiosity, are they like in thin bands, only an inch high?
I guess. Yeah, inch high, inch thick. Makes no sense to me, but because I view it as like a dome over a body of water, substantiated, I guess, by the water content, right? So the air over the body of water has more water in it, and therefore the light would refract a little bit, but certainly not compounding. The idea, I think, they come up with this idea of compounding refraction because gravitational.
Because images like the Black Swan fuck them over. That's why. They've got no. With the Black Swan, they've got nothing. There's no comeback to it. You either have to come to one of two conclusions. Conclusion number one: the Earth is 10 times bigger than what we're told. In which case, the keystone to all of cosmology, which is based around the Earth's bloody radius, has just been thrown out the window. Or option number two, it's flat.
Yeah, they don't like either of those options.
I love it. It's great. You sit back, once you can get that through your head and understand it and wrap your head around it, you sort of sit there and go, holy fuck, how did I not see this earlier?
Right. And then
hey, Demok, you still there?
Yeah. Oh, me? Oh.
No, Demok, you still floating around?
Oh. Yeah, I haven't heard from him in a while.
No, that's all right. So one of the things you will find, a lot of the 24/7 Flat Earth guys won't push anything that they can't verify. So I know it's all good talking about the religious aspect, but it's very hard to verify something that you can't grab hold of and modify, measure, that kind of thing. So
right.
A lot of the times...
religious aspect I push is the fact that if it is flat or motionless or both, then it absolutely has to have had a creator. And I think that's a fact.
Here we go. Bored Potato, have you got any proof of curvature?
Yes.
What have you got today?
Oh crap! There we go.
Pictures of the globe.
Pictures of the globe. I've got a picture of a unicorn. Do you want to see it?
Yes.
Awesome. Hold on. Proof. Where's my unicorn gone? Don't tell me it's run away. Oh, there we go. And there. One unicorn.
That's a beautiful unicorn. That's a beautiful unicorn.
I've got another one too. I've got another one.
Show me. That is an amazing. Oh my god, how majestic is that thing?
Pretty good, eh?
Pretty good. Wait, so do you deny the first moon landing or all the moon landing?
Oh.
Every single one of them?
Space is a violation of natural law, so you ain't going up there, man.
But we have.
No, we haven't. You were told a story. You blindly accepted it. That's it.
Stanley Kubrick loved
Did an
getting
exceptional
his realistic
job. He's
shots.
one of the best directors ever.
One of the best directors ever. And he was like, hey, listen, we can't get this stuff. We can't do this shot right, so let's go to the moon and take it. That was literally his fucking line. That was his line.
Have you seen the movie Gravity?
Yes.
Sandra Bullock? You've seen it?
Yes, I've seen it.
Does it look real?
Does it look real? No.
You're kidding me. It looks better than some of the ISS shit.
No, it's not.
Really?
I
You
don't
probably haven't
know.
seen it.
I've seen
don't think
Gravity.
it
I loved Gravity. It was a great movie.
You don't think it looks more real than, say, the lunar lander takeoff in the 60s?
No, have you ever seen yourself in the mirror? It doesn't look fucking realistic when you see yourself. It looks subreal. The point that I'm making is, just because something's on TV does not necessarily mean that it looks real or not real. That's nothing to do with anything.
Excellent. So you've just nullified the moon landing? That's awesome.
No, I have not.
Oh, well, it was on TV and TV only. Therefore, it might not be real, right?
Not the argument that I made.
That's exactly the argument.
It sounded like it.
Nope. So, is there any evidence that I can give you that would convince you that the Earth is round?
Yep. Drop over distance, proof of curvature. That's all we need.
Drop over distance? What do you mean by that?
Well,
Like
I'll give you an
a
example.
visual effect or?
If you were to get a basketball and place a 1 foot ruler on top of the basketball, at one section it touches. As you go further and further out to the ruler, it gets further and further away from the ball. Drop over distance. Does that make sense?
If I were to drop a ball,
What?
I
didn't mention dropping balls.
Then I'm not getting it.
Drop over distance. So if you get a basketball, right, and you place a 1 foot rule on top of it, yeah? At one point, the rule touches the basketball. Now, as you go further along the rule, it gets further and further away from the basketball. Vertical lines get further and further away. Does that make sense?
But isn't that the what is it called? The hold on 1 second.
It's called spherical trigonometry.
No, that's
Correct.
something. No, that's something else that I've seen.
Earth curve calculator?
No. There's a specific app when you throw something and it moves with spin, and I forget what that's called. Hold on, I'm sorry. Isn't that called the Magnus effect? Isn't that what you're describing?
No,
essentially?
the Magnus effect is when you, say, throw a ball and you spin it, and because the air is rushing over one side of it faster than the other, it causes the ball to turn in the air.
So you're saying so the ball attached to the ruler can't be spun, it has to be still.
Board
and it'll still
potato.
move?
Board potato. This is what I want you to do. I want you to hold out your hand. I want you to put a basketball in it. I would then want you to hold a ruler, a 1 foot rule, in the middle and place it on top of the basketball. Now, where the ruler touches, we could call that a tangent. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
Excellent. So, on said tangent, as you get further and further away from the basketball, it appears to get further and further
This is where I'm
elevation
confused.
off of the basketball. Yes
This is where I'm
or
confused. No. This is where I'm confused. What do you mean by further
Holy
and further?
shit. How can you
Where
be
am I?
confu-
Where am I
ruler.
releasing? No,
On the
but-
ruler, if you're 1 inch, right,
Got
you
it.
would be.
Hold on. Let me ask my question. So, how far am I away from Earth that I'm dropping this ball?
You're not dropping a ball. I don't know where you got dropping the ball from.
Sounds like he's going through puberty.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're not dropping the ball. Listen carefully, board potato. Drop over distance.
Distance. I heard you, but
Excellent.
you have to.
That's the only time drop was used.
But distance means from where? What's the distance that I'm measuring?
From the tangent point off of the ball. Remember,
Okay.
you just placed a ruler on top of it. The ruler's touching the ball. So as you go further out to the end of the ruler, you are now further away from the ball. In
But
a
how-
vertical aspect. Yes
Okay.
or no?
No, I'm not understanding that
God.
part. Matrix, I'm trying to work with you here.
No, it sounds like you're not. It sounds like you're deliberately stupid. So what I'm going
Okay.
to do is I'm going to get my little CAD program out, and I'm going to draw a circle. There you.
Please do. And let me know where.
And a straight line. That's all I know. That one can go. Alrighty, that'll do.
Is it going in chat?
Most probably as soon as I can find snip and sketch. There it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Alrighty. Okay, we'll have another go. See how one part of the line touches the little ball?
Okay. And where am I
Now,
in this?
hold on.
demonstration?
It's not talking. Now, I want you to imagine vertical lines coming off that tangent. Can you do that?
No.
So off the
because I
tangent,
don't-
as
no.
you get just wait. See where the tangent line touches the ball. The straight one. See where the straight one touches the ball.
Yeah, all the way in outer space.
No, this is not all the way in outer space. This tangent, as you get further and further away from where the two touch, that's drop over distance. See how the gap increases as you go further out?
In outer space.
Where the fuck did you get outer space from? You're looking at that picture. There's a ball with a line on it. The line is a tangent.
I'm looking at the ball and I'm picturing the Earth here, and I'm picturing
No,
the red
I
dot.
don't want you to picture the Earth. I want you to picture a ball with a fucking line attached to it.
Oh, okay.
Excellent.
Okay, fine.
So, where the line and the ball intersect, what I want you to do is as you go further and further along the line, getting away from where they intersect, see how the distance gets bigger between the line and the ball. Yeah, the gap gets bigger.
Sure.
You're not sure because I can tell by the way you said that.
Yes, the line and yes, sure. The line, they get bigger. Sure.
Right. That is the drop over distance. So if we get something like, I don't know, a high-powered laser, and we shoot it across a massive, massive lake, at one end, the laser should be touching the water. At the other end, there should be a big gap.
But it's already been tested and proven that it does.
That's right.
dip.
When you put the laser level, there is no big gap at the other end. That's the problem.
No,
Yes.
no, that's not.
Yes. Let me guess. There was a YouTube video where they held up a board and the lights didn't line up between the two boards?
Correct.
Excellent. When they started doing that, they were supposed to use a laser. At the end, they used a flashlight.
And why would that be different than a laser?
Because lasers are parallel light, especially when they've got a accumulator on the end of them.
But why would a
Flashlights are
flashlight-
divergent, and there's an effect where you push soft light through a reticle, the light scatters. I don't know if you've ever seen this before, but if you get a piece of paper, put a pinprick in it, get another piece of paper and put a pinprick in it, and then try to look at the sun, it doesn't work. You can't do it. If you try to line the two of them up, it doesn't work.
Okay, I guess. We
And that's the
disagree on
effect.
that.
I don't know what it's called, but that's the effect that happened
Do it.
with those two holes. So they
Yep.
tried to shine the light through the first one, the light scattered, didn't line up with the second one. All because they didn't use their laser. All because it broke. Or someone cooked the accumulator. I think it
And
was.
have you tested this personally?
No, my thing is measuring light intensity.
Why don't you and I just test this personally ourselves?
Why don't I'm not stopping you. Well, you can go whenever you like, my friend. Book in, have fun.
No, with you, so you can be there to witness it.
I don't have to be there and witness it.
I feel like if you're making the
This is
claim that other
something
people,
you have to prove yourself or disprove. If you want to do it,
Yeah.
do it. No one's stopping
flat
you.
Earth is disprovable and globe Earth is
Okay, so
provable.
how are you going to disprove flat Earth?
We can do that with the laser test ourselves.
Excellent. So go and do it, video the shit out of it, and bring it back to us.
How about we do it, and then you
Well,
can
unless
just
you
be-
live in Australia, I don't like your chances.
It's a plane ticket away. I can go to Sydney or what's the other? Perth, wherever you want me to go. Either side, I'll
if you
make
go
my
to
way.
Sydney, you've still got another 5.5 hour drive to get to me.
Fine, I'll make it. How about we
Awesome.
just do it?
Yeah, fucking oath, I'd do it. We got plenty
And
of
we can
flat ground
settle
here.
it?
You can test it across.
And then we can videotape that, and then when
Yeah,
you're
videotape
wrong,
the shit out of it.
I would say when you're wrong, will you admit it on this Discord channel?
Dégage!
Wesh, tu vas te calmer.
Non, tu fais pas celle-là, tu mets celle-là.
Oui, c'est le matin, tu connais tout à l'heure.
C'est moi qui mets.
Tu vois?
Dégage!
Moi, j'ai mangé, c'était bien.
Non, c'est moi qui mets. Je les mets là, tu fais. Oh, tu mets.
That was weird.
Okay.
Yeah, that was very weird.
That's something sort of what I was thinking about.
Um,
You don't need me to hold your hand. You're more than welcome to come over here and do laser tests. Just pick a happy big lake and we'll shoot a laser across it.
I don't agree with that. I think you need to hold my hand. I think you need to be there for part of the experiment. Honestly.
Plant food.
What was
I
that?
think that'll
Blind?
be the
Oh, sorry, I was talking to the wife.
Oh, that's good. So if you want to go and do laser tests, go and do them.
Come on, let's do some
Don't
laser
complain
tests.
to me about how you need someone to hold your hand. You don't need someone to hold your hand. You just need
Let's
the equipment.
do it.
You can go and
Let's
do
talk.
it.
Let's talk. Let me talk shit about huntsman spiders, and then we can we can just chill.
Huntsman
That's it.
spiders are like 8-legged motherfucking cheaters. I don't like them. They scare the shit out of me.
They're harmless. They're absolutely
I
harmless.
know.
They're harmless.
They're a crack up, actually. They're pretty funny.
They're harmless. Yeah, they're harmless.
catch mosquitoes, and they're great. They're great creatures.
I used to have a pet one actually. It's about the
Did
size
you?
of my hand. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, you're so fucking.
Just let him cruise
bro.
around the house.
Jesus Christ.
They're harmless.
They are.
They can run though. It's actually quite interesting. You sit and watch it, and you don't ever see him move. You never see him move. You turn your head away for 0.2 of a second, and all of a sudden he's about 4 foot across the wall.
Gone, dude.
And it's like, how did you do that, you sneaky bastard?
Sneaky.
But anyways, there's nothing stopping you from doing your own laser tests or long-range observations.
I want to do my own one. I want to do it with you, so that you can admit
You're
you're
more than
wrong.
welcome to come over to Australia, but just be warned, it's coming into summertime. It's fucking hot.
Yeah, I'm going to Perth. That's where you're closer to, so I'll go there.
No, I'm not. I used to live in Perth. You go to Perth, you're looking at about I don't know, maybe 28-hour drive to get.
I'll do it, and then we'll record it for the Discord channel, and then I just can't wait for you to be like, I'm wrong. That was
And
right.
what's going to happen
Sorry.
when you're
I
wrong and everyone
apologize.
points and laughs? Goes, Board Potato fucked up, and it cost him $3,000 in plane tickets.
Then I had a great vacation, and I'll laugh along with you guys. I'm not afraid of being wrong.
So go and do it yourself. Do your own long-range observations
No,
yourself.
no, that's not good enough for you. That's not. No matter what I bring you, you're gonna debate it. So I need you to be a part of it.
All we
And that's
want you to bring is proof of curvature or proof of drop over distance. That's it.
And but you need to be part of that proof. No,
No,
because
I don't.
no matter what I tell you, yeah. Okay, well. it
See, what you
seems
need to remember, let's just break it down. Observable, measurable, repeatable.
How
Okay?
can I observe
So if you
anything
can
for
do
you?
those things, observe it, measure it, and repeat it. And then get some other numpty to do it. If it comes out the same multiple times, then that's a pretty solid verification. Because the first thing someone's going to say is, did you do it again to test it and verify it? And you'll turn around and say, well, actually, here's the data from my 4 different runs. That's how easy it is.
So they repeated it 4 times, and you don't.
Some of these
accept-
guys have done multiple tests over multiple different locations.
We went to the moon multiple times with video cameras, and you don't accept that. What makes you think you're gonna accept
No, we don't
me?
accept shit lies from the government because the moon is a violation of second law of thermodynamics.
But what I'm
Who
saying
filmed
is,
the moon landing? If
you can
people
accept
stepping out of the festival were the
have
first
a
people
listen.
on the moon.
you're not listening to me, Matrix. But the
Lord
point that I'm
Potato, you didn't listen to what Blind said. When the
I-
boys got back in the shuttle on the moon to take off, who was filming it? Who filmed the shuttle flying off? Remember,
You
they were
really-
using film back then. Some poor bastard had to get out and retrieve it.
can I finish my point before we talk about this?
Well, you weren't really making a point.
I was, and you interrupted.
What's your point?
If you don't accept video evidence from other sources, what makes me believe you're going to accept video evidence from me?
You haven't done it yet, so how do you know?
But if I do it and I provide it to you, won't you just question it like you do with every other source?
We question everything. That's why we are who we are. Haven't you
Which
learned that yet?
means, okay, which means, shouldn't you be part of the experiment instead of me providing you video evidence?
If you want to come over here and hold my hand whilst you do a long-range observation, you are more than welcome to do so.
Yes, I would like to do that. I would like to do that. I would like to
There's
hold your
nothing
hand.
stopping you. If
as
you want to
the-
do
as
it,
you do the
come
experiment.
over and do it. But my
And
problem
if-
is, I don't know where there's any really big lakes around where I live. Actually,
We'll
there's
figure
a
it
dam
out.
that's about 2 hours drive.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure that out. That's not a problem. I want to visit Australia. Not a problem.
Well, there's nothing stopping you from doing that.
Okay, cool. So there we go. That's my mission statement. Nothing else. You have to be a
Now,
part of it.
Let's get back to the moon thing. When the little
Yeah.
shuttle took off, how were they filming it if all the boys were inside?
How were they filming it?
Yeah. Because you got to remember, back then, they were using actual film. So when the shuttle actually took off, How did they retrieve the film?
How did they
And that's a
retrieve
bit of
the
food for thought.
film? How did they retrieve the film?
Yeah,
How
the
did they-
film from the camera that filmed the relaunch off the
No
moon.
longer on the moon, so they had to have gotten the camera somehow. How'd that happen?
There is no video of the ship leaving
Yes, there
the
is.
moon.
Yes, there is.
not. There is not.
Absolutely.
There is. You
In
might
the
want to
chat.
go and watch
No,
your little
really?
landing
Put it
Film.
in
take
the
off
chat.
again.
Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat.
Really? By NASA.
Yes. Yes, really. Put it in the chat.
Let me ask you another question.
No, put it in the chat. No, you want to stick on this? Put it in the
I'm
chat.
not going to put it in the chat. Look it up on Google.
No,
Or Google
you
it, or
made the
look it
claim.
up
You put it in
on
the chat.
YouTube. Always the burden of proof on the flat earther, isn't it?
No, on the claim. No,
On
flat Earth has nothing to do with it. You made a
burden.
claim. You made a claim. Show me the proof. That's it.
Okay. Well, you say we went to the moon. I want to see the proof.
There is proof.
Control C and
Lunar
Control
lander.
V. I win. Beat ya.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
You'll have to forgive me. You'll beat me on that every time. I'm almost blind for real. Hence the name.
So as you can see, the little shuttle takes off as promised. Now,
You
who
notice
filmed
the
it?
wobble on the shuttle, though, on the way up? That's a little peculiar.
What a great shot. And you don't believe we landed on the moon? Insane.
How'd they get
Yeah.
that footage home?
Sure.
Insane that you don't believe we landed, bro.
No.
Let me ask you a couple questions about the
violation
moon.
of natural
Actually,
law.
I was so mesmerized that you sent me this video. This is an awesome video you sent me.
I'm going to ask you. Let me ask you a
Another
couple
brainwash
questions
idiot.
about the moon.
Before you get all excited, guys, I'm going to bed. It's been grand. Behave yourselves, or moderators will do their thing and boot yous out, or mute you. I don't know, depending on who's running the show. So, all of yous have yourselves a great good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good nights, and I shall catch you in the future. Peace, gentlemen.
Hey, very Truman Show of you. Hey, good night, guy.
So there's a couple problems with the moon. You still here, guy?
Fucking stop. Yeah, I'm sure.
Oh. All right. So, number one, they got to know the distance to the moon. They have to know the size of the moon. And they, do you know how they got the distance to the moon?
No, how do they get it?
They guessed the distance to Venus to triangulate it from Earth. So,
Are you a flat
In
earther or are you a glober?
I'm a flat earther, but nevertheless, this is recorded now. They guessed the distance to Venus to triangulate the distance to the moon. Okay, so there was no evidence to substantiate the distance to Venus to begin with, and then there's also the other problem, which if you use law of perspective to test the numbers NASA gives us about the moon, namely the distance to and the size of the moon, you find that the moon in the sky would be about 10 to 12 times too large for these numbers, which means NASA knows neither the distance to nor the size of the moon. If they don't know these two things, they couldn't have possibly went to the moon. And I've done that myself. Actually, I'm the one who came up with that one. So I would implore you to do the same if you think we went to the moon.
The
Might be
problem is,
hot.
So we have a competition with the Soviet Union, and they have every reasoning to deny that we went.
And
And not
they
only
couldn't
did they not deny it, but they also want themselves.
They couldn't possibly have faked anything, right?
Say that again?
Logic is a fallacy because you're saying that we had a space race with Russia, and you're saying that because of that, we couldn't have possibly faked it.
No, I'm saying that other people have had bigger chances to disprove.
But what I am telling you is actual, legitimate, repeatable, irrefutable proof. You can go out and you can do this experiment. It's very, very easy to test it by law of perspective. Do you want me to tell you how to do it?
What? What?
How to prove whether or not NASA is accurate as to the distance to or the size of the moon, and test it by way of perspective.
And how do we prove this?
So, law of perspective says that for whatever you do to manipulate the number of something, you have to do the inverse, or the other two parts of it, two variables, right? So, if you double the distance, the size is then halved, right? But so if you would do that, you could also say that you double the size, right? So if you double the distance, you double the size, you have exactly the same size in the picture. Okay? Does that make sense?
No.
Okay, so if you are 2 feet away from a ball, and the ball is 1 foot tall, right? You would then put another ball. Well, you could stack one on top of the other, and they would align if you have it centered. So if the ball is 1 foot, you would place the other one at 6 foot up from that, and then stack it. Or sorry, 6 foot down, and then you stack two.
Okay.
Okay. So that just means that basically, if you have a ball that's 6 feet away, we'll say 6 feet away, the ball is 1 foot, right? And then you have another ball, and that ball is 2 foot in diameter. You would then place it 12 feet away. So you're doubling the distance, so you have to double the size, but then it will appear to be the same size. Does that make sense? This is just not more taught in school.
I'd rather you just go with your point. I'm gonna listen. I'm listening.
Okay, so you use this knowledge, and it's called the law of perspective. So it's a proven fact, right? And then you take that, and what you do is you reduce the miles to inches, and then you reduce that. You divide that by 2,000, right? And you do it to both. So you do that with the distance to and the size of the moon. You then do a cutout based on what you find of the moon, and it has to be the diameter, that you found by that calculation. You then tape that cutout of the moon on the wall. You then measure out the distance with the tape measure, based on your calculation there. You then place the camera up level with the cutout on the wall, and you would take a picture. And then you would go outside, and you would take a picture of the moon. And then you compare the size of the cutout in the picture to the moon in the picture that you took, right? And you overlay them. And what you will find is that the moon in the sky is about 10 to 12 times the size of the cutout. Now, if the numbers were in fact correct, well, perspective says that those two pictures would align perfectly. However, I've done it. It's 10 to 12 times too big. So that means that either the moon is 10 to 12 times closer, or it is 10 to 12 times larger than what NASA says, or a combination of the two.
Even if NASA is wrong about the size of the moon, what does that have to do with the moon landings?
It means that they don't know how far away it is. Right? And if they don't
I
know the
see.
size of it, too,
And this is
then
something that you came up with.
this is a provable fact. You can test it yourself. It's very easy.
But you do realize that moons have different sizes in the sky based off of new moon.
Again, based by perspective and the distance away that it's supposed to be, there wouldn't really be a
The point
very
is-
large difference.
Okay,
At all.
but the point that I'm making is there is a big difference depending on your cutout, which is what you're measuring.
Right.
So if you were to measure a moon that's bigger, that's going to make a difference in your math when you're measuring it, isn't it?
No, the cutout, you have to actually measure it and cut it accordingly.
But when do you measure that accordingly? Sometimes the moon looks big, sometimes it doesn't. When do you measure that?
You don't measure that.
You said it's a provable fact that NASA does not know the size of the moon.
Right. No,
Which
you go
means-
by the distance to and the size of the moon in numbers, according to NASA, and then you compare that how I told you to.
Yeah, but if you go compare what you told me to, you're going off faulty information depending on the moon of the cutout that you used for that measurement.
Right. But are you trying to tell me that as the moon moves across the sky, somehow it's 10 times larger in the center or something as opposed to when it's off to the side?
No, it's visibly different to you when you make that measurement. That's the
No,
point that
the
I'm making.
moon should remain constant as a size, and
It
if
is
their
always constant.
is correct, by law of perspective, it should equate in the picture would be the exact same size as the cutout.
Incorrect. Not
No.
correct. If the measurement that you're making to compare to what NASA says it is incorrect. That's the problem.
No. You have to understand law of perspective and you have to understand math.
I heard you. I understand math. You're incorrect. You're
How?
using because the cutout that you're using to measure the distance to the moon is subjective to the day that you see the moon. That's not a fact of how to measure accurately how big the moon is.
Is there any point in time that you can recall a moon being 10 times smaller than it is today?
10 times is irrelevant. Sizes are different.
No, it's
Size
not
being
irrelevant.
different affects your math for one
Is
cutout.
there a time when
That's
you
all that I'm-
have the moon 10
It-
times larger than it is today?
No.
No. Okay,
You're
then how
wrong.
is it irrelevant?
You are wrong. This is and you're missing the point.
No, I'm not.
Then
Please
we
explain.
agree to disagree at this point. If I'm making a point, you're making a point, and we don't see eye to eye, then I don't know
Your
what to do.
point makes sense. You're saying it's relative based upon what we see in the sky that particular day?
Your literal measurement is a cutout of what you see in the sky on that particular day.
No. The literal measurement is the cutout based upon the numbers that NASA has provided.
And if you have a different view of the moon, then you have a different cutout of what you can prove. Am I
At
wrong?
234,900 miles away, the moon might have a variance of 1/100th in difference based
No,
upon
not 1/100. Can I post in the channel or no? Do I have permissions?
Yeah, you can post it wherever you want.
No, but
guess
am I?
the
No,
moderator.
I'm not asking you for permission. I'm saying, can I actually post in the channel?
Well, it depends on your roles on the server. Not this channel doesn't have any special things to it. So whatever your rank is on the server, that's the whole server wide, not just this
Oh.
one channel.
Okay, I don't think I have permissions then.
I think though, I think if you can talk on here, I think you have permission.
I can talk.
You need a
but
higher role to talk or for posting perms. You can
Okay,
post
all right.
text, yeah, but not
It's fine. It's fine.
images
Okay.
and links require, I think, level 3.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right, fine. All right, I think I need to walk you through this a little more in depth. I don't think a conversation just verbally is going to work here.
No, I'm good at seeing things in my.
So
I can visualize anything. So
it's not
explain
about
to me the mechanics of why I'm wrong.
I already did, and you didn't accept it. So it's
No,
I
you
need
simply said that the moon and the sky can be different based upon the day, right? You haven't given me a reason why or how.
depending on where the sun is, the moon will appear differently to you. But depending on where the sun is also an attack on the flat Earth model. So it's a very nuanced position that you asked me to do.
Can you show this model?
I'm talking about, like, I'm not talking about phases. I'm talking a full moon here, bro.
Well, let's see what he talks.
That's what I'm
he's talking
saying.
about.
That's what I'm
model,
saying.
What model are you using?
Depending on
flat?
for me or
Yeah, you.
what model am I using for flat Earth?
Yeah, because you just said that.
I'm not using a model for flat Earth. I'm using a model for what reality. What?
Okay, we'll see that model then. Let's whatever model you're using. Let's take a look at that. That might be the problem. That the way you're articulating or advocating for a model is way opposite than what the model actually says.
The Earth, the Earth rotates around the sun. Do we agree on this?
No. The sun
Okay,
moves through the sky.
then that's the model. That's the model. That's the model.
Okay.
I don't need to show you a picture of that.
How
That's the model.
how do you get that data point? How did you get the sun moves around the Earth? Where's that coming from?
No. We move around the sun, not sun.
How did you get that? Where does that come from?
Okay, so
okay, let's go one step at a time. Okay, you've got a model that is contradictory to all observations and measurements. How
I'm gonna
did you
have
get
to. I would have to write up a whole lesson for you guys.
Not a
And
whole
that's
lesson,
gonna be-
because
I'm very versed. Believe me, I went to school. I scored in the top 2% of the nation in math and science because I got a perfect score all 4 years of high school. So
nothing to do with flat Earth, or you could be strong in math and be
I
wrong.
actually went to
That's nothing
school
to
and
do with each other.
understand what you were taught, right? Because I was taught the same thing. Okay, so what I'm getting at is what are the mechanics by which the sun's position has any relevance whatsoever on the size that the moon appears to be in the sky?
Seriously?
Or fluctuate, rather. Sorry.
You could put a flashlight behind your hand and see your hand be bigger in size on the wall. And that's a pretty big. That's exactly how it works.
That's relative to how close it is to your face. Not
Correct.
with the light behind. That has nothing to do with light behind
Correct.
you.
Absolutely correct. And you have a different shape of the moon, which means you cannot rely on that to tell you that NASA's measurements are wrong.
Different shape of the moon.
is
I'm
my
talking
point.
about a full moon, a full circle.
I never lost the point of what we were arguing about. You said NASA is wrong about the moon size.
Different points that make no sense here.
No, they make plenty of sense. Flashlight behind your hand in a dark room, your hand will seem bigger.
It depends
on the
on
wall.
It is.
No.
So wait. Yeah.
No,
Oh,
you
no, yeah.
now you're just ignoring me here.
No, you're staying up against the wall, but that's a shadow. Do you think the moon is a shadow with the light in the sky?
Essentially, yes.
How?
Essentially. I just told you if
How is the moon? Are you trying to tell me that the moon is a direct projection of the sun in the sky? Is that what you're
when
saying?
when the sun is behind the Earth, because that's the thing. We disagree with this. We disagree where the sun is, right? So how can I argue my point if we disagree with the principle of it? It's really difficult for me to do that, right?
Your principle is flawed in the fact that you somehow think that the moon is a projection of any sort whatsoever. That's how it's flawed. So please, in your model. So please explain to me how I'm wrong about that.
There's nothing I can tell you that will make you change your mind.
You are trying to tell me in your model, right? First of all, the moon is a solid object up in space, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Where's that
So
come from?
how is it possible to have that
You can see it.
solid
You can see it.
object up in
Let's
space?
go through it. Crit, you
Projection.
can see it. You can see it, Crit.
You can see it as what?
You can see that the moon is a solid object.
Based on
Okay.
Your visual when you look at it in the sky.
Okay, if it's a solid object, how does a solid object change sizes in the sky based upon where the sun is? I don't understand your logic.
In the same way, because we have a different. You don't believe that the Earth rotates around the sun.
That has no relevance whatsoever to this conversation.
Absolutely every relevance, because when the sun is behind the Earth, where does light come from?
The
Earth
sun is
blocking it.
behind the Earth. Where does the light come from? Well, gee, I
And
don't
when-
know. If the sun was completely blocked from, or if the Earth completely blocked it, we'd have an eclipse.
Right.
I'm
And then
about
when
the
it's the
full moon.
opposite, what happens? Moon is
When what?
lit. It looks bigger.
Does it look bigger? We're talking. You're trying to tell me that moon phases, as and you're interpreting that into a full circle at all times, but different sizes.
No.
Yes. Yes.
No. What I'm telling
Absolutely.
you is nope. What I'm telling you is, based on your earlier argument, that NASA was wrong about the moon size, and that you can prove it by taking a cutout of the moon. My point is that your cutout of the moon is not a reliable source of
It is
proving that
if
NASA is
you
wrong.
use
I
numbers
never deviated from that.
and do the math accordingly.
No, see,
No.
now you're. This is
No.
where we're missing each other. So now
You have
it's like
I'm wrong though. You're not explaining anything about how I'm wrong and how you're correct.
I did multiple times. You're
You
not
said
hearing
that
it.
if you put a flashlight behind my hand and project it onto the wall, that my hand is larger, right? So I'm asking you, what is the moon being projected onto? So what you're saying essentially is that the Earth is somehow the moon being projected into the sky? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
The Earth is the moon projected into the sky. No, that's not what I'm telling you.
Well, that's what it
I'm-
sounds like
what
because
I'm
you're
telling
seeing
you.
the
What
sun
I'm telling you is that
behind-
your
hold on,
method.
you're putting the sun behind the Earth, and then the moon is on the other side of it. And now we're relating that to the flashlight being the sun in my hand being the Earth, and then the shadow of my hand is supposed to somehow represent the moon, right? But you are so far flawed on that it's unbelievable. So how is it that the Earth, first of all, represents my hand, and then by correlation, the projection of my hand on the wall, how does that represent the moon if it's a solid, independent object from the Earth?
I already explained this. We're going in circles. I'm
I
tired.
just literally destroyed what you explained, and you can't seem to give me a correct explanation for it.
You didn't. You didn't. I'm tired. We're going in circles. I don't know.
Yeah, you
I
have
know
to exit the
that's what
circle by
everybody does. Yeah.
exit the circle by explaining where you got these data points. Where do they
Who,
come
me?
from? No, this other home be here.
Oh,
It doesn't
okay.
matter where I give it to you. You're gonna deny it regardless. Whether it comes from NASA,
It
whether it comes
doesn't
from my
matter if-
measurements.
It doesn't matter if I deny it or not. You should be able to articulate.
NASA gave me the measurements.
Okay, so
Okay,
we'll
are
go.
you-
We'll go to NASA then. We don't need you. You can go fuck off. Okay, we'll go right to the source. Which
And
is
now you're
not
being
you.
rude, right? Now you're being
No,
rude.
I'm giving you an out here.
Are you telling
don't-
me that my analogy of what you're trying to explain is wrong? And if so,
He doesn't
please
have the
explain to
information.
me
Dude,
what
he doesn't,
part.
he doesn't have
I
it.
just told you. I just told you how the information.
He doesn't have
Okay,
the
so
information.
what in your analogy, the flashlight? What's that in the analogy? Is
He
that the
doesn't-
sun?
He doesn't know. He
Is
doesn't
that
know.
correct or no?
No, he doesn't know, dude. He has no
I know
clue.
he doesn't know, but I'm trying to
Yeah.
get him to explain if he thinks he
Well,
knows.
No, he said he doesn't know. It all comes from his very poor read of a Google it into
Nice.
a NASA it.
Nice,
Right.
nice,
So,
nice.
so
Very
please,
subjective. Very nice. Very
no,
nice.
no,
Fred.
I'm
Very
being
nice. Fred.
objective here. I'm being objective. So, is the flashlight the sun in your analogy?
He doesn't know.
That's a no.
Yes. No. The
Okay.
flashlight is the sun in the analogy. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So, is my hand then the earth in the analogy?
Yes.
Okay. And then what would be the moon? Or sorry, the shadow of my hand on the wall. What's that in the analogy?
When you see
Yeah, I see
the
a shadow.
moon, when you see the moon and the sun is behind the earth, the moon will look smaller. When the sun is behind the moon, it would look bigger. Very
That
simple.
is based on the assumption that the moon is somehow a projection of the earth from the sun.
It has
And it's-
nothing to do with that because the earth
The
rotates
way
around
your
the
analogy
sun.
makes no sense, bro. Like I don't think you understand science. That's
No,
what I think.
I don't. You guys do this thing where it's like, can we just
No,
talk?
the analogy literally makes no sense because the moon, you got to have three independent objects, right? And you're saying that my shadow, based upon where the sun is,
We
right,
have a different principle of
right.
what
So
happens.
we would actually have to introduce in this scenario a third object, which could be maybe my other hand placed up on the wall and next to the shadow. And that would be the moon.
I was just giving you a simple analogy, and you're looking way too deep into this, which is going to be
Yeah,
flawed
and
on your end.
The analogy is incorrect, and it is in this instance. I am sorry that I can't
not.
explain in a way
Move the
that
flashlight.
What's wrong?
Oh my god! This is extremely frustrating.
I know it
Extremely
is. Because
frustrating.
you can't prove your point because your point is wrong.
No.
This happens all the time in these rooms, and that's why ball earthers leave all the time. So
Me leaving is not an own. It's just we got
explain
tired of
what
you.
the shadow is. That's the earth or
It's
the moon.
literally just like
Yeah, you have an
The shadow,
attitude.
the moon.
You don't know how to advocate for this position.
Crit.
You only
All
know.
due respect, I'm talking to blind. All due respect.
Yeah, it's an open room.
Hmm?
You can respect that. If all due respect would mean you respect that this is an open public chat room.
Okay, sure.
Saying
Yeah.
the shadow, if like the sun's a flashlight, so it has to be projecting a shadow of the earth somehow to change the size of the moon. I don't get that.
That was
But
an argument that I made about
No.
you proving that we didn't land on the moon because we didn't know the size of it. You're
if you don't
taking
know the size
that
of it,
argument, you're taking that argument and you're adding extra things to make it a different argument. That's why it's frustrating. Because
and I made an argument based upon an experiment that I performed myself that actually shows that based on law of perspective, that the size of and distance to the moon are incorrect.
we're at an impasse. We're literally at an impasse. And we can't cross it. There's nothing we can do at this point. Because we've been over this 6 times.
Right. And you can't see how your analogy is flawed. And that's
not.
why
It's not. It's literally not. You could put a flashlight on your hand and move it back and forth, and you will see it grow in size. It is not flawed at all.
Okay. Here, let's do it better. Let's put a flashlight on the other side of a ball. Okay? And
Do
then the ball projects a shadow onto the wall. The shadow is a perfect circle, right? Or maybe it's an oblate spheroid. Who knows? But how does the shadow even begin to relate to an independent object like the moon. I would have to place another ball on the wall to then see how that shadow or the light from the flashlight affects the ball that's up there, which is the moon, not the shadow. The shadow can't be the moon.
Yeah.
Is the flaw in your analogy.
Yeah, it's not.
It literally.
I'm tired. I'm tired.
I know, me too. It's 6 a.m. and
Yeah,
I've
when
been
you
up.
come back, just think of a way to advocate for your position. If
Not
you
interested.
Can't,
Not
if you
interested.
can't do so, just say you can't. Be honest about it.
You're
Don't try
you're the
to
ones that need to be honest about yourself.
Don't bullshit. Don't try to
No.
bullshit your way
I
through it.
flat, and I can, prove a couple things about it. And I surely could show a lot of things that prove that the ball is incorrect.
If you can prove that the Earth was not round, you would have done so because you would have been made a lot of money with that proof.
Right. Just like when I actually invented a magnetic generator, I could have been a billionaire, and yet that didn't happen either.
You have the proof now, so show it to the world.
The proof is you can see a lot further over bodies of water than you should, as everybody knows. There's no evidence whatsoever to suggest that we observe anyway that suggests that the Earth is actually spinning and flying in space at millions of miles an hour. Spherical trigonometry actually shows that flight plans from Alaska couldn't possibly go to Hawaii and land properly because the Earth would be spinning too fast under it. Let's see, what else? Do I need to keep going, or?
Yeah, all of that is wrong. All of it.
Right, okay,
Everything
so
you said.
He's
Everything you
degraded
said is
to
wrong.
debating like Trump
Everything.
now.
Everything
On
you said is wrong.
on a sphere, when you're close to the axis, right, then it's actually spinning slower because you're moving less land around in the circle, right? So on a ball spinning in space at 1,000 miles an hour, if you take the point of Alaska, we'll say, which is close to the North Pole, then it would be roughly 200 miles an hour, give or take. Would you agree to that?
No.
Why?
Because I'm done. I'm done. I think
because it's
yeah.
brick. Because it's
Because I will
didn't
the
even
brick, you
process.
can you, I get it.
I'm tired. I'm tired.
So blind because he's bricked. He couldn't process the information that you gave him. He didn't even grasp the information that you gave him. It flew high above his head. So like a little kid, when you say Santa is not real, and you say, nah, I don't believe you. It's wrong. You're wrong.
Good
Without
analogy right there.
Yeah. Brilliant necros. Very, very insightful. Amazing.
Yeah, brother. What I said was brilliant, but what you said was stupid. Nah,
Thank you. So
it's
you
wrong.
got me there.
Dude, you
You
just
got me
blurted
there.
wrong. Your whole debate tactic was to try to parrot what Trump did.
Bro, we literally spoke for 3 hours about us going in circles. We're at an impasse. I'm
We
tired.
were-
Now you want to
but-
say that I said he was wrong. That's my whole debate tactic. You're being ridiculous. A little bit.
You said wrong, but yet you offer no proof of it. And the proof you tried to offer is incorrect in actually being proof.
And now if I leave, you gotta talk shit. Hey, I made the Glober leave, whatever, right? That's what we do.
No,
Shit, if you leave,
All right.
dude,
All
the
right.
reason to talk shit
All right.
because you were fun and entertainment. You provided exactly what everyone wanted you to.
Yeah. So are you guys just trolls? Do
You
you
wanted to
believe the world that do you believe the
wanted to
world is
dance
round?
I do.
Dance monkey.
I'm just playing. I used
Do
to.
you believe the world is round and you just trolling me this whole time?
It's
Is
not
that
a
what this
belief
is?
system. I know the Earth is flat.
Right. I used to believe it was wrong.
Are you guys
I didn't.
trolling me? Are you guys trolling me?
Yeah,
like be thrilled.
Dude, it has nothing. Okay, how about this? If you
Don't
think
lie to
you're
me.
being
Don't lie to me.
trolled, just fuck off. If you think you're being trolled, stop playing the victim. You clicked on this channel of your own free will. No one here's trolling you but you.
Who said I was the
Only
victim?
Yeah, you're talking about you're being trolled.
That's not me being a
You
victim.
you clicked this channel of your own
Not me
free
being a
will.
victim. Not
You
me
clicked
being a
it
victim.
all on your
You're
own.
projecting.
All
You
on
are
your own.
projecting.
You
Okay,
clicked this
yes.
channel
I
all
did.
on your own. No one
Yes.
brought you here. No one tricked you to come
Correct.
here. You joined the
That's not me being a
server
victim.
and made a beeline right
That's
to
not
this
me being a
channel.
victim.
Then
That's
you
not me being a victim.
pretended. Then you tried to pretend like everyone here purposely set up this whole server in the whole channel just to troll you. No,
Not what I
you
said.
are not that important.
Not
No
what I
one
said at all.
gives a
But you
shit.
Not what I said.
No one
Not what I
gives a
said.
shit what you
I
have to say.
asked, "Are you trolling me?" Not that you set up this whole channel for me. No, Crit, you're being an idiot. All due respect.
There's the only person here trolling is you.
I asked a
and
question.
You are trolling.
You know,
yourself.
you should. You
You're
would have been
trolling
fine with
yourself,
being
dude.
like, "Hey, no, we're
You're
not."
trolling yourself.
Easy answer. Easy answer. Hey,
Yeah, the
we're not
answer
trolling you.
is the only person trolling
You gave me a whole speech.
is you, and
You gave me a whole speech.
are trolling yourself. You're trolling
Sir,
yourself, dude.
I'm
if I
trolling
have
myself.
my
Yeah.
my foot on the floor and I shine a flashlight on it, does my foot look bigger?
No.
Okay.
Not from that close. Not from that close. From farther, it would.
Yeah, if it was
you're,
like
you're missing the point. You're missing the point there, guy.
No, I'm really
you're,
not.
Yeah, I feel like you are. I feel like you can absolutely do that experiment in your home, and you can see when it gets bigger or not. Like you're asking silly questions at this point.
Oh, I can do that all day long. I know when it gets bigger. I can do it in my head. I don't need to actually do
Right,
the
exactly. So what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you arguing about? Like
I'm asking you if somehow the light can change the appearance of the size of my foot.
if we disagree that 2 + 2 is 4, and you say 2 + 2 is 5, how
And yet-
can we have an argument about this? How can we talk about it? It's not possible. It's not possible. It's not possible.
2 + 2 = 5, and I think 2 + 2
Our
= 4.
foundational difference is that the Earth rotates around the sun. You don't believe that. How can we have a conversation about this?
It's not
Let me
about
ask you a question
How
about
can we?
subject.
How can we?
It's
If
discussing
the
objective reality. not
Flat
belief.
Earth is a belief system.
No,
I'm sorry,
incorrect.
Crit. It is.
Hold on. Let's
It
ask.
is.
Let's ask you one quick question before you go to bed, because I know you're tired. If the Earth, in fact, does rotate around the sun, right, and one day is exactly 24 hours, which equates to exactly one full, complete 360-degree spin of the Earth, why is it that in January the sun comes up at 8 o'clock? Why wouldn't the sun come up at 8 a.m. in January? In July, why wouldn't the sun come up at 8 p.m.? Because it actually would, based on your model.
Looks like he ran
Believe
away.
it or- What's that?
It's like it ran away.
Yeah, he ran.
You're so desperate for your own, bro. You're so pathetic. I am. You are so pathetic, Crit. I'm sorry. Like you are literally one of the worst people I've ever fucking talked to in this channel. At least Blind our rage talks. Like you're just here in the background with some bullshit. Like you're so fucking pathetic.
Dude, you're the guy who like tried to think it was a private call.
Blind. I will talk to you anytime because at least you're respectful and you're cool. Even though we disagree, I'm chill with you. Crit, go fucking suck a dick. Everybody else, you're chill.
Don't
Goodbye.
run away. Bye. Ran.
Goodbye.
He wanted to run. He wanted to run away and he wanted to blame me for it.
See, instead of responding to the question there about the subject that he actually thought was correct, he dodged that one and dipped out
Yeah.
after something.
Yeah, he's like, hey, I want to talk to you, not Crit. Talks to me, not you, and then runs away. Whose worldview is just a complete other epistemological collapse. If he doesn't want to talk to me and he wants to talk to you, why talk to me, not you, and then run away?
Right. Yeah, he'll probably learn to hate to talk to me because he'll never find anything that he could beat me in a debate on. There's a reason why I've been banned from social media, and that's because I can prove things, really simply using basic logic and basic math. But did you guys ever think about that? Like, if one day is actually 24 hours is one full complete spin of the Earth, 360 degrees exactly, in relation to the sun, that in January, if the sun comes up at 8 a.m., 6 months later, you'd be on the other side of the sun, and the sun would have to rise at 8 p.m. Boink.
Condensed milk?
Yeah. Hello.
I was just excited for Thanksgiving.
Well, fuck yeah. Who ain't excited to put on an extra 5 pounds? I'm especially excited. My wife is actually, she's got Hashimoto's, so she can't eat a whole lot of things. So she expects me not to eat these things. And Thanksgiving is like the one time a year I actually get to chow down on all that shit.
What? I've never heard that before. Is it Hashimoto?
Yeah. So Hashimoto's makes it where things that she might eat would cause inflation that reacts in her body like arthritis, basically.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah, so she's not allowed to eat so many different things, and then she thinks that I shouldn't eat them because she can't eat them, and it's not fair. So how long you guys been into the old debate?
December 7th, 2017.
Nice. That's oddly specific.
Yeah.
What happened to make you remember the date so well?
It was the eclipse. And then I was kind of hard headed and I stuck to the globe even after I saw a solid contradiction.
Nice. What was the contradiction?
Well, I was debating flat earthers and, all the same questions, bullets over the horizon. I used to, skydive. I could see the curve, whatnot. Finally, I said, hey, so what are you going to do when you see the eclipse? How are you going to explain that? And they were like, yeah, just write down everything you see, hear, smell, whatever. And we'll come back. We'll talk all about it. So I looked up because I was like under the path of the Telltale. Whatever, the path. It was going to be like complete dated darkness. The solar eclipse in August that year. And I watched the whole thing, wrote down everything I saw, everything, heard all of it. And I didn't see one data point that lined up with what I was thinking. That heliocentric, nothing. The sun, if that was even the moon, which I didn't even know for sure. Like, like graphics kind of show like an invisible moon that it crosses over the sun and becomes visible. Then they're about the same size. I was stumped as to find one thing in what I observed that even would hint at heliocentric.
Interesting.
But instead of facing it, I kind of ran away for about 4 months and finally said, I had about 4 months of cog dis, and then December 7th, I was like, this is it, dude. It's the only logical conclusion that all the things I had thought demonstrated heliocentric model were misinterpretations of the same data that can be used to draw completely different conclusions. with a different worldview.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting that you came around. Because the thing a lot of ball earthers seem to forget is that the very theory that allows for the solar system in their model also allows for ours. And they always reference Einstein, and the theory there is the general theory of relativity. And but even within the theory itself, it says that no person sitting on the Earth could possibly be able to tell the difference between the Earth being stationary and the universe rotating around it, and the universe being stationary and the Earth rotating within it. I always like to be the one to throw the salt in the wound there and tell them about, uh, Einstein's and Nikola Tesla's respective comments about each other. And they really seem to hate that one. But as for me, it was just one day I was sitting there and had nothing better to do, and I came across a video of Rob Skiba, and no, it said something about flat Earth on it, and I was like, "Oh man, this could be great for a laugh. I could use a good laugh right now." And then the video had far too much actual logic in it to deny what he was saying. And then I decided for, I think, 5 years there, I spent trying to prove the globe was an actual globe and couldn't do it. When you remove all the biases, it's impossible. Yeah, it's really bizarre. I was talking to somebody earlier about neodymium magnets, and he said his Google search yielded that it supposedly zapped to give it its magnetism, but mine didn't pop that up. Just says it's a rare earth magnet because it's an alloy made of neodymium and iron and boron. Yeah.
Maya got muted. I wonder why.
Was that the guy who was freaking out earlier?
I wasn't there, so I don't know.
Is he autistic?
He correctly thinks that the Earth is a globe.
Well, that doesn't answer if he's autistic. But so far, all the Glovers today left sad or mad.
What do you mean, globers?
Yep, Globers.
That's just as interesting, let's say, as the term cis man.
I think there's two genders, male and female.
Wasn't
I agree,
on
but-
X? Isn't on X is it hate speech to call someone cisgendered?
Yeah,
That's a term that the left invented.
if you're masculine, why would you say cis man to say that you were born a man? That makes no sense.
No, I mean if you would gender identify someone else, like if there's a speaker, and and then someone comes in and says, "Hey, that person's cisgendered," that would be hate speech.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't
person
believe
talking-
their identity. I mean, where does that logic end? Like, I could say that I believe I'm black, therefore I'm black, or I believe I'm a millionaire, therefore I'm a millionaire. Neither of which of those two things are true. So if it's actually objectively not true, how could it possibly be hate speech?
Well, see, here's the thing: we're not possessed by leftist ideology. Therefore, we don't feel it or get it.
Yeah, I suppose true. That's true.
It's the closest thing that I can think of at the moment is let's say that someone, a gentleman, was being very passionate and emotional, and we called him a woman in a derogatory way.
Yeah, I guess I can relate to that bit because we've all been there. But
So if you call a male who feels like he is a woman, if you call them a man, it's not quite like the example I just gave, but it's sort of like that. It's insulting.
to them, because they don't understand it, I guess. But you know what the interesting thing about that whole gender identity stuff is that, to me anyway, is that it actually induces the highest rate possible of self-harm out of any ideology that you could possibly come up with.
Well, here's the thing. There's a theory out there that, well, if you're susceptible to gender dysphoria, you're also susceptible to depression, anxiety, suicidal ideation, and stuff like that.
Right.
So it's not that adopting this ideology makes you suicidal, it's that people who are suicidal tend to gravitate towards that anyway.
Well, you could say that, but then the people who participate in it, right, actually have a much higher suicide rate and self-harm rate than anybody else, and they're kind of force-feeding it to students nowadays. And when surveyed at one school where they were kind of forcing this down their throats, teenagers, I think it was 13 to 16, their I guess suicidal thoughts and tendencies was at, I think, 96% of the population of the school.
Let me see if I understood you correctly. In schools that have taught this ideology, the children